Hello and welcome to the south coast of Portugal for a mega weekend to finish the European Le Mans Series for 2023. The grand season finale sees this slightly bizarre concept of a Friday race, which is round 5 of the championship, replacing the cancelled Imola race earlier on in the year that should have been held in May. So 25 points on offer for all of the classes if you win this race. And then tomorrow, more qualifying for the season finale proper on Sunday. So lots of racing, 8 hours in total of it, and so much I'm sure to unfold over the next just over 4 hours this afternoon, where weather conditions have firmly improved from this morning's qualifying, and we had GTE, LMP3 and the 2 LMP2 classes all doing battle in very much changeable conditions. Nobody was able to get to slick tyres, however that will be the order of the day, I'm sure, to kick things off in just under 20 minutes time. My name's Johnny Palmer. Thank you for joining us again. I'm joined as always by Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com, and delighted to see the blue sky and the sunshine above. It's almost like a completely different weekend.
Yeah, first time this week. It has been apocalyptic at times in terms of the weather here, Johnny. So not something we've seen much at all in any of our past visits here to Portimão. But happily, it's doling out the sunshine, the blue skies, the fluffy stuff in the top of the sky there that has been rather more than fluffy lately. Packed grid of cars, lots of people enjoying themselves on the grid. And let's hope this can continue for 4 hours of racing as we get into the first of what's going to be 2 4-hour races this weekend to settle everything.
Yeah, never been done like this before, and it's circumstantial, but let's lap it up because it also gives us a double dose of GTE cars that, for the final time in Europe at least, we can enjoy the noises, and we can certainly enjoy the differences between this and the forthcoming GT3 category, which will be emerging in the ELMS Championship and indeed the World Endurance Championship. Pierre Fillon and Fred Luquin taking watch at the front of the grid of the ACO and LMEM, Le Mans Events Management, respectively. The 50 Ferrari that had a slight drama in the early stages of qualifying did eventually get to the finish of that session and is positioned neatly in 5th in the championship, and they managed a qualifying time of 2nd fastest in LMGTE. When you look at the collective qualifying sheet, which combines all the times from all of the cars, there's a real mishmash because it depended on when you went out onto track and how dry it was.
And what tyres you're on at the point at which the track was dry, but not quickly. We had most of the LMP3 cars in amongst the Pro-Am LMP2 cars, but, as you might rightly say, by regulation and completely sensibly, that's been sorted as the weather conditions have equalised, and we will see LMP2's grid ahead of LMP2 Pro-Am, ahead of LMP3, and finally the magnificent GTEs.
Here's the calendar to remind you of where we have been, and the 2 Portuguese flags bottom left are the same track today and Sunday, but we have had a couple of trips to Spain, first of all to Barcelona where we regularly go, and Motorland Aragon, which may well be a very rare treat now because it's not on the calendar for 2024. Let's pause for a moment to hear the national anthem though. I make it 4 drivers that are Portuguese, and the big team, Algarve Pro Racing, who are very much in contention to take the title this weekend. So it's always produced good racing talent, but also good teams and organisation skills. And with a track like this, a sort of national track, although there's Estoril as well, much further north, close to Lisbon, some wonderful heritage in this part of the world, and we must remember this track is still relatively young, about 15 years old now.
Yeah, I'm delighted that after some struggles through the economic crisis in the first decade of this century and through COVID, this place was rediscovered by international motorsport. Formula One coming here, the WEC have made visits here, the investment is back, it's in rude health and welcoming top-class international sports car racing yet again. And we're all delighted to be back. Always a great welcome here. Tatiana Calderon for the Team Virage squad.
Now, 4 different categories, 4 different titles, well, 5, I suppose, when you consider the overall teams as well that we'll keep diving in and out of. But one is likely to be sealed today. That's the LMP3 scrap, because the points difference is 46. So 91 points for Cool Racing to the second place car, number 13 of Inter-Europol competition, only on 45. And I've done some mathematics between qualifying and just now.
Just for kicks? Just
because I like that sort of thing. Dive into a spreadsheet for 15 minutes or so. A top 7 result for car number 17 that starts 3rd will be enough, irrespective of where their rivals finish today and on Sunday. So they need to score another 6 points. That'll take them to potentially 97, or will take them to 97 points if they finish 7th today, and no other team can get as high as 97 points with the amount of points that remain on offer.
Yeah, it's quite odd, isn't it? 2/3 of the way through the season. We're looking here at the number 11 car, the sole Euro International car here this weekend. Number 10 car has not made the trip. But it all comes together in this unique double header. And this is a great place to have a season finale like this. Also got, of course, the Ligier European Series and the Michelin Le Mans Cup with their season-deciding races this weekend. But this, without a shadow of a doubt, is the main event.
Yeah, and from a Michelin Le Mans Cup perspective, you're going to have to be up very, very early to catch the worm. It's a 9 o'clock race start on Sunday, remember, not a Saturday race. And that is typical of the final round here at Portimão. It means that everyone is still on site on Sunday, and hopefully we can get as many people to the after-show party and the presentations as possible, which are held on Sunday evening. So the flag's flying. It's certainly pretty blustery, and this is the tail end, or maybe just a gap in the weather, of a big storm that's been heading across the Atlantic and hitting the west coast of Europe. And certainly been feeling that for the last few days, but we may now be clear of that. I don't want to say it too soon, but the forecast certainly for the rest of today is good. And let's hope that Sunday's race can be as dry as possible too.
So just noting down that that's what Johnny said. So anything that happens from on here is now his fault, de facto. That was a quick shot, by the way, the W10 by Rinaldi 12 car. Great to see them back after their woes in Spa, where the car was excluded. But they are here on the front row for LMP3, and that's been a battle that's been engaging throughout the season again. Concentrates so much on LMP2, but here we are, one of 2 pole position cars, Johnny, for Team Virage, and this time around it is local driver Manuel Espirito Santo and pole position for the number 8 for Team Virage Ligier in LMP3.
And as quick as the Portuguese is, he's 20 years old and racing at his home event, it was perhaps 50% to do with timing that he set the 156.029, because after that the heavens opened again. And although people were finding time in the middle sector, and you'll get a glimpse of where that is, just before turn 5, the sharp left-hand hairpin, which begins there and will continue all the way around to the top of the hill at Portimão. The double right-handers there, labelled Portimão sequence of corners. But it was the final sector that nobody could get their tyres turned on through. It was quite heavily affected by standing water, and whatever speed you decided to go through there, they just couldn't get it to work, and Manuel Espirito Santo had that time already to his name, and no one would better it.
Indeed. Racing Team Turkey, the 34 car, they've been in amongst it for most of the season. Had that one disaster at Aragon, didn't they? But overall race wins and still very much in the mix here. Sally Jolic. Well, staring into the abyss of being a silver driver next season, and that might well affect his plans. This, though, is the LMP2 Pro-Am pole setter. It's the second of those Team Virage in what's a double pole setting session for them. Alexander Matchell it was, with a cracking lap from him, Johnny.
Totally, and again leaving it as late as possible, but the track was constantly improving, and we were calling it as a fight, as it has been all year, between Giorgio Roda and Sally Jolic in the Proton 99 and the Racing Team Turkey 34, and straight out of left field, if you like, came Alexander Matchell. We'd spotted he'd set a personal best, an absolute best through the middle sector, and he was able to continue that speed all the way through. Alexander Matchell, the defending Michelin Le Mans Cup champion as well. Meanwhile, the cool racing car of Vlad Lomko that will start from 7th position, car number 47, so from the inside of the 4th row. Phil Hansen, who has scored a pole position already this year, but again, they couldn't quite get the 22 car into the groove for whatever reason. I suggested maybe they were aiming at race setup, but I don't think. There would have been some head scratching, no doubt, within United Autosports, because that won't have been part of the plan. Meanwhile, Neil Jarney, who qualified the car, hands it now to René Binder, who will do the opening stint in car number 30.
Yeah, they've had a strong season, haven't they? As has the 65 squad. 4th on the grid for Panis Racing, the number 65 car. It will be Manuel Maldonado, who rather blotted his copybook at Spa. We're looking to make amends here in the early part of the race. 3rd. On the 2nd row of the grid, of course, Edex Sports. Paul Lafargue will start the number 28 car, still in the Delage colours, with backing from the road-going hypercar maker.
Here's the Inter-Europol competition car, driven by Ollie Caldwell earlier on, but it'll be Angolan driver Rui Andrade to take the opening stint. Jonathan Aberdeen, South African, waiting in the wings to be plugged in later on as well, but it remains to be seen in what order those drivers are utilised. In LMP2, whether it's Pro or Pro-Am, dead easy to remember drive times. You just have to do an hour, and that's irrespective of your grading. You can be bronze, silver, gold or platinum. 1 hour is the necessary completed distance. Here, though, is the car that really everybody is focusing on. They arrive now with a slightly extended points gap, so it's up to 18 now, back to Duquesne team. Algarve Pro Racing with back-to-back pole positions, Graham.
Indeed, Kevin Simpson will be starting the car. It was a great qualifying performance from Aussie driver James Allen, but the 2024 IndyCar driver Kevin Simpson, Cayman Islands, will kick this one off in the prime position to try to defend and extend, they will hope, that 18-point gap. Here we go, Johnny, and this is where it starts. 8 hours of entertainment in 2 4-hour races to come this weekend, and it's going to get underway in just a few moments' time.
The big thing to do today was to make sure you survived qualifying so that the car was straight in time for today's race. Quali and racing on the same day is a rare thing in the European Le Mans Series. The next thing to worry about, though, is making sure that you haven't done, you bring the car back in a relatively decent condition so that you're not then giving the team a lot of work to do in time for another qualifying session tomorrow, because it's double dose, and obviously any damage you might pick up during today's race could then bleed into tomorrow and Sunday's remaining fixtures of the weekend. Qualifying tomorrow is a fairly late one, actually, at just after 5 o'clock, so we'll be racing, if not into, close to sunset, qualifying at least to that period of time, which will be interesting in itself. Kevin Simpson starts the pole-sitting Algarve Pro Racing car after a time of 1:48.674, starting alongside Rui Andrade for Inter-Europol competition. Then it is Paul Lafargue for Edex Sport, joined by Manuel Maldonado, drawing headlines for all the wrong reasons last month at Spa. Duquesne team start 5th with Austrian driver René Binder, and for company Phil Hansen alongside. He was the winner at Motorland Aragon together with his teammates in the 22. And the final LMP2 car on the grid without the Pro-Ams included, Vlad Lonko in the 47. The first of those Pro-Ams is Alexander Matchel, as mentioned, for Team Virage. Then comes Sally Jolic leading the championship alongside Rodrigo Sales for Nielsen Racing. It's Giorgio Roda for Proton Competition in their number 99, with Tom van Rompuy alongside for DKR Engineering of Luxembourg, although he from Belgium. Francois Perrodo only 4 points back from Racing Team Turkey with the 83 AF Corsa card, 13th alongside Fred Pordad in the second Algarve Pro car. Then it's Henrik Hedman for Dragon Speed USA and Alexandre Coigny of Cool Racing number 37. 17th position for Daniel Schneider in the 21 United Autosports Pro-Am car. And then come the LMP3s, actually quicker than a number of P2s in quali earlier today, but they've been reshuffled to make the grid slightly more ordered. So Team Virage, Michael Jensen starting from pole ahead of Leo Weiss for WTM, Cool Racing Adrian Schiller, and then Matthew Richard Bell for Euro International, and he alongside there is Alexander Bukantsov for DKR Engineering. It's Tony Wells and Miguel Cristobal for Nielsen and into Europol next. 25th on the grid is Jacques Wolf for Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Horst Felbermeyer in the RLR M Sport number 15. Ultimates Eric Trier starts 27th with James Dayson alongside in a second RLR M Sport car, very different livery of course. And then 12 GTEs for TF Sport and Adel Robin, the penultimate pole position in that category in Europe for TF, their first of the year. Formula Racing alongside Johnny Lawson. Then it's GMB Motorsport and Proton Competition for Jens Mollers, Aston Martin and Christian Reed in the Porsche. Duncan Cameron caused a red flag earlier today but was allowed to continue in the 55 Spirit of Race. Proton Competition carrying quite a lot of success ballast as the championship leaders. Crichton Lendudis for AF Corsa with Takeshi Kimura in another Ferrari on that row. The 37th position is Martin Berry for JMW Motorsport, also in a Ferrari, and he has John Hartshorn to his left in the Aston Martin. It's Ian Links and Claudio Schiavone, joint championship leaders, if you like, the number 60. And then the 93 Proton Competition car, Martin Rupp has to start that because it basically had all the times deleted after Michael Fassbender had a moment through the Craig Jones left-hander at turn 9, causing a red flag, and therefore he is effectively taken out of that session, and Martin Rump, his Estonian teammate, has to start the car.
That's all easy for you to say, Johnny. That's the length of that grid. 40 cars to start this penultimate race. And the penultimate race, as we've said before, in Europe for GTE. Records up for the grabbings here. The 11 race wins for Matt Griffin in GTE history, 10 for Christian Reed, and 2 this weekend. Down the hill they come, behind the Mercedes-AMG safety car. Beautiful day now.
It is.
It's much more like it.
And I hope, therefore, we can have a clean start.
Exiting T13, we currently have the last car still at T5, T6. We need to compact this pack, please.
It's always difficult. In a sort of similar vein to getting cars through La Source at Spa, we have 3 right-handers to kick the lap off, and when the cars are side by side and could very well be into the braking area looking to head right, there's plenty of runoff there, and I think a little bit of benefit of the doubt, allowing cars to run off at least for the first time through turns 1, 2 and 3.
Grid position, let's compact, and please remind drivers the race is 4 hours, not just the first to reach turn 2.
Turn 2 rather than turn 1, interesting. Maybe Eduardo thinks or has a sense for where things may kick off.
He has a long memory.
Yes. But then the other issue is, as everyone turns right through 3, you've got to get to the other side of the track through turn 4, and that requires some understanding if you're still side by side. And certainly we've had some big crashes through the years at turn 4, so looking to try and avoid that as well. 40 cars about to start the penultimate round of the 2023 European Le Mans Series. It's the 4 hours of Algarve, and we want all the cars that start today to be in a position to start the final race of the weekend in 2 days' time. It's a very unusual weekend in the ELMS history. The grand season finale here at the Algarve International Circuit. And in a moment, the pace setter will be Kiffin Simpson of Algarve Pro Racing at the team's home event as the safety car, the pace car, peels off into pit road. And we are about to go racing for the first time this weekend in round 5 of the European Le Mans Series. Very well behaved, waiting for those red lights to go out, which they do now. It's a great getaway from Kyffin Simpson. Now a lock-up, though, round the outside for Manuel Maldonado for Panis Racing. He's actually going to lose positions as a result of that, fighting to squeeze back in behind the Duquesne team of René Binder. So Maldonado through the first split in 5th position. And now the concertina effect in LMP3. There's a car facing the wrong way there. That might even be the pole sitter of Michael Jensen. Did the 8 car come through? The one that's tumbling down for Virage is in fact it's a P2. It's a P2, I beg your pardon.
It's the pole sitter from LMP2 Pro-Am.
So it's the 19 car that does not complete the first sector, and it was facing the wrong way. Here he is in quite a predicament on the opening lap, Graham.
Absolutely, didn't see the incident that caused that, but it's a place that quite often you'll see these cars compress as up the inside in United Autosports, up the inside of Europol. That is Phil Hansen going through Paul Lafargue and Rui Andrade in the early stage of this lap to go up to 2nd place behind Kyffin Simpson. Game on.
Charging down the inside there, René Binder, who will be side by side with the 43 car of Rui Andrade, but Andrade has the better line into turn 14. Sort of within his rights to edge Binder out a little bit, but not as wide as the car up front, which is Phil Hansen.
Yeah, Hansen way wide.
Yeah, so maybe just misjudging the amount of tyre temperature he's got in the early stages. We did have 2 green flag laps to try and build the temperature in the Goodyear tyres, but now Binder's got a very good run on Rui Andrade, but it's dusty out there too close to the pit wall, and also looking to make a manoeuvre, I think, having lost places in the early stages, Manuel Maldonado, but there's no way through there. So Maldonado starting 4th, he has dropped to 7th after just 1 lap.
Confirming, by the way, Alexander Maxwell has got moving again. We've got Martin Rump in the 93 car pitting. So was that car involved in some way before, during or after the initial issue for the LMP2 car?
I think what it'll be is because Rump has to start the car, he's the fastest.
Yeah.
They'll be handing it over to Fassbender as early as possible, even though we're not yet under caution. I suppose with a sideways Alexander Maxwell, it may well have gone into an early safety car, but even then they would have been locked out of the pits. But get the driver change done as quickly as possible, then Fassbender can do his 90 minutes.
So through we come. Kyffin Simpson, Paul Lafargue together as a fairly closely contained pair, and then a further 2.5 back trying to get onto terms with that pair. Phil Hansen, 1, 2, 3, and then the battles behind with this group of 4, 5, 6 cars.
The other reason for doing that pit stop as early as possible is that you want to lose as little time to the class leader as you can, because you do not want to fall off the lead lap.
Absolutely.
So that takes you fully out of contention. It's a reasonably short lap at 4.6 kilometres here at the Algarve International Circuit.
Hasn't re-emerged yet, is still on pit lane.
Yeah, that's the danger.
Risk here of losing that lap. Keep an eye on whether or not that car is rolling.
It's out now, so the GTs are quite a way back there, just exiting turn 14, so it will stay on the lead lap, but they will be looking for an early safety car, if possible, so that they can get back in the, well, towards the front end, which Arnold Robin is currently leading. There's his Aston Martin with the Dayglow yellow diffuser.
Has left pit lane,
yeah.
So the Porsche does not lose the lap.
Yeah, and is now somewhere between turn 4 and turn 5, yeah, in amongst a load of LMP2 Pro-Ams, which those cars will obviously be faster, but it's Michael Fassbender's job now to try and stay in front and, if possible, catch Claudio Schiavone, who's kind of the first man on his list, even though he's about 0.8 of a lap ahead of him now.
Yeah, Duncan Cameron trying to go into terms there with Ryan Hardwick, the number 16 car.
Fabulous part of the circuit, full throttle through turn 9 at Craig Jones. You then reach this plateau at Portimão, the sequence of 2 right-hand corners. One is where you're starting to apply the brakes, and then you need to be fully stopped in time for the 90-degree right at turn 11, which then moments later your stomach ends up in your mouth because you plummet downhill and through turn 12. It's a real workout in any of the cars in this race around the Algarve International Circuit. That's why people love coming here. The fact that we've accidentally ended up with a double header, I think, will have actually been cheered by a few people, although Imola's a wonderful track as well, and we will be going to Italy next year too, on 2 separate occasions in fact. What about this battle between René Binder for Duquesne and Vlad Lomko for Cool Racing?
Lomko almost made it there. He had the better line, having just basically tucked him up into a defensive move, but not enough room through there, as Kevin Simpson is pulling away the lead this race, and is being Paul Lafargue behind has been caught by Phil Hansen.
There's a glimpse of the number 12 WTM by Rinaldi racing car of Leo Weiss, starting that car as he so often does. And this car was missed last time out at Spa, but Oscar Tunio came perilously close to snatching pole position away from Manuel Espirito Santo. Tunio, the Colombian driver, joined by the two Germans, Leo Weiss, and just about one of the quickest bronze drivers in LMP3, Torsten Kratz.
Hansen through to second place, ahead of Paul Lafargue. Perfectly predictable with the high-graded driver. So we've got a battle underway here between the 22.
This is the battle.
So that is Lafargue. That blue continues to bamboozle me, looking like an Algarve Pro car.
It's a very similar shade, isn't it? Just, I think, side by side, slightly skyer blue for the Algarve Pro racing crew, who have two cars here at their home event. But yes, trying to get those places reversed again. Paul Lafargue really did slide the car out of turn 13, but Hansen doing a good job, and now can fully focus on trying to reel in Kevin Simpson.
Kevin Simpson, by the way, goes through with 3 purple sectors for 1:34.640, fastest lap of the race at this early stage. He is 3.8 seconds ahead of the Briton, the 22 car. So the 25 car leading the championship, looking to fend off what will be a challenge, I'm absolutely certain of it, for United Autosports, who seem to have either really, really good days or really, really bad ones, and not a lot in between.
Yeah, no, agreed. So it's been an unfortunate season in that respect. They do have a race victory to their name. Side by side, scrapping between Tony Wells in the number 7 car and the number 4 Duquesne of Alexander Bukantsov, and that is a change for 5th position in LMP3. Also Michael Fassbender wanting to stay away from the eye of the storm in terms of this battle, but he also needs to stay in contention in his own class. Right now, shown as a lap down, but that is not actually the case, because Fassbender will complete this lap before the class leader in GTE, so clings on to the crucial lead lap by the skin of his teeth, and that could be crucial by the end of the race.
So 8 minutes in. Never ever say these things are settling down, they're not. 4 seconds to good now. Kevin Simpson comes through, and it's a further improvement in the lap time, as he understands now, will be told by the team. Car behind no longer is Paul Lafargue, but a charging Phil Hansen. And Hansen's lap time with 2 purple sectors is just a 10th off that latest fastest lap time. Still battles behind Duquesne and Cool Racing nose to tail. Sally Jolic, by the way, leading LMP2 Pro-Am, as the pole sitter Alexander Matchell begins to climb back up the order after that spin on the opening lap. He's currently 36th position, making his way through the LMGTEs.
Lonco in the second of those cars, the grey Cool Racing machine, looking a little faster in places compared to René Binder, but he's going to have to work out where his best opportunity to overtake, or at least attempt an overtake on René Binder will be. He's a wily old fox, Binder, so will not be giving that position up readily. In 5th place for the 30 car. And then this collection of LMP2 Pro-Ams, led by Rodrigo Sales, but he's not the class leader. That's Sally Jolic for Racing Team Turkey.
7.5 seconds ahead.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
so that is some
pace.
Statement, isn't it, from
it is.
Sally Jolic, who's taken 4 pole positions already this year and leads marginally in the championship over Francois Barodo and Mathieu Vaxivière.
So looking to do a Melter Jacobsen, but this time an LMP2 Pro-Am. A clean sweep last year. Yeah. Great, by the way, to see Mo Smith, still the reigning LMP3 champion until tomorrow, until Sunday, or possibly till today, in fact.
Indeed, yes, could all switch around. But unfortunately, Sally Jolic's chance of doing a Malte Jakobsen has gone, because Alexander Matchell took pole position today. So that rather ruined the record. He may still get 5 out of 6, because we've got more qualifying tomorrow.
Matchell, by the way, is on pit lane. Reasons unknown. So having started that, I wonder whether or not he's got a problem with the tyre after that spin.
Yeah, And we don't yet know how he ended up there, but I was talking about turn 4 sometimes being the scene of an incident, because if you're side by side, the funnel, yeah, it's a good phrase. You're going through turns 1, 2 and 3, the right-hander, and then you're wanting to get to the left-hander at 4, and if a car alongside is not willing to participate, often a spin can be the result. Here's the fight at the head of the order, and these two have often been out front this season. So great pace again from Matthew Bell. Not the Matt Bell who races elsewhere in these weekends, but Matthew Richard Bell of Euro International. And he, with the red door mirrors, the dark blue car, is ahead of the number 12 Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Rinaldi Racing prepared Leo Weiss car. So Leo Weiss heading up the hill out of turn 5. Here are Tony Wells and Alexander Matschel, also a similar dice for these guys, but for 5th and 6th positions. And as these cars do battle, they're just losing touch a little bit on the leaders in LMP3.
Absolutely. Team Virage have again released Alexander Matschel back into the race. All 40 cars are running. 12 minutes in, Kiffin Simpson being caught just a little by Phil Hansen here. 3.5 seconds is the gap. A great pace from both those drivers, and pulling away from Paul Lafargue. There's Rui Andrade closing in a little there. René Binder, Vlad Lomko and Manuel Maldonado complete the LMP2 field. They're still running 1st to 7th. And Sally Jolic, who is not catching Maldonado, but is more or less holding station, but he is pulling away for the 2nd place Rodrigo Sales in LMP2 Pro-Am. Tom van Rompuy in a strong 3rd position. Giorgio Roda, who was blistering in qualifying, runs in 4th with Francois Perodo, Alexandre Kwani, Daniel Schneider, Fred Pordad and Henrik Hedman completing the train, with Alexander Matschel, as we said, right at the back of the field.
Here's the 81 of Henrik Hedman trying to pick off Fred Pordad. So the two Americans down the inside, then goes Henrik Hedman, Florida-based, and that's a tidy little move as long as he doesn't run out too wide on the exit of the hairpin. Pordad's going to keep him honest though as they climb up the hill and through the kink at turn 6, but the white car with the stars and stripes emblazoned on it, Dragon Speed USA, gains a position.
Much the more experienced LMP2 driver, Henrik Hedman, with race wins to his credit around the world. Fred Pordad, come on in leaps and bounds this year. Smoke from the rear of the 44 car. Was that just a lock-up? I think it probably was.
For Jens Moller in the 4th placed GTE car. So it's Aston Martin leading Porsche, leading Ferrari, leading that Aston Martin from Denmark.
It's not been a happy first season for GMB Racing in the European Le Mans Series. They've just had no luck finding trouble, not always of their own making. But Aston Martin looking for a great result this weekend, and is running at the moment a strong 4th position with Jens Moller, led by the train led, by the way, by TF Sports. Christian Reed up to 2nd, Johnny Lawson 3rd. So Chris Reed in search of a record-equaling race win today, and a potential record-breaking race win tomorrow. Started that well.
And then would be forevermore the most winning driver in this GTE category, because it comes to an end at the end of this season.
And Matt Griffin's nemesis.
Yes, forevermore too.
Yes, I'm sure they wouldn't push that point at all, and in no way would I prompt them to do so.
You'd be egging them on, perhaps. Here's the fight for what is now 4th position in LMP2. So it's Andrade in the half yellow, half green into Europol competition car ahead of Duquesne team and René Binder, who's been bringing Vlad Lomko with him. So the gap's definitely been closing to Rui Andrade. They now have a bit of traffic to deal with as well. First of all, the AF Corsa Ferrari, number 51 of Crichton Lentudis of Greece. Hence the revised look to that AF Corsa Ferrari. It's been like that all season, with the blue and the white stripes echoing the Greek flag. And then 4th, 5th and 6th positions in GTE sees Jens Moller lead Ryan Hardwick and Martin Berry. They're very closely bunched as well. And this is what the race leaders look like. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, Aston, Porsche, Ferrari. For TF Sports, Arnaud Robin, pursued by Christian Reed and then Johnny Lawson.
It is, as always, close in GTE. If we get anything close to this next season with the new LMGTE class, will be richly served by more great international GT racing in a mixed class sports car field. We've seen some of those cars over the week, the next week testing. So LMP2 and GTE machinery together here as Duncan Cameron forms the traffic. Dropping back down the order a little, the 55 car here.
I'll remind you that all the bronzes that is a clean sweep again, it tends to be, with the exception of Martin Rump, who now has handed over to Michael Fassbender, who is the bronze in the 93. They've all got to do 90 minutes at some point in the race. Now, that has been split. I remember Duncan Cameron doing about 45, well, he did an hour, I think, and then they got him back in again for the rest of the stint. But generally, that is not the favoured way of doing it. Get the 90 minutes or more out of the way, as all of a sudden two Dayglow Ferraris I thought were going to go side by side, but where on earth did the large car come from? It was, I mean, they're so svelte, these LMP2s, you kind of miss them behind the slightly bigger GTs, but that was Paul Lafargue timing it to perfection and feeling the need to get by a couple of GTs in one fell swoop.
Yeah. Likelihood is at the moment next year that the P2s will be quicker, back to closer to their original specification here in the European Le Mans Series is the plan. We'll wait to see how that works out when the regulations are published. And it will be another bumper field next year, bigger than this year. Final number to be determined, but we are tracking a massive list of LMP2 cars, teams that wish to come and race here in the European Le Mans Series. There may well be disappointed car crews numbering into 2 figures.
Wow, okay.
That is the level of popularity of this class at the moment.
So two digits because of the as you see, the popularity of the championship, the eagerness of people to join, but they can't all fit in because these tracks have a maximum grid that obviously you cannot exceed. So plenty of discussion and big decisions still to be made. Thankfully, there's no action required after that race start. It did appear to be relatively tidy.
It did.
And everyone going, at least the front row cars, going right through the grid hatchings, which you need to do. And yeah, apart from the Alexander Matchell spin, or possibly some contact, everybody was in the correct order as they crossed the line at Q3.
So I'll mark this moment, 18 minutes into the race is the point at which I say, actually, otherwise remarkably drama-free, and then we'll wait and see how long it is before this race proves me to be a complete liar again.
I was going to say, that's as bad as my weather predictions for the weekend saying it will all be fine. So you know who to blame for those relevant topics. As Matthew Richard Bell turns left at the top of the hill, turn 13, and then begins to tumble back down towards pit lane level. 14 and 15 to come next to the inside line. That's actually Binder picking off Paul Lafargue. So that'll be for third position. Rene Binder coming from a long way back. And Binder going from being under stern pressure from Vlad Lomko in the early stages is now into the top 3 places.
One change is the change on a gap. Phil Hansen had got to within 2.5 seconds. We're going to see how that happened. It was jumping him in traffic, wasn't it? But he filled the gap that Lafargue wanted to be in. Just delayed momentarily by a GT car ahead. Made the wrong choice, and up the inside goes Duquesne team man, and away they go. But to complete the point about Phil Hansen, 2.5 seconds was the gap, but traffic has gone the way of the race leader, and that gap up to 6 seconds again.
Developing nicely at the sharp end of GTE, with the Aston Martin of Arnaud Robin definitely feeling the heat of the so experienced Christian Ried in the all-black Proton Competition 77. So they will cross the line pretty much as one. And the 72 car looking for potentially its best result of the season, where they have struggled, not yet in the top 5, and their first pole position of the season as well. Here's what's happening for 4th place, as Ryan Hardwick thought about drawing level with the 57 car.
Bit of a twitch there from the Kessel Racing car, and that's allowed Ryan Hardwick up the inside. Will he take the position? There's another chance here up the inside. I think he should do it here, but that all started with the 57 car getting a bit of a twitch on between turns 2 and 3, still side by side. And too wide with the P2s on the inside of that.
Yeah, because that's going to be a change for second in LMP2 Pro-Am. Tom van Rompuy up the inside of Rodrigo Sales.
And did it on the grass. You can see the grass, the dust kicked up, but Tom van Rompuy way wide, 4 wide to make that pass.
Incredible stuff, and a question of where to look next. Somehow these drivers know what to do in that respect. We must remember as well that some of the cars are carrying what's called success ballast because of their good results in the previous 2 races and where they sit in the championship. Wet weather tyres are not very far away because the track's now been declared wet. Rain lights on low mode is the message from race control. I haven't seen any evidence of rain falling at the moment, and there's blue sky over in the distance behind turn 13, but this track has a habit of maybe a little bit of moisture in certain places and being bone dry elsewhere.
I'm though hearing reports, a couple of people in the stands saying there is a big black weather front approaching. You can see there, that was Alex Lynn, nose to the sky, Spaniel-like, looking for what's coming.
Yeah, so a number of teams thinking they want to react to this as quickly as possible. You also need to get in before anybody falls off and causes a safety car or a full course yellow, because otherwise you're going to be locked out of the pits and won't be able to change tyres, at least not legally. As the 57 of Takeshi Kimura for Car Guy, having dropped briefly behind Ryan Hardwick, has now managed to shake the American, and now pressurising Jens Moller for 4th position again.
Yeah, that 4 wide moment went the way of the Kessel racing car, and everywhere the rain tyres are ready. You can see here it comes as well in the background. That rain cloud is about to engulf this circuit, and there are raindrops on the camera, Johnny.
That almost worked for Takeshi, running deliberately wide through turn 5 and away from the Aston Martin, but they found one another again, exiting that tight left-hander in the shadow of the rotunda. So radar, weather maps, weather apps will have been viewed over the last 10 to 15 minutes. There's no doubt about it, the rain is now starting to pour, and whether it's consistent all the way around the racetrack, I would doubt. Give it a few more minutes and maybe it'll be a fair sprinkling across the 4.6 kilometre circuit we have here in the south of Portugal. But this again will add another element to the situation. With the track being declared wet, then you are allowed to use wet weather tyres should you require them. Otherwise it's 3 sets of dry tyres, slick tyres across the board in LMP2, but wets are unrestricted, so you can just keep using those, keep burning through them, but obviously it will need to fit in with your fuel windows. Generally speaking, an LMP2 car at full dry speed can do about 40 minutes on a stint, as Takeshi Kimura draws level with Jens Moller and will go around the outside of the Aston Martin. There was a bit of give and take there from Jens Moller. He didn't want to push the issue too much this early on in the race, and Ryan Hardwick might be about to luck into it as well. Hardwick still there in 6th place, but looking at back 5th.
There may be a piece of debris on track.
Debris on track from Eduardo Freitas, and this is going to start to get tricky.
And Christian Reed is now behind Johnny Lawson, so that's a change too. Reed, who was pressurising on Robin not too long ago, slipping behind the Dane. And the Dane train, the GMB Motorsport Aston Martin, has not been able to take the fight to Takeshi Kimura, so clearly the Ferrari's a touch faster, and Ryan Hardwick, despite the extra 30 kilos that number 16 Proton Competition Porsche is carrying this weekend, it looks a little faster than the non-success ballasted 44 Aston Martin.
Incident noted, by the way, by race control, involving the number 17, the currently 4th place car in the LMP3 stakes, and the race leader. That happened just 2 minutes ago at turn 3, and that's likely to be where that debris has come from. It is turn 3 where the debris has been noted.
But at the moment, everyone is reacting well, coping okay with the slightly changeable conditions. It's raining in the pit lane as well, says Steph Wentworth. So certain corners around the track look worse than others. but still a bit too early, I would say, to take the plunge, no pun intended, and move to wet weather tyres. Slightly easier decision potentially in the GTE category because they do have intermediate tyres that were used in qualifying. Otherwise though, it's just a either or in the other three categories. You either stick with the slicks or you go with the wets.
So the weather radar will be being watched very carefully indeed, as well as using the more direct approach of looking out the window, and we can already see there is rain around this circuit at various places, but not everywhere. This is so tricky, particularly at the start of this race, Johnny, where so many of the non-professional drivers at the wheel.
Yeah, and this is where it has been useful, I suppose, through the course of the weekend to have had some wet weather running to rely upon.
Oh, and is this the first sign of trouble with the weather? That is Henrik Hedman, he's in the barrier. That's turn 5. Heavy rain at turn 1 now.
So he's turned right in the braking area there, I assume, because he's nose into barrier to driver's right on the approach. And also off the road is the Duqueine number 4 of Alexander Bukantsov for DKR Engineering. So 2 problems now for race direction to think about.
Back into the pits, by the way, the number 19. I'm pretty certain they'll be putting rain tyres on early to see if they can take any advantage at this stage. Sideways there for the DKR car, and didn't quite. How did he not collect that car? Also on pit lane, Racing Team Turkey with Sally Jolic, so he cedes the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. That will, I'm sure, be for rain tyres as well.
Amazing reactions from Paul Lafargue though in the EDEC Sport car to just go wide enough to the left of the spinning Bukantsov Duqueine.
Michael Fassbender's been around as well.
It's a nightmare at those first few corners at the start of the lap now. So different from a lap ago as the number 5 RLRM Sport car rotates as well.
James Dayson having a moment, both at the same place, and that's the 20 car. That is Fred Bourdad.
With the sister Algarve going around the outside.
Almost collecting the sister car that's leading this race.
And here's the start of the race, folks, heading down the hill into turn 11. No, not really, but about 5 prototypes have all found one another going at different speeds. You might be a little quicker heading out of turn 5 if you're out the car and walking, comparing the pace between Arnold Robin, who is now second, by the way, and Christian Reed third, because Johnny Lawson now leads GTE in the Burgundy Ferrari number 50.
Leader on pit road, as his second place car. I think just about everybody else is going to follow them down here. So Kevin Simpson creeps to the halt. That is what it looks like down at turn 5. Torrential rain now hitting the circuit. Nightmare for anybody out there on slicks without the confidence underneath them they're going to get any grip at all on a circuit that is not only tight and twisty but has gradient as well. So the momentum as well, Johnny, when you're aquaplaning, causes all sorts of problems. Fuel, of course, going aboard the car as we approach the first half hour. Not that far out of the pit window for LMP2, far enough that it will cause problems at the end of this race. But the teams go to work. Algarve Pro there having to reposition the number 20 car with the dollies, and it's going to be the same picture all the way down. United Autosports are going to lead this race.
Heading out of the pit lane, but I don't think that was the 22 coming out. I think that was the 21 for United. 22 yet to leave pit lane, so we'll wait to see which.
Dan Schneider.
Yeah, so, but I did hear down at United the scream of mind your backs, because they were dealing with the 21 as Phil Hansen came in, and now Sally Jolic is off the road.
And he's in the gravel and can't move.
The championship leader in LMP2 Pro-Am, and those rear wheels are firmly embedded in the gravel stones.
Big, huge drama in LMP2 Pro-Am, and for the overall, for that matter.
It's at turn 8, and he had plenty of warning that that was going to happen, but then completely became a passenger. Sideways he goes, trying to work out what tyres he's on, because that car, has that just come out of the pits? Yes, it has.
To be wet. Has to be wet.
You would have thought so, but I mean, maybe it's just a temperature issue. So he's come out on wets, but they are cold wets, remember, no tyre warmers this year. That's a very peculiar angle as well for an LMP3 car to be at. Looking to rejoin. Maybe that is deliberate from Cool Racing.
This is the 19 and the 47 side by side. That's the 19 car, of course, way down Team Farage after that first lap issue. 57 car in from his 4th place coming into these pit stops. Frantic stuff down in the pit lane. Safety car, I'm not surprised, has been called to allow recovery for
Leaders, slow down.
Racing
we are
Team
under
Turkey.
Safety car. Leaders, slow down. We are under safety car.
And what is the problem for the previous leader in LMP3? Matthew Richard Bell came in leading over Leo Weiss, but the car is now backwards in the garage for urgent attention. And car number 11 not going to go any further as yet. Leo Weiss is the new LMP3 leader.
Leader, please slow down.
We're also just hearing about some contact between 2 GTE cars in pit lane. The 66 JMW Motorsport Ferrari and an as yet unidentified Porsche. There are several of them. The 15 RLR M Sport car is back on the move. This is far too early to be doing driver changes. And of course, the safety car closed had been done before the safety car came out.
Indeed they had. It was potentially the Iron Lynx car that was involved in that incident on pit lane. We'll hear a little bit more about that.
A chance to relive the restart, which might as well be on a completely different day now, considering the changes in the weather. But it was a brilliant getaway from Kiffin Simpson, the driver from Barbados, side by side between Paul Lafargue and Rui Andrade. And the buzz of the drone in the background gives us a cracking view of the karting track in the distance and the road up to the hotel at the top of the hill. But there's turn 1 with the orange inside to it. Turn 2, more of a kink, but then a hard stop at turn 3. And René Binder in the black and green of Duquesne team, giving racing room to the 65 car of Manuel Maldonado. They were side by side through turn 1, turn 2, and then Maldonado locking up again. Thankfully not doing what he achieved in Belgium last month. There is the wrong-facing Alexander Matschel car. How he ended up there, we still don't quite know.
95, you may overtake the safety car. 95, you may overtake the safety car.
But the 19 car did eventually rejoin. Car 95 is Ben Tuck in the TF Sport Aston Martin, the red.
So that's
Aston.
a change. That's a change. So John Hartshorner got out of that car.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's to do with the prevailing conditions.
Makes sense. So the time that John has done already will need to be noted, and then he'll have to top up the 90 minutes that is required
Be advised,
for
we
him
are
as the
recovering a
bronze.
car at T8, drivers left, we have a Manitou out there.
So a Manitou now tending to Sally Jolic's stricken 34 car in the gravel at turn 8.
So correction, whilst I've been told it was the Iron Lynx car that was involved, it appears to be the 77 and the 56 involved in that clash on pit lane that we were hearing background from Steph. So that is the car of Christian Reed.
The 77 and the... Well, there is no car 56.
No, there isn't.
So that...
65 or 55?
Yeah, it won't be 65. I think that, no, it's a suggestion that it was the JMW Motorsport Ferrari from Steph. So 66 and 77 we'll go with. Easy to call 66 as 56. It's not too far of a difference, I suppose.
So Martin Berry and Christian Reed, it appears, that they're looking at as the recovery for Sally Jolic is taking a long time from Sally's point of view. This must feel like hours. Small error, big consequences.
Yeah, and not just time disappearing, but also laps completed and falling away from the lead lap of LMP2 Pro-Am. It's going to take an awful lot to gain a single lap back, and if he stays there for much longer, then might have to be thinking entirely about Sunday's race to get the required points to seal the LMP2 Pro-Am Championship. Of course, it also requires the main other point scorers in that division, which are the 83 AF Corsa car of Francois Perrodo and Mathieu Vaxivière. They've had a change of third driver through the course of the year.
Now Racing Team Turkey's 34 car gets back underway, but is 2 laps down to the class leaders.
Yeah.
That's a mighty mountain to climb.
Well, they have a 16-point lead over the Cool Racing car in LMP2 Pro-Am. And that car of Alexandre Coigny now ahead of it, of course, on the road. This is how it happened for Sally Jolic.
And then the car, the back end just got away from him, and it was just a long slow slide into oblivion, really, wasn't it?
Painful to watch again, and just imagine how it feels in the cockpit. Quite a lot of water leaking into what was this, almost the top of the dashboard there as well, whether that is through the cracks in the doors or maybe through the windshield, but that's certainly not an issue necessarily. But as he flung the car into turn 8, I do think it's wet weather tyres, but cold wet weather tyres that just cannot offer you the grip of the tyres that he just said goodbye to.
A little bit of housekeeping needs to be underway. Still trouble in the garage for the number 11 car. Car 20, which is the 7th place car in LMP2 Pram. It's Jack Hawksworth now aboard that car. Another one that's changed the pit stops. Fred Pordag getting out of that car. Needs to give a position back on track to car 28 that's in 6th. That has happened coming into or through the safety car process. So Hawksworth will need to allow himself to be relapped by the 28 car.
So with respect to Mathieu Vaxivière and Francois Peroda, who arrived here in Portugal 4 points adrift of the Jolic, Eastwood and Delatraz at Points Hall, they are, the AF Corsa car are currently 3rd on the road. There is an awful lot more racing to be done, but clearly if they can outscore and easily outscore the Racing Team Turkey car, that really does spice things up heading into the final race of the year.
Second incident in pit lane under investigation. This time it was between the Dragon Speed car and Kessel Racing. 81 and 57 is under investigation. So that's pretty busy, it's fair to say. But that's the point at which you need to be heads up. Car controllers, team members, drivers need to be absolutely aware it is so tight. And when we get to conversations about the maximum number of cars that are going to be on a grid anywhere, these are the reasons why.
And it's also very difficult to replicate that in a practice session or when you're in isolation doing some private tests. You can practice over and over again a pit stop as you would like it to happen, but if there's a weather change, or if we've had 3 laps of a safety car and all of a sudden the pit road is open, everybody's piling in at once, and it's a matter of, yes, heads up, no doubt about it, but also bravery as well, because particularly the lollipop people have to virtually stand on the edge of the fast lane, and they're looking after where their car's going to stop, but they also have to be mindful of where all the other cars are around them. And it's not for the faint-hearted.
No, it's not. Should obviously point out that one of the other things that has happened through this safety car period, of course, that Kevin Simpson's carefully crafted lead has gone to nothing. Yeah. They did manage to turn that car around, keep it ahead of the United Autosports car. So it's still 25 from 22, 30, 65, 47 and 28 are the LMP2 leaders. The change comes next because 7th place is not the 43 Inter Europol car, it's the LMP2 Pram leading Nielsen Racing 24 car, Rodrigo Sales. He's ahead of the 7th placed car in LMP2. The difference between the two classes is about driver classification, driver ranking, and the LMP2 Pram cars have to have a bronze. The bronze in the 24 is the man at the wheel at the moment. Giorgio Roda sits 2nd in P2 Pro-Am, 9th overall, and completing the top 10 overall is the 3rd place car in LMP2 Pro-Am. That is Francois Peroda in the 83 car from AF Corsa. LMP3 led now by WTM, by Rinaldi Racing's Leo Weiss. Ultimate 35 car, Eric Trullier is 2nd place in class, and the 13 car of Inter Europol competition, and Miguel Cristovo sits 3rd ahead of Adrian Schiller in the 17 car, which at the moment, I think I'm right, Johnny, would be good enough for the title.
As long as it's a top 7 finish for car 17, that is all they need to do, scoring a further 6 points on top of the 91 they already have.
Also notable, by the way, I'm checking all the way down here, is every single car in LMP3 has burned one of their long stops.
And why wouldn't you? Because
Indeed.
You're going to be switching tyres, so therefore, and fueling the car. Some of them were doing driver changes too, so you might as well sit there.
Car 28 overtake car 20. Car 28 overtake car 20.
This was pulled. This was shown on the screens a little while ago. That must be that there's a positional change taken place under the safety car that should not have happened. So this is Paul Lafargue to lap again the number 20 LMP2 Pro-Am Algarve Pro car.
And the order will have been noted when the safety car came out. Still a bit too early to be worrying about wave bys, pass arounds, etc. But if the 28 had been clocked ahead of the number 20, even if it's lappery, then that order needs to be retained for the restart. You have to do 1 minute and 50 seconds for your longer stops in LMP3, 110 seconds if you prefer. So there are effectively, in the 4 hours, there are 2 mandatory timed stops. However, you can't get to the end on only 2 stops, so the third stop, wherever you choose to do that in the race, can be as quick as you wish. And we're possibly going to be in the territory where 4 stops are required now, because the LMP3 is having to pit early, or needing to pit earlier than was planned.
The one thing that we might see coming later in this race, Johnny, particularly if we have an opportunity for these teams to burn another long stop, is unusually the majority of the stops being done at pace in LMP3.
Yeah, true.
What would be termed in other championships a performance pit stop.
Indeed so. In these stops that have just happened prior to the safety car, I reckon happened at about 28, 29 minutes into the race. So the LMP2s could potentially have done 40, maybe even 42 or 3 minutes. So we're pushing the button a little early on those LMP2 stops. Next time that they will need to pit then might be in a further, let's say, 45 minutes time. So close to the top of the hour, actually, 4 o'clock local, I would expect LMP2s needing to come in again. Of course, this reduced pace is helping with the fuel consumption, though. Yeah,
and blue skies above the circuit again. So that was a serious tipping of water. And again, what we've seen all through this week. The weather has not treated this region kindly over the last few days. Torrential rain, high winds, local flooding here and there.
Safety car instructed to increase the speed. Safety car instructed to increase his speed.
So that is the first sign from race control that we are not too much longer without any further dramas. Going to get back to green flag racing.
Give it all you have, my friend. Give it all you have, my friend.
Now we're hearing about the problems for the number 11 car. It came in for its stop, and during the fuel going in, the engine has to be turned off.
Safety car now at full speed. Safety car now at full speed.
There's always an intake of breath until the car restarts at the other end of the pit stop, and for the 11 it did not. So that's the reason why it had to go back into the garage. And now it seems to be fixed, but there'll be big concerns at Euro International. Is that going to be an inherent problem now for the rest of the race? Many times cars have been troubled with starter motor problems, and if you can't restart the engine, that's going to be a nightmare for each of its pit stops from now on.
So back to green flag running we're going to be going any moment now. This plucky little Mercedes AMG A-Class trying to do what it can to keep the pace up.
Is it Yannick Dalmas?
Yannick, I think, he certainly is here. If he's safety car driver, I'm not sure.
It might be the doctor's car, but he's certainly helping out in one of these course vehicles. Discussions being had between Quick Nick Manassian and Paul-Luc Chatat. There's the pole-sitting driver, James Allen, yet to take active part in today's race. He's being held back for later on.
Safety car lights are still on, by the way, so it's not coming in this time. It's too late.
Told, yes, it is. Yeah. Agreed. It's normally done at the top of the hill there, at turn 13. So at least one more lap. That might be because clearly some cars have been able to wriggle free, including the rejoining number 11 kind of doesn't count because it's been in the pits for a little while.
20, 19 and 60. 60, by the way, has been off the circuit at least once under the safety car.
So that's the Claudio Schiavone-driven Iron Lynx Porsche that is also on 61 points, like the Proton Competition Porsche at the top of the charts. Here comes the number 12 WTM by Rinaldi racing car of Leo Weiss.
Well, are they going to burn their second stop here?
There's a possibility of that, but, well, have we had 3 laps of the safety car?
Yes, he's just called the pit ladies open.
Yeah, okay, so Yeah, doing a longer stop. It's 1 minute and 50 seconds.
So also in the pit lane, the number 50 Formula Racing car. You can see that car there. And the 77 Proton competition car, Michael Fassbender is in as well, as is Sally Jolic in the 34 car. So be interested to see whether or not this is a quick pit stop for that LMP3 car, or whether this is tactical.
Yeah, true. Lap times behind the safety car, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. So if you could get in nice and early and then get back out again. The one thing they don't want to do is kiss goodbye to the lead lap in WTM's Duquesne. But
that is the balance here, isn't it?
Massively so.
Can they get that car out, having done the required long pit stop? No, I think they're going to release it.
Send it, aren't they? Yeah. Still the work goes on, but the lollipop was lifted briefly there. Final few adjustments being made by the pit crew at Rinaldi Racing.
Time pit stop here this weekend, Johnny.
Is 1 minute and 50 seconds, but they're waiting for the time to go down. The lollipop is up, but Leo Weiss going nowhere. 110 seconds for LMP3, and it's only LMP3 that is affected by these mandatory stops.
I think he has time to do this.
All right, well.
I think it's still Leo. Did Leo stay aboard the car? I suspect he did.
Safety car lights out. Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. Remind drivers, no overtaking before the line. No overtaking before the line.
So the other issue is he's back in the race now. Yes, rejoining
51
in the 12.
They've burned both stops.
That could be a crucial move for WTM by Rinaldi Racing. They've got both of their mandatory stops out of the way.
Inside an hour.
Yeah, inside 50 minutes, in actual fact.
And the only team to do that will be one to watch. What will fortune throw their way as the hammers go down, Johnny?
Here we go. It was a dangerous game to be playing as well, because when we go restart, then the red light at the end of the pit lane is normally illuminated, but clearly it's got out in time before that happened as well. WTM might not be showing it on the timing screen quite yet, but they are in a wonderful position, we reckon, in LMP3. But it's Kyffin Simpson who leads LMP2 ahead of Phil Hansen, almost 3 abreast, back in the pack here, as Rodrigo Sales in the Nielsen LMP2 Pro-Am is doing battle with the sister Nielsen car, number 7 of Tony Wells, having to look out for one another.
But also having to watch his mirrors for Rio Andrade, the last of the LMP2 class runners, who's now under pressure from Giorgio Roda in the second of the Pro-Am cars. So the two classes beginning to get a bit mixed up at the tail end of the LMP2 field. Not the first time we've seen that this season, or the second, or the third.
2 more pit stoppers at the end of that speeding up lap, if you like, and they are the 20 car of Jack Hawksworth and the 51 Rui Aguas Ferrari from AF Corsa. It's going to be a drive-through penalty now for the pole-sitting LMP2 Pro-Am car of Alexander Matchell to start. They've done a driver change in that, but it's speeding in the pit lane,
it is
the offence.
And 20 car down pit lane now. That is Jack Hawksworth down pit lane. So 19 cars, days going from bad to worse, and all of a sudden, Phil Hansen under pressure from Reddy Binder. And it is a 10-second, side by side. We'll wait for that, leaning on the United car, but manages to get through turn 5 there, okay.
Very good driving from the two of them, a cigarette paper and no more between 22 and 30 at turn 13.
That's a better run, though.
Better run, yeah, indeed, from the Duquesne pilot, but Hansen out wider, could then shallow out turn 15 and actually keep his foot in to an extent. Windscreen wipers are still necessary on the slower setting, and that's because they're in the spray from the 25 of Kyffin Simpson.
Yeah, second place car, by the way, in GTE, as we watch another spin for the 93. It's not been a great run so far, has it? For the 93, a second spin for Michael Fassbender. 57 car running second in GTE, but there's a problem for that car. They will be getting 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for unsafe release. So Takeshi Kimura, pace on track has been great, but looks to be a little bit of ill discipline on pit lane that's going to cost him dear. And it's the battle between Giorgio Roda and Rui Andrade. Is for 8th place overall.
Yeah, so Andrade in the 43 car does make a bit of ground, not within his own category or subcategory of LMP2, but does get ahead nevertheless of Giorgio Roda, who's running second in P2 Pro-Am. And Roda looking to close in on Rodrigo Sales now, who leads for Nielsen Racing. Jack Hawksworth pitted. Still trying to work out exactly why that happened, but the 20 car is back out. They've done no driver change there. It's a 53-second stop, so...
Fuel.
Yeah, maybe just fuel. Not a lot of time for anything else.
I wonder if they couldn't get fuel in the car, or maybe a single tyre.
Well, yeah, that was my other concern, was maybe a slow puncture or a vibration, and Jack radioing in, and the team maybe thinking, well, we can deal with that whilst we go back up to race pace. Hasn't really affected his position on the road, still 7th.
So, 50 minutes in, it is Kyffin Simpson edging away again from Phil Hansen, who is still under pressure from Rennie Binder. Then the top three, Manuel Maldonado dropping back and into the hands of Vlad Lomko. Paul Lafargue being gapped by that pair. Rodrigo Sales is off, and way off is the number 50 car.
From the, well, it had worked its way to the lead of the GTE category not too long ago, and now all of a sudden it is very much midfield and potentially going to cause another tempering of this race, because how on earth does that Ferrari get out of the gravel without some sort of assistance?
Well,
it's turn 8 again, by the way. It's exactly where Sally Jolic fell off, only backwards. This time that Ferrari looks to have gone forwards into the big gravel trap, partially up the hill there.
Way off.
Way off, indeed. It looks like it's turned left as he's trying to slow the car. And you don't want to be leaving a car there for too long.
See the Manitou approaching the scene and waiting for instruction from race control.
Probably the same Manitou that helped Sally Jolic get out of the stones at the same corner not too long ago. Crichton Lenduda showing how much moisture there is offline, and this is the fight for second and third, and now a full rotation from the 44 Aston Martin, and right in front of, I think, a Cool Racing car.
That turn 4 safety car has been called again. I think was that in avoidance, or?
I wonder whether it was side-by-side contact because the 55 was having its own moment. That was Duncan Cameron.
I think he lifted. I think he lifted with the 55 having the moment. That's the moment from the number 50 car. There's not a lot of grip out there.
No.
Small errors, big consequences at the moment. Safety car on track. That will be to allow the recovery of the number 50 car. And onto pit lane comes the Team Virage car of Michael Jensen, the brake car.
Now, when did they pit? Did they pit before the safety car was called? Yes, they did, says Steph in the pit lane, so that's good news. They are doing a driver change, and I'm sure they'll be burning a long stop here as well. Why would you not? They've already done a pit stop at 1 minute 57, so one is in the bank, and as long as they stay in the pits for a further 110 seconds, they've got their stops out of the way as well, very similar to WTM.
But will lose the lap.
Even at safety car? Oh yeah, they're coming through now, so... Yes, probably, you're right.
That's a surprise. Safety car train coming through, and the light was green.
At the end of the pit lane?
Yes.
Interesting.
Clearly saw it.
Okay. Well, maybe just moments afterwards it changed to red. But normally the situation is you don't release a car out of the pit lane and directly into...
He did. He cleared the train.
Okay. And he's out in front. Yes, you're right, because I can now see him on our tracker between turn 4 and turn 5, just the other side of the retaining wall at the back of the paddock. And the pit lane light is now red because the safety car field is coming through. But by the sounds of things, by the skin of his teeth, they went for it, and they did do
152.
152
Wow.
with the driver change to Nick Adcock.
That's a couple of teams with stellar work under pressure. So difficult to make an error.
Now, it doesn't solve all the problems, because normally an LMP3 car would pit after an hour. So let's assume it stays, this is a big assumption, folks, but it goes green quite shortly and stays green for 3 hours. We're still going to need 2 more stops for most of the LMP3s, but they're going to really earn their corn, because they're not going to be at the much reduced speed of, you know, 1 minute and 50. You can do them as quick as you want now.
But the key here for those two teams that have done the 2 stops is they can, from this point forward, Johnny, stick to their strategy of pitting on the hour or just after the hour, but do it as quickly as they like.
Yeah.
And they've got one long stop in hand over everybody else in the field. So that is around 40 seconds.
So you think the difference between doing a pit stop at speed, not worrying about a minimum reference time, is 40 seconds
Something
quicker
like
than the 110
30,
required?
35 seconds.
Yeah, okay.
So it's as long as they stay within that kind of window for a full green race. And at the moment...
Yeah, and that is a huge gain. When you're fighting for tenths or hundredths of seconds out on the track and all of a sudden somebody throws 35 seconds at you in the back pocket, big gain.
Yeah.
WTM are in that situation. Let's head to one of their drivers now with Steph Wentworth.
I am with Leo Weiss, driver of the number 12 WTM by Rinaldi Racing. You've just jumped out of the car. The team has burned 2 of the long stops, so you've got strategy in mind, don't you? You're playing the long game.
Again, sorry.
You're playing the long game with strategy.
Yeah, for sure. It's very tricky out there. We saw a lot of safety cars now. It's really tricky to hit the right window with the safety car, with the pit stops. But I think we got lucky now with this safety car. So let's see where we all end up.
And how difficult was it managing those conditions? Because we saw, blue skies as we went racing, and then suddenly the heavens opened.
Yeah, I mean, we had this weather the last few days, so we all knew what was coming when the clouds came. But it was really tricky with the first 2 laps with the slicks. When the rain came, it was getting slippery really fast. So happy to keep the car on track and switch to rain tires as soon as possible.
Well, we'll see what happens with your strategy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So the second safety car, actually not great news for them, because it does offer the opportunity, should this stay out for 3 laps, for others to have spotted what they've done and copy it.
Yes. Yeah, that's the problem, is when you are the bellwether, if you like, you're the leading strategist, and people go, oh, that's not a bad idea, and we now have a chance to replicate it. But does it need to be a long safety car? It's for the recovery of the number 50 Ferrari, and that car yet to be circulating again. Also, the 8 car is somewhat on its own at turn 14.
That won't be a reason not to restart the race.
Precisely.
Just to explain, we are picking up, we know, new followers for sports car racing all the time. I'm sure as we're going on about long stops and short stops, etc., that must be confusing. LMP3, if you like, the middle class here, the small prototypes, by regulation, must have 2 stops at a predefined time. And that at the moment is 110 seconds for this track this afternoon. And what we're talking about is that 2 teams, the number 12 car from WTM by Rinaldi and the number 8 Team Virage car, have opted to, by strategy, I'll come back to that in a moment, because there is a little bit more drama, to take those stops on the safety car and do those stops early. They can now do whatever stops they have to do for the rest of the race as quickly as they can. However, just popping up on the screens, and I'm at a loss as to why, is car 8 to slow down to be overtaken by the whole field.
Did it blow the red light?
It didn't. I was watching, I saw the green light.
And
so unless that green light was on by mistake, there was definitely a green light.
Okay. So we're also hearing that Michael Jensen is potentially going to go back into the car as well.
What's that all about?
Not sure either. It's either gone into the pit lane when it couldn't, or it's got out of the pit lane when it wasn't allowed to.
Green light was on. We then saw a shot where the 8 seemed to back up towards the safety car and then go again. So whether or not there was some confusion from the team or from race control, the one thing I can say with certainty is, as that car was released, we got a shot on pit lane, the green light was on.
Okay. Well, as you say, maybe that was done in error, and because normally it's, I think, judged by the safety car lines, and the safety car line 1 is positioned between turn 15 and the finish line. There's also then safety car line 2, which is just before turn 1, and it's my understanding that the red light should come on at the end of the pit lane as the safety car crosses safety car line 1. And if the timing of that wasn't quite right, that has allowed the number 8 car back into the race. They've effectively done nothing wrong, so they won't receive a penalty. However, we've now got the 8 car in the wrong position according to the rules. Can
confirm, with thanks to Jeff Carter and the ELMS media team, that Eduardo Freitas has spoken to the team. It was a system error. The light should have been red. So they have done nothing wrong, but unfortunately they're going to be massive losers in this.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you do other than obey the instructions from the driver's briefing? And they see a green light. There's no issue with necessarily having to know where the safety car is. You just follow the instructions at the end of pit road. But a system error means that the 8 car now is going to have to slow down, and well, not showing any signs of doing it just yet. But we won't be able to go back to green flag running until that is carried out.
Well, what they're going to do now is pit that car, put Michael Jensen in to complete his stint, not lose the time that they otherwise would do because they're doing that driver change, and then rejoin the back of the queue.
Yeah, okay.
So they've lost nothing other than falling to the back of the queue, which is where they would have been anyway.
It's where they should have been had the red light come on, but not through the fault of the team, through the fault of a system issue. But at least that has been identified and can be dealt with in real time, if you like, to not affect the race result too much. So going to switch back to Michael Jensen, and that car potentially still in a very strong position, having done 2 long stops, 2 of the 110-second minimum reference time stops.
It will drop off the lead lap.
It will, but again, it may still be in a good position compared to those that have to do the extra 35 minutes or so, 35 seconds, I should say, in the pit lane. We'll find out. And there are potentially more wave bars to come as well, where you can get one of the laps back. Here's the 8 car deliberately going very slowly to allow the field by. And it's probably better to try and do this before the car enters pit lane, because that
rather than risk a potential penalty for not doing so. They've been instructed to do it. They are playing by the rule book, and I think that's sensible. It's unfortunate for them. But he's missed pitting. He's not pitted.
Well, again, not every car has gone through.
Pit entry's closed.
Yeah. And again,
that's why.
Because we're under the first 3 laps of a safety car.
Correct.
So you can't get in anyway. But nevertheless, this is a good time to be allowing everybody through, because that was the instruction. Now there is a potential problem with the number 22 United Autosports USA car, because their latest pit stop is under investigation. Entirely sure what that is concerning. There was also one team on pit road that was struggling with their fuel hose by the looks of things, making sure that the aperture was opening perhaps, and effectively using a test cylinder which is copycatting what is in the car to make sure that the mechanism is unlocking or locking correctly. So it is all happening at the moment. Pit entry is now open, so as everybody crosses safety car line 2 for the 3rd time, the pit road is now open. This has been a fairly long-standing rule that when a safety car is sent out onto the racetrack, that locks the pit lane. It closes pit lane entry for the first 3 laps of the safety car period. New for this year is if we go on the full course yellow at any point this season, you can't get into the pits at all unless you've got a puncture, so 1 tyre can be replaced and you can give your car 5 seconds of fuel.
Sam Cox there with a classic catalogue pose. I'll get a smack for that later.
I'm saying nothing.
But what a season for Algarve Pro Racing.
Absolutely.
You know, they've been for a long time in the shadow of the so-called LMP2 super teams, but been quietly building a group that's delivering real performance, winning races, winning championships, race wins at Le Mans in LMP2 Pro-Am, winning in the United States of America, winning in the Asia Le Mans Series, and they stand on the cusp this weekend of taking the biggest title of their lives. And that's amazing stuff.
And with every step forward in success, as we're going to go back to green now, you can see by the speed of the cars, absolutely whipping through turn 15. But with every small step within Algarve Pro Racing, it's generated more interest in terms of big drivers wanting to get involved in the project. Overlapping already as they cross the finish line. This is the 65 Panis racing car of Manuel Maldonado, overtaken as quick as you like by Vlad Lomko, as both can get just about through the corner, and Lomko gives Maldonado very little space on the exit at turn number 1 and 2, and will get through for 4th position.
Gutsy stuff there with very little grip available as the LMP2 cars try to negotiate a little bit of GT traffic there. Seems to be the one position that has changed in the melee following it's going back to green flag racing, but still Rennie Binder right with Phil Hansen, and Hansen's 22 squad under investigation for that pit stop as well.
That's a bit of a puzzler at the moment, but we will find out in due course whether any action has to be taken, and if it does, then hopefully some information about what is the offence. Meantime, we've had just over an hour's worth of racing. It's 2 hours and 53 minutes still to go. And this is live action, folks. It's not a 2x2 restart with GTs tangling potentially with LMP3s. And the Algarve Pro Racing car of Kyffin Simpson is leading by 1.4 seconds over Phil Hansen. But good dicing within LMP3 as well. Miguel Cristoval and Eric Trouillet in front there.
Hour and 7 minutes gone. Some of it's spent beyond the safety car, of course. We've had sunshine, we've had rain. The wind's picking up and there might be more rain to come, but for now, back to green flag racing, back to hammer down stuff. 1, 2, 3, Kyffin Simpson, Phil Hansen, Rennie Binder on your 1, 2, 3 of the 4 hours of Algarve, the penultimate race of what's already been a spectacular season of endurance racing in the European Le Mans Series.
So Rennie Binder, no one to race with at this stage, although he's keeping touch with Phil Hansen, certainly, and it's good to have that literal check on where the leaders are. Hunting around for the wetter tarmac, it looked like Takeshi Kimura was doing in the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Now down pit road for the 34 Racing Team Turkey machine, running 10th of 10 LMP2 Pro-Ams. It has not started well, this penultimate race of the year for the TF Sport Run car.
Formula Racing and the 55 Sprinter race car there getting very close together for a moment. The 55 car of Duncan Cameron is still Duncan at the wheel of that car, I believe. Johnny Lawson trying to unlap himself at the moment from the 55. Which is Duncan Cameron running 4th.
They're doing a driver change at Racing Team Turkey because they've done an hour. Sally Jolic has done his hour, so Charlie Eastwood, by the sounds of things, getting on board that 34 car instead. And Sally Jolic will have been thinking about the ideal stint in this first race of the weekend of 2 at the Algarve International Circuit, and unfortunately that was far from the ideal because of the slide, the big sideways moment at turn 8, which sadly took him into the gravel and took him a couple of laps away from the leaders in LMP2 Pro-Am. Charlie Eastwood back into the race, 38th position overall and in 10th place in LMP2 Pro-Am. If they finish, they will get points, but in 10th, you only get 1. They arrived here on 74. Will take them to 75 points, and Mathieu Vaxivière, Francois Perrodo are currently in 4th position, so as things stand on course for 12 points. Also getting word though that Charlie Eastwood was put on slick tyres. There's no inters in LMP2, there's no inters in LMP3 either, and it sounds like a change back again to slick tyres, which is the tyre choice of everybody at the start of this race, what, an hour and 10 minutes ago.
Rain clouds again on the horizon, so we might have more of this to come, so they're going to be taking the opportunity where they can to get this pace under the wheels of these cars.
A real shame for Euro International as well. They have a quick car, but their machine, their Ligier in LMP3 would not restart after its first pit stop, and it had a long time in the garage, over 15 minutes in the end. And that's the reason why it is stone last now and unlikely to change.
16:44, by the way. This is the contest for 6th place. It's a 21 United Autosports car pits in the hands of Daniel Schneider. That is Andy Merrick being off the track for the 28 car. The car had been running well up, but Paul Lafargue now down in 9th. Falls behind the Proton competition car, and Giorgio Roda has had a stellar start to his race.
Yeah, so Lafargue 9th, that's because Rodrigo Sales and Giorgio Roda are ahead of him in Pro-Am cars. That is what happened to the 28 car. A wayward slide, and amazingly he kept out of the tyre barrier, I reckon. The dive planes are still intact. That is just after turn 9 at Craig Jones and before the double right-hander at Portimão, but a close escape, and 28 will continue to charge on.
So into Europol's Rui Andrade finally gets back by Rodrigo Sales, who drops from 6th to 7th as a result. The top 6 all LMP2 class cars, then those 2 LMP2 Pro-Am cars before the number 28 we've just seen there in trouble briefly, but rejoining the circuit. Henrik Edman pits the number 81 Dragon Speed USA car, as does Cool Racing's Alexandra Kwani.
There in the background was the GMB Motorsport Aston Martin, and that has had an up and down race to this point.
Lawrence Herr is waiting for what appears to be an imminent pit stop for Paul Lafargue as well. So pit stop's underway for LMP2 Pro-Am runners.
And I did suggest close to 4 o'clock, maybe at, well, a couple of minutes before, which is exactly where we are at, would be about the right sort of time for cars to make their stop. Bearing in mind as well that if you started with a bronze, then they only have to do an hour. Everybody has to do a minimum of an hour. Just getting wind of more rain, though, in the pit lane, at the point where slick tyres are being
going
put
on
onto the 37 Cool Racing car. And do you pay attention to what's happening right now, or do you hope that your radar system is giving you the correct information about how things are going to be over the next 40 minutes or so? But there's definitely wet weather tyres ready elsewhere, including at Edex Sport number 28.
Yeah, also noticed, by the way, it was a nose change for the 81 car in the current stop for Henrik Edman. On pit lane comes the 28. Lawrence Herr is ready to go for this car. Windscreen wiper still playing for Paul Lafargue.
Juan Pablo Montoya takes over from Henrik Hedman in that stop for the number 81 Dragon Speed car that had started so well, but then Henrik had his moment down into the braking area at turn 5, and that's rather taken the 81 LMP2 Pro-Am car out of the mix.
Rain tyres ready though for the 28 car. So Lawrence Herr will climb aboard, and if tyres are going to go on, it will be rain tyres, not slicks by the look of things.
All of the areas that can be affected by tyre pickup there cleaned at speed to make sure that the nose of that car is as tidy as possible. Lots of shouting though going on here, something not quite going to plan. They needed to know the decision on the tyres, I think. That was the issue.
Oh, that was very close. That was a Racing Spirit Le Mans car there.
Horrible to watch that. Such close corners. But they needed a decision, I think, from the Pratt Perch as to which tyres to go with. And it is wets for wets. The final tyre front right now going on. And they're pushing it back because of the car that's just arrived last minute to give it the required turning circle. And there it is.
The rain is falling again. That didn't look the most polished of stops there from Edex Sports.
No. But it's a question of, you know, honestly, total indecision, 50-50. Is it wets? Is it slicks? But no inters. That might have been the best way to go. Should that have been a choice? But inters were taken out of the regulations a couple of seasons ago. There's contact there between 2 Pro-Am cars, and that was the 99 and the DKR car, was it not?
Yeah. It seems we have a piece of debris on track at T14-15.
That's taken. It
seems we have a debris on track T14-15.
That is the front. It's the dive plane's been ripped clean off the DKR car.
They are fighting for second and third for the in-lap of Giorgio Roda, number 99, and he's going to be taken out of this car.
You don't have rear left lights. Car 99, you don't have rear left lights.
So that's been torn away in the same incident, and the rear left bullet effectively is still there, but it's taken the skin of it away, and that's where the rain light is, which surely must be there.
And that's going to be the problem. He can see, Eduardo Freitas can see what's happening with the weather. That's a more serious problem than if we have clear blue skies. We don't. I think he'll be looking for them to replace the rear clip on that car. Whether or not they do it now, whether or not they've got that message in time, or whether or not that car is going to get the meatball flag, remains to be seen.
Well, that was a hint of Giorgio Roda wanting to pit, and Tom van Rompuy getting a good run on the car, and contact could not be avoided. In GTE,
that's
TF
the lead
Sport.
change. Lead change. 72 car goes by Martin Berry. So Arnaud Robin takes Martin Berry for the lead. Takeshi Kimura's right there, as is Duncan Cameron, as is Ben Tuck. So this is a 5-car battle for the lead in GTE in what can only be described as changeable conditions. Under investigation, unsurprisingly, that's Duncan Cameron up the inside of Takeshi Kimura, and Ben Tuck looking to go back to the inside of both of them. Can't quite do it there, but what drive has he got off the turn? He's made up one place. He's looking up the inside now of, or the outside rather, of Duncan Cameron. Doesn't get it stopped, hits the rear of the 55 car. So that was front to rear contact between the Aston Martin and the green and white Ferrari.
Ben Tuck's naturally going to be a little quicker than these bronzes around him. The bronzes that started the race have in the main been retained, but we mentioned John Hartshorn getting out and Ben Tuck taking over. He is the silver in the 95 Aston Martin. This was a good dive bomb move from Duncan Cameron. I didn't think he was going to get the 55 stopped, but it compromised him on the exit.
But watch Ben Tuck, who took the wide line and therefore got the better line out the corner, got the run then on Duncan Cameron, but actually with limited braking ability coming down the hill, then did tag the back of the 55 car, but mercifully it seems to no further dramas. But now goes around the outside of the 55 car, is now trying to get onto terms with the 66 car, and a good period here for the 55 TF Sport car up into third.
Yeah, so patience a virtue there for Ben Tuck. He knew he was faster, but he had to do it safely. Takeshi Kimura is very wide in the background there, and goes across the green painted asphalt, which will be very slippery indeed. Ben Tuck now thinking about a manoeuvre on Martin Berry. There's no way through at turn 1. He might be able to pick up the JMW Motorsport Ferrari though through turns 2 or 3 as we cut away briefly. Here comes the Aston Martin fully sideways, and Ben Tuck will barge his way up the inside, I think minus the contact so far. And yes, into second position, as long as he can swing across the nose of Berry's Ferrari, and he makes it stick.
So up into second place. It will be a drive-through penalty meanwhile for Tom van Rompuy for that contact. The 99 car coming to the right-hand side of the track to make the pit stop, and Martin Berry loses another place, and tearing up behind all of them is coming the number 50 car, looking to make up for lost time. A lapped car, Johnny Lawson, but looking to do what he can to unlap himself from these cars. On pit lane for the number 22 car, Phil Hansen dropping down the order as a result, but the number 3 car, Tom van Rompuy, will take that penalty as a result of the contact to the rear of the 99.
So we were expecting LMP2s to have to pit in and around 4 o'clock local, and the next two, Manuel Maldonado for Panis Racing, and as mentioned, Phil Hansen for United, and Phil will get out of the car at this juncture because he again has done a minimum of an hour. Marino Sato getting in.
Was indeed the violets and silver helmet of Rino Sato, 65 Panis Racing car, also on pit lane, Manuel Maldonado.
Likely to be a driver change there as well, I would have thought, in the 65, so it'll either be Tijmen van der Helm or Joop van Houten, one of two Dutchmen who are both gold.
Agreed, by the way, completely with the call on the 3 car. It's also almost front to rear contact there between Johnny Lawson and the RLR car. 99 car way over to the right-hand side of the circuit to make the pit lane, and it was just, I think, a bit of a miscalculation from Van Rompuy. Clearly didn't mean to hit him, but it was a little careless.
And of course it damages more so Roda's efforts and the 99 crew, because they may have to replace that rear clip at the next pit stop, because rain lights are essential, and on both sides of the car, both rear left and rear right.
On board with the championship leading Cool Racing car in LMP3, James Allen it is, who stalks out to the car, takes over from Kevin Simpson. Had a cracking start to his race, but much of his good work undone by safety cars.
So Alex Lynn's going to be left until the closing stages, as has often been the case this year. Ultimate to the high side, number 35. It's about to be overtaken, though, by Cool Racing. No, not on this occasion. So this is the fight for second and third. Eric Troyer versus Adrian Schiller. Schiller looking for a way by on the Frenchman, but at the moment, Ultimate are still in second place. Wagging the tail there, Adrian Schiller at the top of the hill at turn 13.
No lack of commitment being shown here. Great defence, good attack. 17 car will not want this to be anything other than safe. They need that finish to nail it here.
Yeah, and then the pressure will very much be off in the final race of the year, which takes place this Sunday, the same weekend, we'll remind you. Side by side between two Ferraris, and that was a tidy manoeuvre from the 50 car. Unfortunately, laps down now for Johnny Lawson. Oh, I've got to say, it's a clean manoeuvre. There might have been the hint of side-by-side action, though, on the exit of turn 5. And again, two Ferraris very close to one another. As trying to go around the outside is our race leader, René Binder, for Duquesne team. So he is in amongst the GTE battle. J&W Motorsports Ferrari number 66 ahead of the 57 of Takeshi Kimura. So it's Martin Berry 5th in GTE, Kimura is 6th. And by the way of the current pit stops, René Binder does lead by 2.2 seconds over Vlad Lomko.
He does indeed, just puts a lap on the Pro-Am Cool Racing car. Vlad Lomko is there in the melee with the also lap 28 car behind him. And the 28 car looking to unlap himself, does so around the outside of both Cool Racing cars.
Nip and tuck there, and the Cool Racing cars have come to blows already this year. Remember Motorland Aragon in the darkness, but they have steered clear of one another. There is Vlad Lomko in the 47, the 37 in the Pro-Am category, remember, and being driven now by Nicolas Lapierre.
That's Edex Sport trying to unlap himself. That's his Lawrence Herr on a mission here. And he's not that far behind the race leader to do that, you know.
There's René Binder. Now, don't confuse the United Autosports car ahead of René as being the 22 car. It's the United car from LMP2 Pro-Am, in fact, and Andy Merrick. An indication of quite how steep the exit from turn 8 is there. Don't often get that angle, but you really have to haul down into the lower gears to climb the hill through turn 8 and then into 9, sweeping through the left-hander. As I was about to say, the Duquesne team car had possibly a clear road in front, but definitely not. There were 3 cars well over to the right that suddenly came into vision for René Binder.
So the next thing he's got to worry about, apart from the traffic, is Lawrence Herr. Now, where is Herr? There are 2 GT cars, then it's Lawrence Herr. So he's about, what, 2.5, 3 seconds back on the road to unlap himself from the race leader after the issue earlier on for Paul Lafargue.
Here's a slightly damaged DKR car leading the category at minus dive planes. And the 3 car still has Tom van Rompuy at the wheel. Amazingly 3rd overall now.
Yeah. But has he served his drive-through? He's not, has he?
No.
So he's going to have to do that very soon.
Indeed.
Or there will be a further penalty coming. So that will drop him down the order. Jack Hawksworth right there with him. Hawksworth goes to the outside. We'll look to see what he can do to just keep Tom van Rompuy busy. But at some point, soon, the 3 is going to have to come to pit lane. It might be now.
So, working his way to...
He can't,
no,
because
he can't get in.
He can't because now he does it. He was lucky to do so.
Yes.
That could have gone very wrong.
It really could, and thankfully heads-up driving from Tom van Rompuy to know that he was about to be overtaken. far better to get out of the throttle. There was nobody behind him, so he could even afford to brake a little bit just to make sure he could dive into the pits behind the overtaking car.
It's a 10-second additional to the next pit stop for car 22. Car that previously ran second place, now in the hands of Marino Sato. That was a pit stop infringement some little time ago. This is the drive-through penalty being completed by Tom Van Rompuy for contact with the rear of Giorgio Roda, I think it was, wasn't it, aboard the 99 Proton competition car. So, confusing period of the race, we hope, Johnny, that's beginning to get back to a position where strategy can calm down a bit. We can read this race a little more easily with cars all over the place, on the track, off the track, in pit lane, coming out of pit lane when they shouldn't. Meantime, it is Duncan Cameron trying to fend off Johnny Lawson, who's trying to unlap himself in the 55 car.
There is a question as to how much further the Duquesne car can go, potentially, and the same goes for the Cool Racing car as well. Still only one pit stop to the name of those machines. Jack Hawksworth doing well to get up to third position now in the 20.
What we didn't see is Arnaud Robin losing the lead. So as he's dropped back, he was leading this race, wasn't he?
He was.
Dropped down to fourth because Ben Tuck now leads the race. Aston Martin replaces Aston Martin. TF Sport car replaces TF Sport car. So the bright red Aston of Ben Tuck pushing on now amongst a field that currently has, for the most part, the gentleman drives aboard it, but he's done very well to get cleanly through this group and pull away. That's what the job's going to be. There'll be time, I'm sure, to burn still from John Hartshorn. Or was there?
John needs to do 90 minutes as the bronze.
He hasn't done that, so John will need to get back in, and Johnny Adams still to come. Johnny Adam is, well, he'll want to win this race without a shadow of a doubt, but it'll be a weekend of emotion for Johnny Adam, as by prioritising this race, what he's seeding is an opportunity to take on the track the British GT Championship for what I think is the 957th time.
He's got a good record in that championship, no doubt about it, but yeah, a tough decision to make, but showing his commitment to the ELMS ahead of the domestic title that he potentially could have won. I can't see any big errors, by the way.
Change for second place on the way, or is it? Is it? No? Yes? No, it was. It isn't now.
I'm still trying to work out how Arnaud Robin lost the lead, but it's still not going to change here quite yet. But Arnaud Robin has had a few so-so laps, but he hasn't had a big spin anywhere.
No, I wonder whether or not he has had a bit of an off-track moment we didn't see, because he dropped back pretty dramatically. Meantime, here comes the 34 car. I'm sure they've got some stories to tell later, but that, by the way, was the fourth pit stop for Racing Team Turkey. Yeah. Charlie Eastwood aboard the car now.
So, extra 30 kilos for the 16 Porsche this weekend, but Ryan Hardwick happy that a bit more rain is levelling the playing field, if you like, and down the inside now will try to go the American on Duncan Cameron. Is there a way through there? He's on the wrong side of the road for the left-hander at turn 4, and he can't stay level with the green and white Ferrari on this occasion. Ben Tuck being the silver in amongst the bronze, I'm not surprised to see him work his way to the front. This is a much better opportunity for Ryan Hardwick, though, who got to the left-hand side of the circuit well before the braking zone for turn 5. There's an idea of quite how tiring the weekend has been up until this point. We've got 2 more days to go yet, but I suppose a chance to have a quick 40 winks before that particular car within the team is due back into pit road again. Cool Racing's number 17, leading the championship by a very decent margin, 46 points in their back pocket, and on course for a title with 1 race to spare. Cool Racing on course for a 3rd position at the moment. They could afford to drop a further 4 places and still won't win the title today. So they do have opportunity in hand, but Adrian Schiller, the 47-year-old from Montpellier, is wanting to go out with a win, or certainly seal the title with a win if they can manage it.
Absolutely. So interior pole competition lead the LMP3 states from Ultimate, then Cool Racing, Alexander Matchell, by the way, in the midst of that. That is that car recovering up the order. This is for position for the car that had the troubles at the start of the race. So Alexander Matchell, after being stone last, is now ahead of 3 other cars in his class.
So yeah, it's starting to go the right way now for Matchell after a real trying start, and well, a cracking result earlier today to take pole position and break that run of Sani Yoluc in the number 34 Racing Team Turkey car. But unfortunately, the good luck for number 19 didn't last very long into the race.
So at present, leading the LMP2 Pro-Am Stakes as we watch as the 30 car leading the race overall gets to grips with the Nielsen Racing LMP3. It is Algarve Pro Racing. In fact, the Algarve Pro Racing cars sit 3rd and 4th overall at the moment, 3rd in LMP2 and leading LMP2 Pro-Am, 25 from 20. Reddy Binder looking to do what he can do to edge away from Vlad Lomko in the number 47 Core Racing car that sits 2nd.
Plenty of discussion down at Kessel Racing, who run the car guy number 57 of Takeshi Kimura. Kimura again needing to complete 90 minutes. Now we've had an hour and a half in this race, so we are at a point, should some of these bronzes that have been in from the start wanted to get out, but of course it needs to fit relatively neatly into fuel windows as well. It's no good coming in with 90% of your fuel tank still full, because you're not going to benefit from a tiny bit of fuel to get you a bit further through the race. If it's half full or any less than that, probably worth getting the bronze driver out of the car. There's the race leader, Rene Binder. Still just the one stop done for this 30 car. Surely we can't be too far away now from it needing to stop once more for fuel.
Well, the Kessel pits, notably that was Scott Huthaker that was being spoken to by member of the team, but was not ready and suited up, so there's nothing imminent. We'd expect Scott to be next in, but wasn't ready, so there's no imminent pit stop for the Kessel Racing car. This is RLR and RLR action. Those two cars are indeed together on track. This is for 7th. James Dayson and Hurst Filpermeyer. It is Hurst Filpermeyer in the Filpermeyer coloured car, as the 55 car goes way, way wide. So Duncan Cameron still running 3rd, but that won't have helped his pace.
A lot of these GT cars that pitted, well, roughly half an hour into the race, because that's when the weather changed. We are now pretty much an hour on from those stops. They were all done at roughly 3:15 local time. It's now 4:17. But because of the couple of safety cars we had during that spell, they may be able to make it to, let's say, an hour and 10, maybe an hour and 15. So it might be 4:30 before we see those cars in and further driver changes taking place.
DKR Engineering down pit lane, but notably, by the way, Johnny, the lead 2 cars, Duquesne Team and Cool Racing, have only pitted once, and we've had an hour and a half so far. So that will obviously be extended because of the safety car, but they will need to be in pit lane pretty soon.
I would have thought so, and it's very difficult sometimes to call exactly how much fuel is in these cars.
Also, by the way, one pit stop are the 2nd and 3rd place cars in LMP2 Pro. Hang on, so we get that right. Yeah, 2nd and 3rd place LMP2 Pro-Am, Nielsen Racing, and the AF Corsa number 83.
Yeah, who are now set to outscore Racing Team Turkey as things stand and take the LMP2 Pro-Am Championship lead with just one race to go after this one.
So, again, to update you, remind you, the season will end not today, but on Sunday.
Indeed. And there's another point on offer for tomorrow for qualifying as well, which is an evening affair, due to start at just after 5 o'clock and go through to pretty much sunset. Now, are they going to change the nose on the DKR car? They absolutely are, and this is because of the damaged dive planes on the front right after Tom von Rompuy's rather clumsy manoeuvre with Giorgio Roda. He had to serve a drive-through penalty because of that as well, but it's a prime time to address the damage on the front right corner. So dive planes intact again. Haven't caught a glimpse lately of the number 99 Proton competition, LMP2, and
From
more
the rear,
pertinently from the rear, yeah.
Did they change that rear clip in that stop?
Or are they waiting till the next time? Because they may not have got the bodywork in readiness, of course. That is the incident we're talking about. Van Rompuy, in fairness, was desperately trying to steer further left, but it's a tricky process because you're going through a full commitment turn 15, and you don't want to end up 3 or 4 car widths over to the left because there's a danger you won't even make it through the corner. So he got as wide as he could, but couldn't avoid the contact. And now a similar situation from the start of the race with the 19 facing the wrong way. It's Alexander Matchel still at the wheel of this car. And he will rotate just about, but in front of some of the key players elsewhere in LMP2. They all split apart and do manage to avoid Alexander Matchel, who can rejoin.
Yeah, that was a nasty moment. Not a nice place to have that spin. Was there contact there, or did he spin by himself?
It's a United car, certainly in close company, but tricky to tell from that angle whether there'd been a touch or not.
Rennie Binder, by the way, is just driving away a little here from Vlad Lonko. It is 6.5 seconds the gap.
Along with the new nose on the number 3 car, by the way, there's also been a driver change with Sebastian Alvarez taking charge of car number 3 from Tom Van Rompuy, who's done his 60 minutes and quite a bit more. So Van Rompuy to Alvarez. What else have we had? Takeshi Kimura to Scott Huffaker in the number 57 Ferrari, but otherwise no further driver changes to tell you about. And still Rennie Binder is able to pound round. Surely he must be on fumes by this point. 46 laps done, over an hour and a half, and the 30 car, the 47 car, the 24 car still only made 1 pit stop when the weather changed after 28 minutes or so.
It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, particularly if we do get another caution period, because that could help them without a shadow of a doubt. James Allen, meanwhile, 39 seconds back from Vlad Lonko as we finally get the Duquesne team car to pit lane. But Vlad Lonko stays out and takes the lead in this race. James Allen, by the way, about 45 seconds back, catching them quickly. But of course, with a stop to come from Lonko, you would imagine well before we see James Allen down pit lane.
So, as predicted, a driver change at Duquesne. Lonko surely going to be in next time around. The 47 car pitted at the same time as the Duquesne car at the end of just around half an hour. So 30 laps ago was its previous pit stop. And a drive time, although of course that includes the pit stop, of 1 hour and 37 minutes for Vladislav Lonko. Wheel guns raring to be bursting into life at Duquesne, and it'll be new tyres all around, putting slick tyres on this car from the wets, and pretty weather-beaten wets, it's fair to say, because it's been quite dry now all around the racetrack. And that's another danger, is that the wets start to blister and start to cause vibration, might even start to rip the tyres apart. So no doubt Rennie Binder has been hunting around for the wetter areas of the track. Very sideways indeed for the WTM car, which is being driven by Torsten Kratz, and in a healthy position of 5th place. Remember that, along with one other car, have burned their 2 longer stops. It was the 8 car, was it not?
It was.
But then, of course, the 8 car, their luck flipped around because they were sent back into the race because of a green light, which should have been red. And that all had to be sorted out afterwards.
Well, with Torsten Kratz aboard the car now, the team are in the process of burning bronze time too, although in the hands of Torsten Kratz, that's not usually too much of a penalty. Down pit lane from Vlad Lonko for the 2nd time in this race after what is that, 1 hour and 39 minutes.
It's good going, and it's good fuel management, I think, as well, because Vlad Lonko may well have been on some fuel save running even this early on in the race. They could get a bit further, a full lap further than Rennie Binder's Duquesne car.
But here comes James Allen to take the lead of the race for the first time for this driver, not for this car. Given Simpson led the race until the pit stops, that put them a bit out of position, and with the number 47 and the 30 car both staying out, There was apparently potentially contact between Alexander Matchel and 31. That's the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. Thubert. This is Ben Tuck under pressure. Is it still Ryan Hardwick aboard that car? It is. So this is good going from Ryan Hardwick.
Yeah, 10 minutes more than is required of the bronze, but again, got to find the opportunity. Hardwick down the inside almost of Ben Tuck. And Ben, having rocketed through the field, is now potentially struggling a little bit with the speed of the 95 Aston Martin.
And it's drying. It's getting drier.
Well, yeah. So they're on wet weather tyres, aren't they? And I suppose it depends on how well they've cleaned them up, or rather how well they've maintained their quality through the course of the stints. And not as well as Ryan Hardwick would be the suggestion.
Well, here's the question. Is he on full wets?
I think he must have to be, because when the driver change was done, Hartshorn to Tuck, it was still very wet.
I meant Ryan.
Oh, Ryan Hardwick, okay.
I'd have guessed he was on full wets.
Yeah. Well, again, it's only made one stop. That was when the weather really changed.
Yes.
You wouldn't have been risking intermediates at that stage.
So maybe, it's quite possible it's overworked those wet tyres.
Yeah. Well, Ben Tuck scything his way through the order and trying to get himself a gap. I wonder whether that's bitten him out in the backside and slowed him down dramatically. It does appear that way.
And a dry line beginning to appear by the wet parts of this circuit. 2 seconds quicker last time around, Ryan Hardwick. And that's, you can see the rear grip going away on the Aston Martin as well there. Now, what was that moment? That was the Ducane team being passed by Timon van der Helm. Is that a problem for Nico Pino? Is this tyre related as well? So the previous race leader passed with ease by the Panis Racing car.
So again, the tyres, well, shouldn't really be an issue because the 30 cars just stopped and been given new tyres. So, and they're not short of slicks because of the sustained run in the wet weather. So Nico Pino, for whatever reason, not quite on the pace of Timon van der Helm. Is that tyre temperature still being built though?
But
because
again,
now around the outside,
wow.
Pino takes the place back
Got
again.
a bit tired.
Bizarre moment though.
We saw the Panis car. That was the car that we had a bit of the misunderstanding about tyres, wasn't it?
Panis, they were unsure as to which tyres to go on
but
to.
But put wets on.
Yes.
This was a bizarre couple of moments. Bit of a wiggle there. That allowed the Panis car to go by, or did it? Then up the inside, he's on the wet stuff there. Drier line for the Panis car goes through and pulls away, while the 30 car sorts out a bit of a moment. But then, order reversed as they came down through the final turn. It's a topsy-turvy race, isn't it? And tucked in behind this pair, by the way. Ollie Caldwell catching fast now. Another engaging battle. Meantime, Algarve Pro 1-2 in this race.
So Jean-Ludovic Foubert is judged to be at fault for the collision with Alexander Matchel. 31 car, which is the 31 car. Oh, he's in LMP3, of course, yes, Racing Spirit of Le Mans.
9th in P3.
Yeah, and it was the team name that I was trying to grab at and couldn't quite get there. Jean-Ludovic Foubert with contact with Alexander Matchel's LMP2, and that's why Matchel, for the second time this race, was facing the wrong way early on in the lap. It's been a good start, though, for the Gilles Duquesne team. Let's hear from one of their drivers.
Alongside me is René Binder, driver of the number 30 Duquesne. Congratulations. You had quite a lot of pace out there, even though it was very tricky conditions.
Yeah, it was quite tough conditions. In the beginning, the start was completely dry, then it started to rain. The start was quite good for me. Could overtake 2 cars, and then in the wet, the car felt great. We tried to stay out on track now as long as possible on the rain tire to finish the fuel. Now we will see how it plays. I think there's another rain coming, what I see outside, so I think it will be an interesting end of the race.
Very interesting. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
René Binder there with a sly smile. I think he's very, very happy with his position, his contribution to the race today, and the 30 car could be in a strong spot to take a good result here. They're not really in the championship hunt, but nevertheless they could be the fly in the ointment for those that are. We're getting this rare window of sunshine, but I fear that if we look in a certain direction skyward, then there might be the next weather band creeping in, so maybe the rain hasn't had its full say in today's race.
Yeah, it's an example of track condition. We've got the JMW car on pit lane. Latest lap round from the race leader James Allen, 1:48. Whilst it looks reasonably dry up there, that is 14 seconds slower than the fastest lap of the race so far. So far from perfect conditions. The 99 car on pit lane, that car does have lights on the left rear.
Good. So that's been solved very early on. Meanwhile, Ben Tuck, sorry, not Ben Tuck, that's the GMB car, but it's not that we need to be concerned about. It's a rotation for the inter-Europol competition.
The leader.
The 13 is the LMP3 leader. Also, it's raining again, says Steph Wentworth in pit road, and very heavily indeed. So all of a sudden, I did say that there was an ominous cloud in the distance, and you can see, if you squint there's an awful lot of rain pouring down. The 99 arrive on pit road, perfectly timed for this yet another change in the weather, and it's wet weather tyres all around for Proton Competition's prototype.
Yeah, what we're seeing here is they're not getting just a little bit of a dousing or a shower. It just tips it down and then goes away. This is about the third time we've had it in under 2 hours of this race. How do you call that? Ben Tuck, by the way, from the lead of the race in GT3, from second in GTE rather, on pit lane.
Well, I was about to say, because of that scenario, either full rain or full dry, it actually makes the decision a lot easier. There are no intermediates in 3 of the 4 categories, GTs being the exception, and you kind of want to have no doubt at all in which direction to go in next time around with your tyre choice. One of the Goodyear Eagles from the 95 Aston Martin is thumped down onto the ground, and it's a question of now picking your way through the spray and the mist, which is arriving straight from the Atlantic Ocean. We are, 25-minute drive from the beach in the south of Portugal here, but we're higher up as well. So this place, when the weather turns, doesn't half get battered by the wind, but it also means that the weather systems are being blown in at a high rate of knots, and the rain can arrive in a split second. Here's the 83 AF Corsa car. Now, they'll be very mindful of the fact that their championship rivals, Racing Team Turkey, are having a bit of a nightmare because of Sally Jolic's run off into the gravel at turn 8 early on in this race. There's the amount of wind here today. So really, AF Corsa don't want to be going full out to try and win this race. They just want to be scoring well today to provide a foundation for Sunday's race.
Ben Tuck walks away there. There'll be pleasure with some of that performance. Frustration, the tyres didn't hang on in there, I'm sure, for young Ben. Algarve Pro Racing lead. Rain tipping it down. For the moment, the drive-through penalty for Racing Spirit along by the way says stand by, so holding that, presumably, with other evidence coming in. And again, those blue skies go to a muddy grey in seconds.
Yeah.
What a remarkable series of weather events here.
A slightly jaunty angle for the Duquesne car to arrive into. This is the 30 car that, of course, pitted only 5 laps ago and saw Nico Pino take charge. He then really struggled to get the slick tyres up to temperature. Well, now have a go, young man, on the wet weather tyres, because they are being applied. The slicks not too worn at all, but are going to be useless in this latest change in the weather. Here's the 31 of Jean-Ludovic Foubert, judged to be at fault in his incident with Alexander Matchell around about here. And the 31 LMP3 car is being pursued by the race leader, James Allen, number 25. Having to just box clever and pick his way through the slower traffic.
Yeah, James Allen just had a little bit of a fumble there, but managed to gather it up very quickly. Makes it through the traffic. He's got 36 seconds over the United Autosports 22 of Marino Sato. This is one of those periods of the race where discretion, perhaps the better part of valour, and just make it through again. And another period of this race where the weather is playing a major part.
There's now double yellows in the latter portion of the lap. I'm intrigued by the message that says drive-through penalty, car 31 stand by as well. Is that being contested?
I think it's likely that there's been some other evidence brought before the court.
Interesting, yeah, okay. So they're maybe reflecting on their earlier decision.
Double yellows withdrawn as Phil Bamaya heads to the pits of the 15 car, side by side here. Two of the LMP2 cars, Panis Racing and Edex Sports. That is not for position. This is again
damage on the side of that car though as well.
This is Lawrence Hurt trying to do what he can to unlap himself for the remainder of this field.
That's a bit of the sill which is starting to peel away. Almost looks like an area of bodywork that's been taped up already and perhaps is working its way loose. 65 though, running in 4th position in the hands of Dutchman Tijmen van der Helm.
Lawrence Hurt is on slicks, isn't he?
Yes, possibly. So, I'm trying to remember who is on what tyres.
So I was just trying to work out what was going on there. I'm sure Lawrence Hurt came out on slicks. He has just put in a 2:21 to Tijmen van der Helm's 1:58.
Yeah. Yeah, when Laurence Hurt pitted, it wasn't raining, so why change to anything else? There's a spin for the number 17 Cool Racing car. And the championship leaders, remember, they only need a top 7 finish, but was that some contact that led to the spin? 17 to the outside line. No, curb and wet underneath, and it really didn't take long for the car to be hurtled sideways.
That was 2nd and 3rd place side by side. Don't. I'm not at this stage. Not that risk.
Yeah.
And so that will be, I'm sure, a bit of cursing in the helmet and thinking, why? Why did I do that at this point? So zero risk.
Fighting with Eric Trier in the Ultimate car. Miguel Cristobal leads the category in the number 13 into Europole competition, as we've spoken about.
And some of the psychology there is because the lead car, the 13 car, had the spin just a lap or so earlier, those two cars are very close to the leading car in the race. So they'll be pushing just that little bit harder. The gap is visual, and that's the kind of decision you make when you're under pressure.
True enough. Yeah, and they're in no real danger of giving up 3rd position at this stage because the WTM by Rinaldi car at Torsten Kratz is much further back, 25 seconds. But remember that the 12 car that Torsten drives has already completed its longer stops. You need to do 2 mandatory 110-second pit stops at some point during the race. And if you can burn those very swiftly indeed. In fact, in the opening 50 minutes, 2 cars managed to do that because of early safety cars, and that leaves you to tackle the rest of the race with some very quick stops indeed, turning the car around as quick as your pit crew can manage. James Allen leads after, well, we're 8 minutes away from the half distance marker, 55 laps completed. Leading margin is very nearly 37 seconds over Marino Sato in his United Autosports USA car. 2 United cars, in fact, in the top 3 now, with the Pro-Am machine right up there, now in the hands of Andy Merrick. Daniel Schneider having pretty sure done all of his drive time. Again, he needs to do 1 hour of competition, and the 2 stints that the Brazilian did saw him get out, yes, at 5 to 4, and we started at 2:45. So Daniel Schneider has indeed done all the time that he needs to do. This is the moment for 2nd and 3rd in LMP3, which, or is it? No, it's not, beg your pardon. This is the 35 car, now ahead of car 31, Jean-Ludovic Foubert. So 2 LMP3 cars getting very close to one another. Still the black cloud hovering above car 31 as to whether it needs to take this drive-through penalty or not. And that decision, I sense, is still very much being made. James Allen, though, on lap 56, with a cushion of pretty much 40-odd seconds. James, having taken his 2nd pole position of the year earlier today, now really getting into his groove. He had to deal with quite a bit of errant traffic, which was causing, well, a thorn in his side, really. That's a very quick off and rotation for the number 8 car from Team Virage. And in reaction, the 77 Porsche had to go deliberately wide around the outside of turn 13. So that was Nick Adcock with his eyes on stalks as he saw scenery whipping from left to right very swiftly indeed. here is the LMP3 former race leader into Europol competition. Careful not to cross the blend line. I don't think it did, although I took my eyes away from the screen briefly there. And now we get confirmation that the 31 Racing Spirit of Le Mans drive-through penalty is indeed cancelled, so that will not have to be served.
That might well have been some in-car footage, or perhaps a report from a trackside observer.
And that was in relation to the Alexander Maxwell swing, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm just trying to remember exactly why that was all going to happen, if indeed it needed to. But yes, the collision is effectively looked at, and it's going to be no further action. Or no. Okay, they've looked at it again, and it wasn't the 19, it was the 21. Well, do you know, at the time there was a United Autosports car at very close quarters, and I was slightly puzzled why 31 had been included into it. So 31 incorrectly identified. It was the 21 car that now runs in third position, bear in mind. Here it is now, heading into the pits in the hands of Andy Merrick.
And way down pit lane that comes, in the hands of Andy Merrick. And as that happens, something pops up on my screen, which we can celebrate with thanks to Stephen Kilby from the press room, right in there for Delhi Sports Car, and also thanks to the FIA, we can confirm, Johnny, that for 2026, the Formula in LMP2 will be powered by a Gibson 4.2 litre V8. This song, this music will continue until the 2031 season.
Wow. Okay. Now there's a drama for the 50 car. I'm still trying to contemplate all of that, but back to the matter in hand, because the Burgundy Ferrari of AF Corsa has overshot probably turn 5. Yes, it is turn 5 with the media centre in the background, and Johnny Lawson hits the brakes. He thought the right time, but the grip beneath his tyres rather disagree with that, and then he ended up in the gravel trap and off into the escape road.
Lucky to get away with that,
turn to the right, actually, to make sure he doesn't end up fully in the gravel, and that enabled either him to bang the car into reverse, which is not an easy process, or to do a 3-point turn and rejoin the racetrack. So a pretty dusty number 50 car for Formula Racing / AF Corsa, but at least he can continue on, and we do not need a full course yellow or a safety car. So it's LMP2 beyond 2026.
Correct.
With the same power plant as we've had.
With a version of that power plant. It will be a 4.2 litre, normally aspirated V8, based around the current engine. And that is going to be, I'm just going to confirm exactly what from 2026 for 5 seasons, starting with the 2026 season.
The decision not to go the turbocharged route, which is interesting, and presumably, well, we don't yet know whether there's going to be maybe a hybrid incorporated into that. I think it's possibly unlikely.
Well, my guess would be there's an awful lot here about full life carbon neutral. So it is not just about the engine, not just about what it does, it's about what you do with the process to build them and to service them, and the logistics of it. That's the other key part, and I'm sure they'll be dancing in the streets of Repton, Derbyshire tonight.
The other thing is all of the engines that are incorporated into the LMP2s, they're never owned by the teams. They're always Gibson's property and sort of handed back at the end of the year, aren't they? But that also means that the maintenance and the aftercare on site is always provided by Gibson as well. So if you've got a problem, they will be straight on hand to sort it out. And clearly, the relationship with this championship is as strong as ever.
Absolutely.
A lengthy contract like that being signed.
It's been a massive servant to the sport, that contract, that engine. Something dragging underneath one of those Ferraris.
So that was was it the 66 or the 57?
It was both.
Both of them, okay.
There was, I think the 66 had something just around the area of the rear diffuser.
Keep an eye out for that next time they appear on our screen. There's the number 7 Nielsen car in the hands now of Ryan Harper-Ellam, who was out on qualifying duty earlier today. Jean-Ludovic Foubert in the 31 Racing Spirit of Le Mans P3 car is in 6th place. But it's Eric Trurier now leading the category for Ultimate, and by 8 and a bit seconds over Cool Racing's Adrian Schiller. Now remember, Ultimate they haven't burned both of their longer stops, so we'll need to stop later on in the race for a minimum of 110 seconds. That's not, by the way, stationary for 1 minute and 50 in the pit box. It is time from the loop at pit in to the loop at pit out, so you need to have done all your calculations correctly as to how long it takes the car to enter the pits and get to the garage, and likewise head away from your pit stall outside the garage to pit lane exit. And there's always a gamble as to how close you run things. What you do not want to see after an LMP3 pit stop is a time that reads 1 minute and 49 seconds, because that means they've just missed it and will have to come in to serve the extra time, however much or little that is. Here's the competition between EDEC Sport and Inter Europol competition. So Laurence Roux in the mid-blue, the royal blue car with the Delage backing, and then the yellow and green of Inter Europol competition for Ollie Caldwell, fighting over 6th and 7th, but that is 6th and 7th in LMP2. They're actually 12th and 13th overall because there are 2 LMP3 cars ahead of them. That's the nature of this race so far, folks, with the various interventions we've had.
And of course, the fuel cycle of the LMP3s will be also extended. We're into the 3rd hour and past the halfway mark now. But how far will the LMP3 go on fuel at this stage? So it could be some little while. As we said that, by the way, the Cool Racing car answered that question by pitting. So the Ultimate car leads the race now into the top 10, with Cool Racing just dropping back down the order in this period of the race. Just keeping an eye on what's going on with that number 12 car. 3rd place, having burned, in fact just moves to 2nd now, having burned both of the long pit stops.
Yeah.
That car is looking very good for a very strong result.
So as that car came in, Adrian Schiller for Cool Racing, the championship leaders, I reckon that was pretty much a 90-minute stint.
Yeah.
Because of the various safety cars we've had, basically, and that's brought back loads of fuel consumption. It's not unusual for an LMP3 to be able to do 60, maybe 65 minutes, but to squeeze an extra 25 out of it, as now these two are going to go door handle to door handle, and up the inside will go Ollie Caldwell of the number 28 car, but can't quite make that stick coming out of turn 11. So
Ollie Caldwell in a battle for recovery here for the EDEC Sport squad. Into Europol 2, way up there at the start of this race. It didn't go their way. The other thing about the timing of that pit stop, Johnny, is it puts the 17 back into its fuel window. So we're at the top of the hour again, and they're right where they need to be with, what is that? It's going to be one further fuel stop for the end of this race.
Yeah. Also getting word from the from Aston Martin representative, if you like, to remind me that we have had a Rabat change in the 72. So when was that pit stop? Arnold definitely started the car, and we now have Maxime at the wheel of that. So let me just find out when that pit stop took place. But yes, quite rightly so, the 72, and that was 7 laps ago. Well, who did that stint? So roughly 4:30. We had a very short stint of 2 laps for Maxime Robin. That's probably when they were trying to sort out precisely which tyres to be on.
Yep.
And then Maxime continues on, of course, because Arnold, as the bronze in the 72, has done his required 90 minutes.
And had a great start to this race, Arnold Robin. W10 by Rinaldi, by the way, take the lead of this race in LMP3 as the 35 Ultimate car pits. Hour and 56 minutes to go. That will be the penultimate stop required for that car on fuel. Either side of the 93 go this battling LMP2s, and they do the same to the 77 as well, which sits 2nd in the order in GTE, in the hands of Christian Reed. It's 2 of the Proton cars together on track, but not in the order. With the 93 car having struggled early in the race, that is down in 6th place at the moment, a lap down on the race leader.
Yellow's back out again, I notice, at turn 5. Let's hope that's not going to cause too much of a problem. that's the reason for it. In fact, the 31 car briefly off the road, but we can get to the pit lane whilst that's dealt with. Here's Steph Wentworth. Let's see who she's caught up with.
While you guys were watching that change for the lead in the LMP3, Miguel Cristobal of the number 13 Inter Europol pitted from the lead of LMP3 just moments ago. Miguel, that was quite a long stint from you. You are the home hero, 2 hours in the race car almost.
Yeah, we start from P7, so it was very difficult in the beginning. Then start to rain and I start to push very hard, and the safety cars, but I was with a very strong pace. I like this track, it's my home track, so it's very good to be in front of Portuguese fans in first position.
Yes, and it seems like you had quite a lot of pace going on. You were manageable. You were managing the changing conditions very well.
Yes, I managed the tires, and then I start to push as much as possible, but always going to the wet lines. So I try always different lines, and the track conditions are changing all the time. So I was adapting, surviving, and be fast.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, thank you.
And whilst you're listening to that interview, there's been an absolute monster crash for Jonas Reed in the Proton Competition 99, wiping at least 3 corners off that car, and Proton almost preparing spares, but I think it's in vain. Let's hope Jonas is okay. It kind of happened out of frame in the replay we've just seen, but it's at the top of the hill at Portimão. Surely this is going to be a safety car. There's also the incident at turn 5 with the stranded 31 that's being dealt with, but a most unusual place to lose the car. Is that an outlap for the 99? It's now been replaced by the letter S to tell us it's stopped on the road. I can probably find out through other means, but is it low tyre temperature again on wet weather tyres, Graham?
Looked at him all by himself and whether or not he's got himself onto the curbs. Actually, all corners are on that car. It's bodywork for the most part, at least what we can see. Where the door is open of the car, Jonas is still aboard.
And it wasn't an outlap. He's well, he did a single lap, presumably as, again, they were in the middle of which tyres to go to for the next 40-odd minutes. And he's about 7 laps into this current stint, Jonas.
The 31 still stationary, now finally gets going.
So this is how the 31 ended up where it did, on the inside of turn 5.
I think he just run out of puff, whatever it was there, but the Jonas Reed incident happened later in the lap, and after this happened, maybe just lost it on the curbs, and he walks away. He's fine.
That's good.
That's very good, because that was clearly an impact of some violence.
And it's and probably a little winded as well. Adrenaline will be pumping hard, so he no doubt will go to the medical centre to make sure that he's checked fully. But a moment, I'm guessing, through turn 9 where the back end stepped away, and then it continued into turn 10, but it did appear to be all on his own in the 99 car, but very tricky to tell because the camera at the time was concentrating on a really close fight just ahead of where Jonas left the road. We haven't gone safety car just yet, by the way.
No, we haven't. That might be because there's very little debris actually on the track itself. The car is quite close to a point where it can be recovered. There is no exposure at the moment to any track workers, any intervention workers. They'll be just working the angles to find out what can be done and what needs to be done. So 3 bits of debris on the runoff, 1 bit of debris on the track itself, most of the rest of an Orica plastered all over the wall.
It's a very unusual place to go off, so percentage-wise, unlikely for another car to find its way to that scene. And of course, double waved yellows right now, so no overtaking. You have to be mindful of what's going on there, and as soon as everyone has passed it,
closed, safety car deployed.
Oh, it is a safety car.
Closed, safety car deployed.
I was just about to say,
Leader, please slow down. We are under safety car.
If everybody knows the stranded Jonas Reed car is there, then they know to be very cautious through 9 and 10. The other problem, though, is that it's a blind corner, and you're going to arrive on the scene at turn 10 knowing very little about the recovery, which can now take place in a moment or two. It's been quite the race so far. Let's have a check up on the highlights after just over 2 hours done. And in brilliant sunshine at 2:45 this afternoon. Round 5, or if you prefer the delayed round 2 of the European Le Mans Series, got underway. This was the 4 hours, is the 4 hours of Algarve, one of 2 ELMS races this weekend. Big lock-up from Manuel Maldonado as he tried to overtake the few cars ahead of him. In the end, he would actually lose spots. Then Paul Lafargue in the Delage-backed EDEC Sport car, fighting hard with starting driver in the 30, René Binder. Also here a glimpse of Arnold Robin, who at the time was leading the GTE category from Christian Reed. Side by side again between Binder, threading the eye of the needle, and Paul Lafargue, and also cracking fighting between Takeshi Kimura in the bright yellow car guy Ferrari and the sky blue Proton competition entry of Ryan Hardwick with the Wright Motorsports colours. Then the heavens opened. This was just shy of half an hour of a 4-hour race. And bringing our first safety car out was this moment for Sally Jolic, skating off the road at turn 8 and crucially dropping those rear tyres into the gravel. It meant that the Turkish driver could go no further without outside assistance, and that's what brought out the safety car. Vlad Lonko diving up the inside of Manuel Maldonado was a tidy overtake to promote Vladislav 1 position in car number 47. Then a very dusty-looking Sally Jolic's car number 34 would see a driver change, and Charlie Eastwood taking charge of the current championship leaders in LMP2 Pro-Am. How about this for a leading 5, a quintet in front of the GTEs, with the Aston Martin of Arnold Robin joined by a couple of Ferraris, and also on the tail end Ben Tuck in the Aston Martin. A chance for 1 or 2 to have a snooze before the next bout of pit stops. Here's the 30 car now at this time being driven by Nico Pino, but he would require a couple of stops separated by only 5 laps because they made a call on tyres and then the weather changed again and they would have to revert on their decision. The 25 Algarve Pro Racing crew at their home event. This was a strange moment after Ben Tuck was dominant in his silver stint in GTE. He was then caught again by the bronze of Ryan Hardwick, and we wonder whether Ben just overcooked perhaps the wet weather tyres and didn't have sufficient grip compared to the Porsche driver number 16. Again, windscreen wipers were on, sometimes they've been off, and then back on again. So tricky to know which way we were going to go again, as we have been dealing with Storm Barbette all week and now into the race weekend. But the 25 car of James Allen, neatly placed at the head of LMP2. Pro-Am is led by AF Corsa 83. LMP3 has the 13 car in front, and GTE Proton competition. Speaking of Proton competition, their number 99 prototype now having to be hoisted over the barrier at turn 10 to a safe location as Ryan Hardwick looks on. And the tyre wall is going to have to be repaired as well, because it can't necessarily be left in that state of disrepair. 63 laps completed though, Graham, and this is the order.
That is indeed. 25 Algarve Pro Racing in and out of the pits during all that drama and retains the lead, but by reduced margin. United Autosports clawed that back, of course, under the safety car to 4 seconds. Marino Sato aboard that car. Timo van der Helm heads third. 83 AF Corsa now leads LMP2 Pro-Am for the 24 Nielsen racing car. Ben Barnicoat aboard the 83. Ben Hanley aboard the 23rd in the class in the 21 United Autosports car. Into Europol's 13, Ligier leads the way in LMP3 from the number 7 Nielsen racing car and the 35 Ultimate car. Kai Aski, Ryan Harper-Ellum, Jean-Baptiste Lehay are the 1, 2, 3, with WTM by Rinaldi Racing sitting 4th, but under investigation for speeding in pit lane. GTE, meanwhile, in his Proton competition with a great run from the sky blue car. Zach Robichon now aboard the car after Ryan Hardwick took the car back to the lead, ahead of Matt Griffin, the 55 Spooner race car, and the 77 Proton competition Porsche Gianmarco Lavorato. And those second and third place cars, the leader and the second place car in terms of winning performances in GTE in ELMS history. This is the penultimate race in that long storybook.
Rather dog-eared 34 car showing evidence of its run into the gravel in the mist and the heavy rain. So that car, which has been in various states of disrepair this year, just think about Louis Delatraz at Le Castellet, round 2 of the ELMS, where he chewed through one of his front tyres, and heaven knows how he managed to get to the finish, not quite winning the race, but nevertheless winning his category. Something like 7 laps with virtually the sidewall falling apart. But that car is still, well, is no longer stone last, because of course the 99 now out of the race. So the one benefactor to that is the 34 car, who creeps up to 9th position and with a chance of scoring 2 points now rather than just 1.
Absolutely.
In LMP2 Pro Am.
Keep an eye as well on the number 17 Cool Racing car, now down to 7th place in the order in LMP3. This is the championship leading car, but there's been something going on, as I think probably as we went into safety car, the 13 car, the leading car, to give the position back to car 17. So that would have been that car going down by a lap. That's going to be crucial behind the safety car, of course.
True, yes. Yes, because everybody's bunched up. No longer is it going to be as easy as it might have been in the race prior to this. So that will have to be at least recognised and then obeyed in the relatively medium or short-term future.
Well, the key is there's a pass around, and that's about to happen.
Yeah, and that too.
So the 17 car, that could be a defining moment in the championship run for them.
True, yeah. And how is that all going to be sorted out?
And all of a sudden the sun's back out.
Of course it is. That's because we have just had the last 5 minutes affected by rain, and now officially we should have 5 minutes of sunshine. That seems to be how it's worked for the whole of the week. Very trying situation for all of the teams to know precisely what to do next. There's an awful lot of luck involved in sport in general, held in the outdoors. Some sport, of course, just says it's raining, we'll stop now, but motor racing never done that. Well, certainly this side of the Atlantic. And then a question of, well, you're in the lap of the gods to a certain extent, and the weather apps, which continue to improve through the years, I suppose, but you're always going to get contrasting information. It doesn't normally sit with some of the other stuff you've got coming through on the pit wall. There are some of the cars being sent now on the pass around.
It's only, I think, LMP3 that requires a pass around here. There is our overall leader, there is our LMP2 Pro-Am leader, and there is the 16 GT3 car, I keep saying GT3, it's been so much part of the news, GTE car. So it is just a small group, 3 cars in LMP3 that will be on a pass around. So that's already happened. They'll be just herring off ahead of the safety car train to try to get around and rejoin that train. That includes our championship leading 17 car.
Indeed. So this is pivotal for car 17, particularly as at the moment they are just doing enough in terms of point scoring for today's race. They still got Sunday's race to fall back on, should they need it, to take the title. But I did say earlier on in the weekend, during qualifying today actually, that Portimão has a habit of throwing up the most unusual results. We do the maths and we think, okay, well, that's an unlikely scenario, but it could happen. And then you get to the Algarve International Circuit, and lo and behold, that thing happens. So at the moment, having been very decently placed, the 17 car, almost always in the top 3. Alex Garcia now doing the driving, the Mexican, in 7th position. There's a pass around taking place, but there's also the situation where the 17 has to give back places. Yeah,
the key is, where is the 17 going to finish, and also where does the 13 finish? And for that matter,
true,
the 31, isn't it, is the 3rd place car, and rather unfortunately, the number 11 car, which is back out on track, by the way, after that long stop, but is way down the order and has to, at this position, be considered to be out of the running.
Yes, of course. My top 7 scenario is based on Inter-Europol winning the race in the number 13, and therefore jumping to 70 points from their current score of 45. They are leading the race. Kai Aski is there under this safety car and leading LMP3. However, if they finish 2nd, all of a sudden they drop 7 points, and the whole calculation system needs to change again.
Correct.
And in fact, well, I'll just do a quick bit of
while you're
maths.
working that bit out, I can tell you that when we came into this race, mathematically, the top 5 cars could still do it.
Indeed.
That would require a huge amount of misfortune for cars ahead. That includes all the way down to 5th, which at the moment is the 12 W10 by Rinaldi car, but they would have required perfect scores everywhere, and for more or less everybody ahead of them not to score much more than a tiny handful of points.
Yeah. If Inter Europol don't win the race, they will only score 18 points today, and therefore can only get to 89 at the end of the weekend. And Cool Racing already have more than 89, so they ain't going to do it.
So 13 has to win.
Has to win to still be in contention for Sunday. Racing Spirit of Le Mans, well, there is a scenario, of course, where they could, I was about to say they could win the race, but they've had a nightmare to this point, so that's very unlikely, isn't it? Antoine Ducat currently 10th after being stopped for so long on the inside of the hairpin.
Tyre banding almost completely back in place, by the way, at the instant site for Jonas Reed. Eliminated the 99 from this. And by the way, this further safety car intervention falling into the hands of the 12 car, because that gap that they need to be small to take advantage of their having burned their long pit stops is down to next to nothing again.
Yeah, so when you're getting your long stops out of the way, the danger is perhaps you do them a little too early, and then everyone else is given a foot up because of the safety car and brought back onto level pegging, even though you feel like you're in a better position. They certainly were it to have stayed green, but probably with the forecast and the nature of this track anyway, probability of safety cars was always fairly high before we even got going today.
The Breton flag being shown, short for Francois Perraudot, and the Michelin Le Mans Cup, of course, with Jean-Charles Samani, his brother-in-law. Pit entry is now open.
So another 3 laps being completed behind our 3rd safety car of the event so far. So the first safety car, which was brought out by Sally Jolich's spin into the gravel trap at turn 8, that was pretty much 20 minutes. And not long after that, we had a 12.5-minute safety car. There's been quite a long run of green flag running, though, since then.
Indeed.
Roughly speaking, maybe about 45 minutes, and then this is the 3rd safety car, which obviously is still running, and we'll try and get you a time on that in a moment or two. But with the pit lane being open, 2 United Autosports cars, there are only 2 in the championship now, even though they started with 3 at the start of the year, and they are both pitting together.
Yep, they're in, as is the 43 Inter Europol LMP2 car. 37 Cool Racing car for Nico Lapierre is in. Ultimate are in from LMP3, and from the GTE class, the 44 and 66 GMB Motorsports, Aston Martin, JMW Motorsports, Ferrari Racing Team Turkey are in for what will be their 6th stop of this race.
And again, blue sky, a rainbow in fact, that you can see above turn 4.
Not for the first time today.
No, indeed. You noticed one on the drive in as well, after plenty of rainfall early this morning. So yeah, an almost constant rainbow. Quite where the pot of gold is yet, well, we might have to wait till the podium to discover that. Many teams will be feeling that something has been against them for the last 2 hours and 23 minutes, and maybe even stretching back to qualifying this morning, which went very well for some, but not so well for the majority. Now over the rise, the lights are still on the safety car, Mercedes pace car, if you like, and James Allen is leading by 8 seconds, but under safety car conditions, and that is no doubt down to traffic in between the 2 leading cars. Nico Pino for Duquesne team running 2nd on the road. Ollie Jarvis now installed into car 22, which is interesting because I didn't think Marino Sato had been at the wheel for an hour yet. Surely that's not been 60 minutes, although we've been having a lot of fun and time does rather fly. That is the case.
I wouldn't be surprised, you know.
Okay. Well, we had a double from Phil Hansen, and then Marino Sato took over just after 4 o'clock. That is an hour.
Yeah.
It's an hour and 3 minutes, so bang on the money.
Going back to green flag racing.
And Jarvis will have to feed in as best he can, but here are the race leaders then, and it is James Allen under quite a bit of pressure, but from the AF Corsa number 83 car. Is that Rivero at the wheel?
That
just
is
has a sense
Barnica, I think.
Oh, is it Barnica?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
3 wide.
3 abreast. But these two cars are not going to worry the leader, and it might be more sensible for James Allen to just let them free.
That's unlapping themselves from the race leader. This is Ben Barnicoats and Ben Hanley, so double Ben. And that is the battle for LMP2 Pro-Am, going by James Allen, who just lets that happen, finds his space, will get back onto his pace. It's a drive-through penalty for car 12 for speeding in pit lane. So that will be a bit of a thorn in the side of the W10 by Rinaldi team that runs third now in LMP3. 3 wide, coming through with, in fact, the 95 car dropping back behind the 60 and the 72. Been rather eaten up there. Is that John Hartshorn having got back in the car? I suspect it might be. Trying to pick that car out of the order.
Yeah, me too.
It's indeed John. It's gone back in.
So Maxime Robin in the 72, John Hartshorn in the 95. They're running 5th and 6th in GTE. That category led by Canadian driver Zach Robichon from Matt Griffin now in the Spirit of Race 55 Ferrari.
Cars 3 and 7 will have 10 seconds added to their next pit stops for pit stop infringements. That is DCAR Engineering. 7 is the second place car in LMP3, Nielsen Racing.
I'm sure I just heard a quick burst of Steph Wentworth saying it's raining again.
It looks like it is. It looks like it's heavy again.
Oh no. Okay, so another twist, another turn in this race as things just start to get a little bit settled. The local weather bites once more. That's the 21 United Autosports car off the road at turn 5 and has to feed back in sensibly, wanting to make the rejoin as safe as possible. Does just about that. Rodrigo Sales realising he's being filmed, but his face was an absolute picture before the camera cut to him. Because he's so engrossed and involved, of course, in the LMP2 Pro-Am fight. One of the cars in that fight is the car that he was driving earlier on. It's Nelson Piquet Jr. who misjudged the braking point at turn 5.
So they came out 14 seconds quicker than the sister 22 car in the LMP2 class and lost all of that with that spin from Piquet.
Yeah, very, very costly, these errors. That was almost a big shunt involving 3 LMP2s as they were starting to be in chevron formation. I think dive planes were just about retained the 65 to the high line of one of the 2 cool racing cars. It's the 47 of Richard de Gueras, and Richard getting by the 65 for 3rd place in LMP2.
The place is here. It's all over the place, isn't it? It really is. It keeps throwing challenges at these teams. They're trying to suck them up as best they possibly can. Tyre choice, traffic, track surface, the lot of it. Here comes Panis Racing through on the 50 Formula Racing car, trying to keep tabs with the Cool Racing car ahead, but dropping back a little with the traffic involved. Just approaching, Johnny, 90 minutes to go in this race.
And 90 minutes important for bronze drivers at the start of the race. There's not really a junction that needs to be hit, though, in terms of back timing your event to the checkered flag. LMP2 drivers, as mentioned, having to do an hour. The LMP3 drive times are slightly more complicated. It really depends on your driver makeup. But for the bronzes, if there's 2 silvers in with you, the bronze, then it's an hour and 45 minutes as the minimum. But most of that has now been burned early on in the piece, and the silvers can do any time that they want, really, with no maximum or minimum. 55 in the 77, so that's Matt Griffin and Gianmarco Liverato, and Liverato with a better run through turn 15 to draw level with the Irishman and snatch 2nd place if he can brake a little later than the Ferrari, which he can do now. The Ferrari is on the wrong tyres again, because it just doesn't seem to have the speed compared to the Proton Porsche.
Good move, clean move from Liverato. He's beginning to pull away as the right car comes running down pit lane, delayed early in the race. Manuel Espirito Santo, pole position setter. 19 minutes to go. Such a tough one to call this. James Allen leads the race for Algarve Pro Racing in the 25 car. Championship leader Nico Pinho for the Duquesne team, number 30 car that's pogoed up and down this leaderboard for the last hour or so. Cool Racing with Reshad Dejeris is the man on the move. He's 7 seconds back, pulling away from Timon van der Helm in the Panis Racing team car. Oliver Jarvis, I think he's actually not long out the pits, is he? He's still trying to get heat into the tyres, which is going to be tougher still in these conditions.
Yeah, only 3 laps in, and ambient temperature is, I mean, it's reasonably pleasant when the rain stops, but it's certainly not red hot like we had at Motorland Aragon. 2 Ferraris running side by side a couple of seconds ago. The 66 on the left of your picture being driven by John Lancaster and fighting with Crichton Lentudis. So did he get out of the car and back in again, the Greek?
So
Must have done.
Crichton, obviously the bronze driver, John, a gold ranked driver and a previous overall champion in the European Le Mans Series in LMP2 back in the open top days with Greaves Motorsport. Hotly contested championship it was that year, with an infamously tetchy press conference that involved John with Harry Tincknell and Tristan Gomondi. It's out there on YouTube if you want to watch that after a feisty display at Silverstone.
It was a stellar battle, and I remember some scrapping around the newer section at Silverstone into the loop, etc. Full commitment racing, as we often see in this championship, regardless of the era. Now getting word that the team manager of the United car, number 21, has to go to race control for a discussion. That never normally ends too well.
I wonder if that could have been about the rejoin at the hairpin. Wasn't in the driver's briefing, but there's usually places where you can expect there might be an issue. There might well be a race director instruction about what you do to rejoin. That is my theory.
It was rather hurried by Nelson Piquet Jr. and he fed back in after the hairpin.
Turned around and faced the direction of traffic as well.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Although when you've got a gravel trap immediately to your left, I'm not sure what else you can do, but you have to make sure there's a gap rather than just hoping for the best. Still smiles for Sam Cox.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to speak too early in her mind and realises that 90 minutes still to go, but they've got a very competent driver behind the wheel, James Allen, who's done the business for qualifying on the 2 previous occasions here and last time out at Spa. And Alex Lynn, their secret weapon, still to come.
Nico Pinho has caught James Allen here. So James Allen's pace, not what it was. That must be tyres. Pinho all over him. And is 2 seconds a lap quicker.
But interestingly, Pinho pitted less recently than James Allen. James was in 10 laps ago, and Pinho 20 laps ago. Now, whether James was given new tyres or whether that was just a fuel stop.
139, he should be on new tyres.
Newer tyres. So they're only 10 laps old, and the one thing we're not short of now is slick tyre mileage, because of the amount of rain we've had and wet weather tyres unlimited, so you can keep hurling groove tyres at these cars. 3 sets, so 12 individual slick tyres otherwise for LMP2.
I think he's through. He is.
Gone very wide, James Allen there.
Is he on wet? Is he on wet? Is he on wet tyres?
What was the weather doing? Well, we were under caution when that car made its last stop, the 1 minute and 39. I'd be very surprised.
66 car moving on up. 4th place now for the old lady. The car that's raced at Le Mans more than any other car in history. This number 66 car, 7 appearances, and has done every single European Le Mans Series race since 2017 at Le Mans, post-Le Mans rather. Switched cars mid-season from the venerable 458, which won on its final race. Jim McWhirter and squad. I know Jim and family are here to watch this weekend for the end of this GTE era. John Lancaster looking to close this, but with glory, up to third, by the way, not fourth. He's gone by Matt Griffin as well.
So that was Alan going wide, just not able to get the turn in at turn 13, and that's why Graham was posing the question, is the 25 on wet tyres? I cannot imagine him being able to get the lap times.
10 laps, and it can't be tyres if it's slick. It can't.
No, I agree. But is he fighting a slow puncture of some description? But they don't want to pit the car quite yet. Also hearing about a retirement for the number 8 Team Virage LMP3 car. Rain still falling in the pit lane, unless that's from the roof, of course.
I think quite possibly it would
maybe
be.
It was confusing me.
So Nico Pinho pulling away, but not rapidly. James Allen consistently 148s. Nico Pinho consistently 146s. To compare that, Ollie Jarvis 143 on new tyres.
But, well, if he was close to the natural end of a stint, James Allen, which is north of about 20 laps, then I could understand them, you know, just living with this drop-off in pace. Alex Lynn is ready. He's got the helmet on, he's got the HANS device in place and raring to take over.
The other option is that they just had another delay on a stop and didn't change tyres. But there was another reason why that stop was delayed.
Yeah.
Lynn is ready to go. Rich vein of form for the Englishman.
It's not drive time because James is now over the hour. Side by side between the 43 into Europol and the 12, and that was contact initially. That then forced the 12 into the United car on its inside. So pinball stuff down at turn 5 there, and another place change.
That's
DKR.
That's not for position,
no,
though.
but
that is the DKR car unlapping itself from the second place car in the race. So that is Sebastian Alvarez. So not a lot of pace in that 25 car right now.
It really isn't. Surely tyres.
I'm sure we'll hear from James as he gets out the car.
Yeah.
And there will be one of those explanations that makes us go, of course it was.
Well, I hope they haven't got some perhaps mechanical problem creeping in. Tyres is always the easy explanation, but he should be on younger tyres than Nico Pinho, unless, as you say, they didn't actually switch tyres during the last pit stop and they had something else that delayed it. Lots of wheel spin there for the Dragon Speed car because there's no grip in the working lane, particularly after the amount of rainfall we have had, although it's again steadily drying up. Here's United versus Inter Europol competition. The 22 of Ollie Jarvis fighting with the 43 of Ollie Caldwell. They're on different laps. Caldwell a lap behind his fellow Brit.
Yeah. Ollie Jarvis 141 last time around. Ollie Caldwell, where is he in the order? A 142, so closely matched at the moment.
Allen's in, James Allen is in, and we get to find out now which tyres he was on. Maybe they were wet weather tyres. It looks like I could see a groove there into the hole above the wheel arch. And conversations being had. Well, James is surely going to be taken out and has been. So that's Alex Lynn being strapped in. And they are wet weather tyres. Good shout, Graham. So that's precisely why there was a drop-off in the speed. I did wonder what the weather was doing when the car came in for its stop, but we were under safety car, and it was when the pit lane had opened after those 3 laps had been done.
And the key here is that he was trying to get the car to the point where it's in the fuel window.
Yeah, because if it stays green from this point, that's 2 LMP2 stints. So one more stop after this for Alex Lynn, because it's a 40-minute stint roughly for LMP2. We've got an hour and 21 minutes still to go. And as that car squirms and slides its way back onto the racetrack, it should have a load more speed now, as slick tyres were bolted to it, although they are cold slicks, of course, and it's very easy at this stage for Alex Lynn, in an effort to try and get back into the reckoning, to run the car off the road. But then again, he doesn't really make mistakes like that, so what on earth am I saying?
10 seconds added to the next pit stop for car 21. It was nothing to do with the rejoin, it was overtaking onto the safety car. It's on pit lane as well. We've got the second Algarve Pro car, Fred Pordad from Pro-Am. That will be the end of his drive time. All sorts going on here.
And Fred Pourdat to hand over to Tristan Vautier. We've had Hawksworth in the car before, so the Frenchman, I reckon, will be now tasked with bringing that car to the finish. Ollie Caldwell and Malte Jakobsen together on track for 8th and 9th overall. They are in different subcategories within LMP2, remember.
Doesn't matter at this stage, does it? It's just a battle. Malte Jakobsen, guest of the Danish royal family in the last week or so, in an event designed to mark excellence in Danish sport and culture. Great to see that his efforts are being recognised there.
There should be no question about an invitation to something like that, considering his...
Well, for him, not for you and me.
That's well, no. I mean,
I, to be blunt, wasn't disappointed not to get it.
It's true.
Not because it wouldn't be an honour, because it would, because I've got no place in that company.
I mean, my sporting achievements are right up there, but I'm not Danish, so you know.
Yeah, fair point.
It's never going to happen.
Reason then to be disappointed the offer wasn't there. Just wait for Charles. Give you a call.
Indeed. It's going to happen, only a matter of time. More changes, as that's a big slide again.
That's the 20 on the way out.
Car, yeah, again on cold, slick tyres for Tristan Vautier. And he actually a man more experienced with the tyre temperature drop off on your outlap because of all the IMSA racing he has been doing in recent years. So patience, very much the name of the game there. Eventually the performance will appear. Here's Duquesne on pit road from the race lead. Nico Pino down on the end of lap 77.
Which way is this going to go? I can't call it. Can't call it.
Well, if Nico Pino needs to pit now, then so does Richard de Guiras, because they pitted on the same lap 25 laps ago. And de Guiras, if he doesn't pit now in the 47, then it'll be next time around. Hasn't pitted now, so he stays out for an extra lap. But again, regardless of how much fuel you've got left, you might as well come in nice and early now with 2 40-minute pit stops away from the checkered flag.
Correct.
And that's all about the thinking as well, with James Allen suffering, really having to deal with not a nice situation when you've got the treaded tyres that are burning up, they're overheating, the block starting to move around in the tread pattern. But Algarve Pro asking James, please can you make it to about an hour and 20 out, because that will help us hugely. And then James Allen gets all the reward all at once. Sorry, his teammate Alex Lynn gets all the reward all at once.
Out comes Duquesne from the lead as they came in, dropping down the order of course. John Van Utet, by the way, on an outlap and the Panis racing car. And will be 5th, still some way back from the number 30 car. Cool Racing's Rashad Teixeira's stretching the envelope here, Johnny.
And if you can, then, you know, that might well work for you. Generally, the rule is to try and get in as early as possible. Not quite a heated conversation down at Duquesne, but it would have been nice to tap into that, actually, because Nico Pino fairly forceful with his thoughts on that stint, offering the team advice, no doubt about it, rather than complaint or criticism.
Second place car in LMP2 Pro leads the race leader, Rashad Teixeira's down pit lane, an hour and 17 minutes to go. 78 laps completed in this weather-interrupted race. Dramas on and off track.
And now, these very smart liveries for all of the race cars, picked out beautifully by the sun, which will be setting in about an hour and 15 minutes, this part of Portugal. Down the inside goes the Panis racing car on the rejoining 30 of Neil Jarni. So that's Joop van Altert, and both run out very, very wide on the exit of the hairpin at turn 5 and scrabble for grid.
There have been 2 formed teams this year, these 2 French squads. Van Altert's enjoying his racing.
Additional time for the next pit stop for car 15. It's going to be 5 seconds because of an infringement in the pits. The 15 car from the LMP3 category is the RLR M Sport car, the Felbermeyer liveried machine.
This is a battle to savour. Ollie Jarvis now leads the race, cycling back round. Pitted a little earlier, may be on the cusp of perhaps even needing a splash at the end of this race if we don't get a caution. But Alex Lynn 15 seconds behind, going just a little quicker at the moment than the 2022 IMSA champion, Ollie Jarvis. No longer the reigning champion, of course, after Petit Le Mans last weekend.
Yeah. I'll be expecting Ben Barnicoat in fairly soon. In fact, he's in now in the 83 car, leading LMP2 Pro-Am, at least until the pit stop. Malte Jakobsen is only 11 laps into his current stint. But 11 laps, is that too far out? Because bearing in mind when he will next need to stop, he's not going to be able to do a full stint right at the end, the full 40 minutes. So it will have to be a sort of awkwardly placed stop for Jakobsen and for Nelson Piquet Jr. in the 21 United Autosports car, I reckon.
It's going to be tight. The intervention of the safety car has kept it tight. And when we've had green flag running, the racing has kept it tight as well. Not since Kiffin Simpson drove away at the start of this race have we seen anybody been able to build a lead.
No.
Now it's about Ollie Jarvis trying to fend off Alex Lynn. Both these cars well prepared, well driven. It's going to come down to pace, luck and traffic. Vanuta not that far behind, by the way. He's 34 seconds off the lead. Nilgiani 4 seconds further back after that side-by-side move there.
I've also just caught sight of the fastest lap of the race, which was set hours ago on lap 5 by Kiffin Simpson, and it just shows you that because of the changeable weather, there is Nico Pino, by the way, at Duquesne. Change of weather, the fact that we were running for a long time in wet conditions and on treaded tyres, you're not going to improve on the fastest lap time there either. And are we going to see a quicker lap than the 134.565?
Oh, that was the 24 car recovering. So that was the 5th place car in the hands of Matthias Besch. That looked to me to have... Has that been a touch?
Almost certainly it was. It was the 47 car of Pachito Lopez trying to sneak up the inside of the 24 where there wasn't really a gap, and that means that the 24 car spins and has to rejoin delicately. Matthias Besch is not going to be too happy about that. Now running in 5th position for Nielsen Racing.
I think that was no, that was his flying lap after an outlap. Damage to the rear of the 17 car.
And this is the headache they really did not want, because this car running in 5th, which is still okay, especially because Inter Europol competition aren't currently leading the race, and they've done a quick repair job there. That's almost like when you have an import car and you strap a temporary license plate over the top.
That's a temporary light.
It really is.
What they've done is they've jury-rigged a spare light unit and they've gaffer taped it to the rear of that car.
Tied it to the current wedge, because they don't necessarily have time to take the cheese wedge off the old one. So
but if that fails, they're in big trouble.
Well, and also I'm not sure whether that way of doing it is necessarily permitted. It didn't help with this spin, the number 17 car, but the damage had already been done to the rear left. So I'm not quite sure when that happened, but some intuitive thinking. Is that going to be corrected, though, as we can grab a word now once again, down with Steph Wentworth.
I'm joined by Ben Barnicoat, driver of the number 83 AF Corsa. You've just jumped out of the car. Pretty successful stint from you. You had a lot of pace.
Yeah, it was a really fun stint, you know. I think I got in the car like 3rd or 4th. Francois did an incredible opening stint, you know. He was in the car for way longer than he normally would be. Varying conditions, you know, obviously super tight in the championship, these guys, and he dealt with the pressure amazingly. So, yeah, he handed off to be nice and clean, and yeah, was able to get into the lead. That's the first time in, I think, forever that I've been asked to stay out on a dry track with wet tyres. Normally it's the opposite way around, and they make you stay out on slicks in the rain. But yeah, I think we stayed out there a little longer than we maybe could have done, but I think it'll come back our way with strategy.
And as as you mentioned, it's very tight in the championship right now. You've done an amazing job to basically capitalise on Racing Team Turkey's woes this weekend.
Yeah, you know, obviously you never wish ill on others. Sad to see them go out. I'm sure myself, Francois and Matt would all say that we want to do this thing fair and square, but, you know, that's racing. People have bad days, and we're just going to try and capitalise on it today and do the best we can.
All right, best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's Varnico from the 83, and they are much better placed than Racing Team Turkey.
Here's the bad news, Ben. They're not out.
Well, no. They are still running. However, they're in 8th place, and the 83 car in 4th is somewhat outscoring it, but they have been making progress, and
absolutely
no way that Louis Delatraz is going to give this one up, as we saw at Le Castellet. But yes, it probably felt like they were out of the race. But the beauty of endurance racing, the beauty of ACO rules racing, is that if you can be put back into a safe location by the marshals, then you can continue on, and we've seen cars return to the pit lane in one heck of a state through the years and still get a cracking result.
Ollie Jarvis pulling away now from Alex Lynn in this phase of this stint. Leader in LMP3 Pro-Am with the latest pit stops, Malte Jakobsen in the 37 Cool Racing car from Nelson Piquet Jr., although the 21 car at its next and possibly final stop will have to have a further 5 seconds added.
Yeah. There's the other RLR M Sport car, number 5 in the hands of Jack Manchester, running in 7th place in LMP3. Jean-Baptiste Le Hay, brother of Mathieu, and in the Ultimate car, they could be on course for a very good result in LMP3. To track back through the standings to see how many times they've featured on the podium this year. They were regular winners in LMP3 only a handful of years ago, of course. Ryan Harper-Ellen for Nielsen Racing running in 7th place. Sorry, in 2nd place in the number 7 car, and then Wyatt Bricacek into Europol's car that was earlier leading for a good spell. They have to win to keep their championship alive into Sunday, the number 13.
Yeah, so it is a crucial part of this race. We're getting close to the fuel window to get home from here for an LMP3 car. And that's the point at which, if you've not burned the long stop, you've got to do it then. That's when we'll see exactly where things stand for the last 55 to 60 minutes of this race. So watch this space for those final stops. 12 cars drop back with a couple of bits of bad luck and a penalty. They are still, what are they? About a minute and a half off the lead in LMP3 now. Didn't keep it clean, unfortunately.
Very good lap for those cars entered in LMP2 Pro-Am, because Malte Jakobsen has just set the best time within that subcategory. He leads the race in Pro-Am, number 37 Cool Racing, and is 12 and a bit seconds clear of Nelson Piquet Jr. But unsurprisingly, again, Malte Jakobsen, the class of his field, should we say. Not quite as quick, though, as the 134.5 that was set many, many laps ago by Kiffin Simpson.
But it does show, though, that the condition of this track is improving quickly.
Totally, yeah.
There's still wet patches on this track, and getting within 2 seconds of that, no mean feat. 30 car looking to deal with traffic by way of the 15 RLRM Sport car, does so. Neil Jami, 4 seconds back from Jan van Uter, who sits 3rd. Closest car behind Gianni is the other FIA World Endurance Champion on the track at the moment, Jose Maria Lopez, in the 47 Cool Racing car, but he's 30 seconds back. That's the battle for 4th place.
Here's the 4th place car of Neil Jani. He has got in front of him Gjot van Uiter, but it's 4.3 seconds the difference. That's the closest fight, really, in amongst that top 6 cars. There's another 4-second gap further back, which is what separates Malte Jakobsen from the Ollie Caldwell-driven car, number 43. So that could be about to spice up as well, although it would be a Pro-Am car versus a P2 machine.
A battle underway for the 3rd place in LMP2 Pro-Am. Matthias Pesch nibbling away at the advantage of Mathieu Vazevier. Just a little while ago from Ben Barnicoat, but their podium position at the moment on under some threat. Still over an hour to go though, and literally anything can happen.
Now looking back at the Matthias Besch and Pachito Lopez incident, not a big surprise that, and I know which way that's likely to go as well. As I remarked at the time, it wasn't really an LMP2 gap there into turn 3 for Lopez, but we'll wait and see. As now Matthias Besch goes quickest in LMP2 Pro-Am, so he's slightly faster now than Malte Jakobsen with a 136.4. Compare that to the 136.5 that Jakobsen did last time around. So definitely grip is improving. As I say that, though, the 12 car runs slightly off the road at the first corner. That's Oscar Tunio trying to push hard. And the Aston Martin from GMB Motorsport unsure as to whether it should force the issue there. That would be gaining a lap back on the LMP3 car for Gustav Berg.
Yeah, and he's under pressure from behind from... Just checking. No, he's not. Sorry, he's just overtaken Crichton Landudis.
There is Crichton then, with now the 95 Aston Martin ahead. Johnny Adam, but laps away from Crichton's car. So Crichton has now completed how many laps for the Greek driver? 80, compared to Johnny Adams' 79, so there's a lap between those two cars.
Jakobsen grabs back the fastest lap in LMP2 Pro-Am and closes to within a second and a half of Ollie Caldwell in 6th place in the Inter-Europol car. So the top 6 at the moment, all LMP2 class cars. Then we get into the first 2 LMP2 Pro-Ams before the 7th place in LMP2 proper. Paul-Lip Chatin making progress.
Down through the gears goes Louis Delatraz in that deep red Racing Team Turkey car, number 34, as part of the LMP2 Pro-Am entry, running in 8th position and looking to home in on Jean-Baptiste Lehay first of all as the LMP3 leader. And once he is overtaken, Delatraz can start to focus in on maybe catching Nat Berton, but it's a big task this far away.
Louis Delatraz overtakes or unlaps himself from the Inter-Europol car. He's got his mirrors full of Malte Jakobsen, but behind a further quicker lap in LMP2 Pro-Am goes to Matthias Besch.
Yes.
And Besch is closing in under 2 seconds back now for Mathieu Vazevier for 3rd in LMP2 Pro and 10th overall.
Yeah, we're firmly into the 135s now. Compare that to Alex Lynn's, well, in fact, Kiffin Simpson's best lap towards the start of the race, which was a mid 134, so only about a second away from that now. As to the inside line there, trying to avoid contact, and they did just about. That was the 43 of Ollie Caldwell, sniffing around on the rear deck of Louis Delatraz's Racing Team Turkey car. Just feinting up the inside, showing his intention rather than a full-blooded attack at turn 5, but at times that 43 car looking very rapid indeed. Still with the rain lights flashing, they'll get an instruction to turn those off maybe before the end of the race. But with wet weather tyres introduced very early on, short of half an hour into this race, we had a big downpour, and that rather threw the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of tyre choice, and also should then not have limited the amount of slick tyres that all of the teams can utilise. I wonder whether everyone's avoided needing to double stint any of the slick tyres. Probably have done to this point. So they're not in shortage of that, although they may need to double to get to the end. Remember when the Algarve Pro Racing car of James Allen pitted to get off his wet weather tyres, there was a double stint then still to go to the checkered flag. And Alex Lynn, given slicks, may well have to nurse those through till the end.
It is confirmed, by the way, drive-through penalty for José Lopez, car 47 for causing collision with car 24 at 17:31. In comes the race leader in GTE for what will be their final routine stop of this race. And what a race they've had. JMW Motorsports, Jack Robichon climbs out the car. John Lancaster in from 2nd in the JMW car. So both those cars going very well indeed in this phase of the race.
That's 16 cars on inters, on intermediate tyres. I mean, they may have been forced into that, as in it was sort of still quite damp when they started, but it'll be taken off those semi-groove tyres and put onto full slicks now. And Alessio Picariello will be very happy about that. He's got exactly an hour to drive and a brand new set of slick Goodyear Eagles. He'll just be willing it to stay as dry as this to the finish. Meanwhile, this is the incident that's being looked into, and it's going to be a drive-through penalty for the Cool Racing number 47 car. This is not my surprised face,
no,
Graham Goodwin.
Completely correct.
Jose Maria Lopez far too audacious there, getting up the inside of turn 3, nerfing Matthias Besch into a spin, and he will have to take the medicine with a full drive-through.
66 on its way, as is the 16. Castellet Racing for the moment, the hands of Scott Hoffaker takes the lead, TF Sports second and Iron Lynx third. We'll see how that one pans out, because there will be pit stops still to come. Looking for where Johnny Adam is, way down the order, I'm afraid. So TF Sports not on that. Was that smoke?
I think it has to be. It's not going to be spray.
Oh, it's on fire.
A huge fire.
It's the 13.
It is.
It's the 13. That is the championship right there.
They had to win the race to keep it rolling to Sunday, and the bigger concern here is that the driver can get out safely before that fire really takes hold. The problem is the wind is in the direction of the cockpit now as well, so blowing those flames and the fumes in the direction of, thankfully, Wyatt Brickachek getting out of the car. And all he can do is look back at the state of the 13, and I'm minded now to think back to, was it this time last year when Inter Europol competition had a horrendous meeting here at Portimão as well?
It was the final 15 minutes of the season,
where their car ended up in the gravel down at turns 1, 2 and 3, and the driver was on his knees because of the disappointment levels. They had to win today, but the problem here is that it may well finish the car for Sunday as well.
Yeah.
And that is season over for Inter Europol competition. Very little warning of that at all. The smoke suddenly appeared at Portimão, and look at the reaction from the Polish team. Inter Europol competition, what do they have to do to win a title?
Well, so many times they've fallen second place in this championship. Can't even count the number. Where did that happen? So he'd been around
at the hairpin
and immediately started to smoke. So was that an oil leak to start with? Oil on the tyres, maybe.
Yeah.
And then instantly there's fire. I think it was an oil leak.
Yeah. A line that goes, that pops, perhaps. It may be the bumps, it might be a bit of debris, but going off on his own oil, Wyatt Brickachek at turn 5, causing the spin, and then it gets far, far worse.
Yeah, I think I need to double check if there's an onboard extinguisher for those cars. It looked like some kind of system fired and saved far worse damage. That's the emotion. That's...
The marshals are there. There's still plenty of smoke being pumped out of the car, unfortunately, as I say, because it's been very, very windy all week here, and the flames are actually being blown further into the car.
Well, luckily for Wyatt's position, the Ligier is a right-hand drive car.
Okay.
So he's getting out away from the worst of the smoke and the flame.
Taking hold on the left.
Yeah,
true. Dear me. So I am now sort of dealing with a disappointment again for Inter Europol competition, 12 months on from their nightmare here. Let's catch up though on 3 hours of highlights for the first race this weekend. 4 hours of Algarve getting underway at 2:45 on the dot, with 40 cars all heading down to the first corner. It was a great getaway from the Barbadian driver Kiffin Simpson into turn number 1. He got the jump on everybody else, and rounding the first few corners, scampering away. Manuel Maldonado trying to gain positions though, was late on the brakes, and that's what caused all the tyre smoke from his 65 Panish racing car. Then the rain started to pour, and sadly for Sally Jolic, this would take the Racing Team Turkey car out of contention, although they're slowly working their way back up the order into the top 15 now, would you believe? But they are laps down, 3 of them in total on the current race leader. Side-by-side action, and much of it into the first corner as the skies cleared once again. Aston Martin with, at the time, Arnold Robin ahead of Martin Berry and the 57 Takeshi Kimura car guy Ferrari. Duncan Cameron and Ben Tuck also in the mix with this leading quintet in GTE, and it looked like the GTE category would be going out in style this weekend at Portimão, at least in Europe. Rain lights very much the order of the day, and generally speaking, wet weather, grooved tyres. Ben Tuck pushed too hard, though, we think, on those treaded tyres, and that brought Ryan Hardwick back into contention, because Ben Tuck just could not get the car to rotate as much as he would have wished in the 95. Eventually that car handed back to John Hartshorn so that he could finish his mandatory 90 minutes as the bronze-rated driver in the Aston. Then the number 30 car would lead for a spell. This was Jonas Ried, only 7 laps into his stint. A strange moment, but a huge one for the young German driver. Sideways and into the tyre wall, destroying the 99 Proton competition prototype. Hopefully most of that superficial, and it may well be that the 99 car will be able to qualify tomorrow for the final round of the year, also this weekend on Sunday. More door-to-door action in the GTE division, with the 77 Proton competition Porsche squeezing up the inside of the Spirit of Race Ferrari. Nico Pino doing battle with James Allen. Allen, now we realise, was on wet weather tyres and they were severely burning up, so he had no option but to go wide. And speaking of burning up, no pun intended here, but Wyatt Bricacek's race has just ended in flames, quite literally. And thankfully the American driver was able to get out safely of the Inter-Europol competition car. But this car had to win this race to still be in contention of the championship come Sunday. Surely this weekend is over for the 13 car.
Well, here we go. This is the race order. 90 laps completed. United Autosports 22. From the Algarve Pro Racing 25. Panis Racing 65, Duquesne Team 30, Cool Racing 47, and then a lap astray, the 43 from Inter-Europol competition. Cool Racing lead in LMP2 Pro-Am from United Autosports 21 car, then Nielsen Racing's 24, and the AF Corsa 83. LMP3, for those dramas, 35 Ultimate lead from the 7 Nielsen Racing car, 4 from DKR, 12 from W10 Bar Rinaldi. Cool Racing's championship leading 17, and the 5 from RLR M Sport. That will do the title for Cool Racing at this stage. GTE, Kessel Racing lead, 57 Ferrari from the 72 TF Sport Aston Martin, the 60 Porsche from Iron Lynx. Proton competition 16 that has led the race for quite a long time. Then the 77 Proton Porsche, 66 from JMW Motorsport, and the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. Topsy-turvy stuff, and if the press officer are correct, 4 times in the last 5 years, the 13 from Inter-Europol has been the runner-up in this championship. That's a sad sight.
1 or 2 questions being asked about the number that they choose to run with as well. It's almost like they want to embrace any potential bad luck that heads their way, but it's not working at this stage.
Correct myself, by the way, on something. Thanks to Michael Sorensen, who's just dropped me a message to say the event in Denmark that Malte Jacobsen attended was to mark the 18th birthday of the Crown Prince's son, Christian, future king in Denmark. So quite the honour for that young man, and deservedly so. I think this is a significant moment for the car on the left there. This is about to be a wave-by for the 34 car. But that car, in the hands of Louis Delatraz, currently sits 8th in LMP2 Pro-Am. Will get the wave-by, which will put it right behind a group of 3 LMP2 Pro-Am cars. This could be quite the recovery drive from them in the last 50 minutes.
That is true. The leader in LMP2 Pro-Am is currently on lap 91, and Louis Delatraz is on lap 89, so it won't quite get it back to the lead lap. You were talking about Mo Smith earlier on.
I'm going to call him ELMS Santa, as I like to call him. He will punch me hard for saying that again on TV, but I love him dearly. He is such a positive part of this paddock. He's something of a mascot nowadays for Cool Racing. They invite him back time after time, and it's great to see him back here for what confirmed now, I think, is the end of his reign as a reigning champion. But he'll be delighted that it's another Cool Racing team that will be taking that from him.
There is a quiz show in the UK known as University Challenge where you turn up with a little cuddly toy as your mascot. Cool Racing actually bring a person.
A neurosurgeon. Yeah, that's what they thought.
Rent him for the weekend.
Which is, by the way, that is his business. He is a highly accomplished neurosurgeon, Mo Smith, and it was an absolute delight to see him in the paddock chatting away to Milton Jakobsen. Obviously his previous teammate with Mikey Benham. I'm sure Mikey's watching as well at home in Switzerland, if you are.
Yeah.
Hope you're all still well with you and yours, Mikey. Happy days last season with that trio, a proper Pro-Am trio.
Yeah, and great crack at the celebrations, the season presentation last year. They were waxing lyrical about the future of Malte Jakobsen.
Yeah, but you know, Mikey Benham and Mo Smith for a full season carried the boat anchor that is Malte Jakobsen.
Yeah, that's right. As a passenger, were it not for all their hard work, he would have been nowhere. Quite right too. But no, I mean, Benham was so happy with the season last year, as was Mo Smith too, and clearly they've got a love for this championship now, will do forevermore. So welcome back, Mo, and if you fancy being in a race seat anytime again, then well, the ELMS just continues to go from strength to strength as we've been dealing with, and there is quite a queue out the door to even be on the entry list for 2024.
We've been doing a fair amount of work in the background to see who wants to do what next year, and I think the wants to do is the key point here. By my reckoning, I think there will be a selection committee for the European Le Mans Series that will end up turning away well over 20 cars. Well over 20. And by the way, almost half of those LMP2s. Yeah.
Well, there are fewer places that you can race an LMP2 from next year, of course. So, and this has always been one of the big options for those either in ownership or a capacity to run an LMP2 car. It is that type of car that occupy the top 15 positions, whether they are Pro-Am or non-Pro-Am entries. The top 6 cars currently are of the non-bronze variety then. And it's Ollie Jarvis, now only 3.3 and a bit seconds, and that's under safety car speeds, ahead of Alex Lynn. I'm trying to work out where they are at position behind the safety car. I don't think they're quite nose to tail.
So Ollie is right behind him.
Obviously, okay.
25 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars further back.
Yeah.
So there will be a little bit of an edge here for Ollie. And the road will open up in front of him and away he goes. Something to bear in mind, by the way, is where are the LMP2 Pro-Am cars and cars that are looking to get unlap themselves, because they could be a factor here. 48 minutes to go. We're not far away from the fuel window for LMP2 to get home.
Indeed. And this will be helping with it, of course, as well. So if anybody was slightly marginal on fuel, then this latest safety car, the 4th of the race so far, will definitely be helping get those out.
Pit entry now open after 3 laps under the safety car. Teams beginning to get ready to go to work. I think we are 1 safety car lap away from reasonable comfort for an LMP2 car to get home.
We're also, just looking at safety car facts and figures, we are also now in the 60th minute of safety car running of this race. It was due to be 4 hours. We're going to do well to get to 3 hours of racing action, that is. And that's just the nature of the beast, I think, because of all sorts of weather that has intervened, and as a result, spins or off-track moments, and then the clear-up that is necessary. But you know, so often in these endurance races, the safety car period's very much deemed as part of the race, and how you can put that, how you can make that work better for you from a strategic point of view. Lights still on the safety car.
So one more lap at least.
A couple of seconds away from catching up with Steph Wentworth with her latest interviewee. So we'll get to that in just a tick, but just over 45 minutes to go. And here come some takers then to get fuel in the car. This has to be because they think they can get to the finish from here, but relying on the fact that there may be a bit more of a safety car period. We're going to head to the world of LMP3 though before we do get racing again. Here is promises Steph.
Alongside me I have John Lancaster, driver of the number 66 JMW Motorsport. You just jumped out of the car. Pretty good stint from you, wouldn't you say?
It was all right. when you get in this chaos at the minute, you're on the right tire at the right time. We made the most of it. It's been so up and down. We were leading, we were last, we were mid-packish, and then I think I handed the car over somewhere between first and third. I don't really know. Second, right, there you go. So yeah, it was just a matter of head down and go. These races, when it's as changeable as that, you just got to push on and see where it comes out in the end. So see where we end up.
And it's an emotional weekend for you guys with the car and everything. How did you enjoy that stint, and what will you take on to the last race?
Oh, it's an end of an era, isn't it? You know, I mean, these cars are pretty special. They've achieved a lot over this time, and it's sad to see them going away, but we all understand why. And yeah, it'd be nice to finish off with the last, a win or two for the end of the era. But let's see. It's a good stint. I enjoyed it. We had a little bit of rear damage, so a little bit eventful. Not sure where the rear damage came from, but it was quite sketchy at points on the straight, bouncing around. But it is what it is. We'll see where Lorcan gets on. He's been quick all week, so let's see what happens.
Yes, let's see. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
GTE, I meant, not LMP3, of course. And John Lancaster speaking very positively about the outgoing category, but also particularly about that car, the 66, with its fabulous history through the years in GTE. Since, did you say 2017?
2017, its first race was Le Mans, which it won.
Yes.
And from there on in, it has done every Le Mans, and it's done every ELMS race since. It's quite some machine. So, we did see amongst the cars that pitted then, the second place car. So Algarve Pro Racing, usually very good on strategy, they clearly believe they can get home from here, and we are not going back to green flag racing, so this will help again. This time, race leader Ollie Jarvis comes in. So it will be, I think, Panis Racing that comes to the lead of this. No, they've pitted as well. So who's going to be first through to lead this race?
Excellent question. And
I think it's going to be Algarve Pro, you know.
Yeah, I think it should be, because Alex Lynn in third as they cross the line, but the two cars ahead of him have come into pit lane, and he won't need a stop now because he's already made his.
I've got a feeling, you know, it might be Nelson Piquet. No, Algarve Pro come through to lead the race.
Well, we're still waiting for Lynn.
Yes, he leads the race.
Yeah, yes, okay. Now that's confirmed. So the 25 in front of Neil Jarni in the 30 Duquesne. Now who's going to be next through the split, because the 22 United Autosports car is on the move of Ollie Jarvis, and Joop van Uitert is not going to be too far away either.
Not on the move yet. I think this has been a strategic error from United.
Okay.
They've given that lead. Oh, what's happened here?
Well, there's a car stopped. It's the DKR entry, number 3, which was posing a massive problem for those wanting to get out, including the 22, which does now start to get going. But that certainly wasn't part of the plan, to have a car stuck in the middle of the road. But I don't think that was the reason for the United problem.
Lost the position as well to Panis there.
Yeah,
so they've dropped from 1st to 5th in that move. What on earth? They were 10 seconds longer on pit lane, at least in part because of the delay at the pit exit. Algarve Pro Racing made the early call, brought Alex Lynn down pit lane. He was then out and chasing the pack before United had the chance to come down pit lane.
Yeah. So the pit stop for Alex Lynn took 60 seconds. It was 59 seconds for Neil Jarni. Cool Racing's Jose Maria Lopez, 1:20. So that's another bizarre one for car 47.
Did he have his pit stop penalty serve? He did.
Well, that was a drive-through for the collision.
Oh, you're right. You're right. He did do a drive-through.
So that would have to be done separately and not during a safety car. But unless he also had an extra 10 seconds to serve because of something else, there have been many, many penalties, and I've not been keeping up with my notes, in truth. But 1:20 for the 47 that now runs third. Joop van Uitert much more respectable at 59 seconds. And then, yes, 1:11 for the United Autosports car number 22, and that's lost them at least one place and far more track position. Here is Nelson Piquet Jr. for what should be his final pit stop of the race in the 21. They're not touching the car, so this is a penalty being served.
No.
Was it not 5 seconds?
That must have been 5. That was the 5. That was the 5 that we thought was to do with the rejoin, but wasn't. It was to do with, was it pit stop, or was it something to do with overtaking under yellows?
Yes. Yeah, it was an illegal overtake somewhere, either on the yellows or...
Away two
or
goes
safety car.
Tristan Vautier. Just watching what's happening here with Racing Team Turkey. And that's whether or not they've managed to profit from the wave by here. It's all coming back together, isn't it? Meantime, who's leading in LMP3? We predicted this in the first hour. WTM by Rinaldi Racing.
And their final pit stop,
57 seconds.
Yeah.
Wow.
We were trying to judge quite how more quickly the standard pit stop could be over the 110. Well, try 53 seconds. We were talking maybe 40 or 35 or 40. It's even more than that.
81 and 65 to give back the position to car 3. I wonder if this is again an issue with the pit exit light, that he's obeyed the light and the light is faulty.
Yeah. So you've got the 3 cars stopped, but is it a scenario where he stopped at a green light, but he knows, or the team have told him, the safety car train's coming through, don't rejoin? Because I'd be very surprised if either Dragon Speed or Panis Racing have blown the red light, so maybe it was flashing between red and green.
Worth mentioning as well, whilst we get a lot of information on our screens, we don't get all the information that the teams get. There's radio, there's a Discord channel that is used to talk to the teams, to give instruction for race control and advice from race control. So it may very well be that there was some kind of instruction coming from Eduardo Freitas' team that was obeyed by the 3, and there was then confusion with the following cars. 24 comes in from the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am, and in 7th place overall, which means Malte Jakobsen goes back to the top of the times in LMP2 Pro-Am. And this field is going to be back as one pretty shortly. Just the 24 on pit lane at the moment, apart from the 3 retired cars. They are the number 13 car, that fire for White Bricacek. Manuel Espirito Santo retired in the pits. Proton competitions, Jonas Reed. Violent accident up at turn 8, wasn't it, for Jonas Reed? Those 3 cars are out of the race. 2 LMP3s and 1 LMP2 Pro-Am. 37 cars still racing. 42 car full season entry. We lost one of the United Autosports LMP2s after the injury at Aragon to Jim Maguire. And then a no-show here for the number 10 Euro International LMP3. So 38 minutes to go. The order: Alex Lynn, 25 Algarve Pro Racing, 30 Duquesne team, Neil Gianni, Jose Maria Lopez, Cool Racing number 47, Job van Utrecht, Panis Racing number 65, Ollie Jarvis, United Autosports number 22, Edec Sport, Paul Luke Chatan, 28. You do well to find 6 quicker drivers in an LMP2 car anywhere in that top 6. Then the young gun, Malte Jakobsen, leads LMP2 Pro-Am. The safety car is coming in, and we're about to go back to green flag racing with 37 minutes remaining, Johnny. I'm just strapping myself in right now.
Prepare to light the blue touch paper. We're going to be racing through till sunset pretty much here at the Algarve International Circuit. It's a glorious part of the day for fans and photographers alike, and if we can stay green between now and the end of the race, that would be superb as well. It's a Proton competition 1-2 in the GTEs. I mentioned that because there's a great flood of the GT cars working their way through turns 1 and 2 now, and the gap's only 0.7 of a second. Big lock-up for Duquesne that does very well not to run into the back of the car immediately in front, which is the sister Algarve Pro car, and the race leader. No, it's the race leader.
It is race leader.
So Alex Lynn and Neil Gianni, and Gianni nearly smashed into the back of Alex Lynn at the restart of the race. He did well to avoid that, and a quick look into the mirror to see where Pachito Lopez is. So this was the lock-up, and I was thinking it was the 20 car that he nearly...
25.
He was overlapping it, wasn't he? And thankfully there was space to the left-hand side of Alex Lynn, otherwise that could have been absolute calamity. And now we do have calamity because the Duquesne car is sideways and the 47 of Paquito Lopez was also involved with it as well. Thankfully it's off the racing line and allows everybody else safely through, but think about the thought in Gilles Duquesne's mind right now, on course for potentially a victory, and the car not quite out of contention but loses all of its places in LMP2.
Oh dear, oh dear. That's want to keep the microphone well away from that one, Steph Wentworth. Let's watch what happened. This is the replay.
Please don't tell me it's Lopez again into the...
No, it was the
Ferrari.
55.
It was the 55 Ferrari. And that is being driven by David Perel, the South African driver, not able to slow in time. And there was definite contact then as Paquito tried to squeeze round the back of Neil Jardy's car.
He didn't really have any other way to go.
No, and but, I'm not blaming him for that one bit.
It, but no, that's the definition of bitter gall, isn't it? Alex Lynn, meanwhile, is well away. And who's up into second? Ollie Jarvis.
Yeah.
Unreal. So positions changed, and that comes by dint of quite genius pit stop strategy from Algarve Pro Racing.
So we had a heart-in-mouth moment. Look at James Allen as well, just trying to take everything on board here. A heart-in-mouth moment at turn 3, where Gianni nearly rammed the 25 car as the race leader, and then 3 corners later it was the 30 car that was being turned around by David Perel's 55 Ferrari and left in a very vulnerable position. I'm amazed that Jose Maria Lopez had the reaction speed to go around the outside and actually emerge unskirmished. Running now in 5th, although interestingly Lopez has just been in the pit, so was that to change tyres to make sure that everything was okay with the 47 car, but Lopez quickly in and back out again. I mean, he was only in the pits for 28 seconds, so that was the drive-through. Yes, okay. So he serves the drive-through because we're out of the safety car period now, and a prime time to do it, I suppose, after he will have been trying to work out precisely what had happened on this restart lap.
Closing the gap to Alex Lynn is Ollie Jarvis now, and right with Jarvis, Job Panutet. A no doubt thoroughly fired up Neil Gianni is 7.5 seconds further back. Anything could happen in the next 34 minutes.
Don't keep saying that, because it is doing. And now the 22 car with a big squirm at turn 1, running a touch wide as a result of that moment for Ollie Jarvis. He's second position and ahead of the 37. Yes.
But Milton Jacobsen has lost the lead.
To Vaxivier.
Yeah, so in all that carnage, there's been all sorts of things happening in the back. So Jacobsen desperate to get past Ollie Jarvis. Ollie Jarvis desperate to catch up with Alex Lynn. Meanwhile, Mathieu Vaxivier has waved himself by and basically said, see you guys, and he's off on his merry way.
Nearly 3 seconds in the favour of the Frenchman, and that may be experience of Vaxivier having had to deal with a whole load of untidy restarts. I use the word untidy because despite the wave by, you still had GTs ahead of LMP3s, ahead of the race leader in LMP2, and those first few laps are so dangerous in terms of maybe a mistake creeping in or maybe something completely out of your control then affecting your race. Just ask Neil Gianni, who must be really revved up to the inside line of the Ultimate car at the top of the hill.
Drive-through penalty for David Perel is going to be coming, and that I think is correct. Was a rather careless move from David, I think you'd agree. That was 24 and 21, that was a pass. Matthias Pesch going past Nelson Piquet Jr. using the 55 as a pick. That is for third in LMP2 Pro-Am.
100 laps completed. We expected a lot more than this, but over an hour has been held of the 4 hours of Algarve under safety car. We're really willing that this race can continue from this point on to the finish under greens. It's more accurately an hour and 9 minutes of safety car, 4 of them in total, and 22 laps.
The other car to watch here in a pack, as we try to unpick what on earth is going on in this melee, is Racing Team Turkey. I told you it got back to track position. Using that well, and Louis Delatraz is in a 3-car train battling away for 5th in LMP2 Pro-Am from nowhere an hour or so ago.
Also, look at the points projection for LMP2 Teams Trophy. 102 the 25 car will go to from Panis on 71, so that will be a difference of 31 points.
They would win the title here.
There's only 26 available tomorrow and Sunday, so this will be another title, if the 25 crew can win today, that is decided with a race still to go. And that's how important it was to get through those first few skirmishes of the restart in this segment of the race. It could have been a very different story had Neil Jarney not been able to avoid the back of the 25 car. There is confirmation, as well as we expected, that Cool Racing should seal their title today. They'll jump to 101 points because they are at 5th place on the road at the moment, so on course to score 10 and jump to 101. And their nearest rivals would be the WTM by Rinaldi Racing crew, only good enough for 62 points, so miles ahead with the 26 that still stand on the table after tonight.
Jarvis still clawing his way back to Alex Lynn. Job van Uter not out of this, but just dropping a few tenths at the moment. Neil Jarney holding station, but pushing very hard indeed. In LMP2 Pro-Am, Mathieu Vazevière being closed back again now by Melter Jacobsen. Matthias Pesch has not given up, but Nelson Piquet Jr. right with him there. Every single position of note in the LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am up for grabs here. Jacobsen chasing a group of 3 that includes the 2nd place car overall, battling away with the leader in LMP2 Pro-Am ahead.
Still, we push on at relentless speed. On board then with the number 17 car, that glorious sound of the 5.6 litre normally aspirated Nissan engine that powers all of these LMP3 cars. The sun glare becoming a real problem at turn 12, I notice, for Marcus Siebert, and also that LMP2 car that wanted to slot up the inside at turn 13, did just about do it. But Siebert, the Argentine, with a faceful then of a rear deck of LMP2 car. A slight wiggle from the 21 United Autosports as it got ahead of the J&W Motorsport Ferrari number 66.
Nicky Team in the 44 closing in, and Logan Hannafin in the number 66 J&W car. Things you don't want to hear. Nicky Team is catching you. And through comes Neil Jarney. He's pushing hard, he's not giving this one up. 16 car, the hands of Alessio Picariello, is the leader, catching. In fact, he's lost the lead, loses the lead to the 77 car, round the outside, gets it back. Proton on Proton, Porsche on Porsche, but no more serious a battle on track than it is between these two. And remember, a win for the 77 equals the number of the record number of wins in GTE in ELMS history.
So
for Christian Reed,
it was an audacious manoeuvre from Julien Andlauer around the outside of Alessio Picariello, but he ran out of road because he was carrying too much speed, and the Belgian to the Frenchman's right slotted back ahead. There'll be good mates out of the car, but not a bit of it when they're on the racetrack. And yes, they run out of the same stable, Proton competition, but two very different projects, if you like, with Ryan Hardwick and the Wright Motorsport input.
And just behind them, by the way, the leading car in LMP3.
Yeah, okay.
It's Oscar Chinho, and he's trying to fend off a spirited challenge from Ryan Harper-Ellen in the Nilsson Racing number 7 car. And Mathieu Lehay isn't out of this in the Ultimate car either. This is the leader, though, in LMP2 Pro-Am. That's a Melter Jacobsen closing again. Cracking stuff in every class.
Jacobsen on Vaxivière, and yeah, that gap is starting to come down, although Paul Lipchatin's just pitted. That was confusing me for a brief spell, but the 28 car comes in now, not on the same strategy as the leading contenders, I think I'm right in saying.
Yep.
So that car was due a pit stop.
Jarvis still closing on the leader. Oh, that was fully airborne there from Melter Jacobsen.
Right over the curb.
Total commitment.
two-wheeling it through the first corner.
I'm not sure he's even on two wheels. I think he was fully airborne.
Impressive.
I hope someone got that shot.
Yeah, mid-air. Well, we can freeze frame it at a later date as well. Paul-Luc Chatat, 29 laps for the Frenchman. That's the reason why the EDEC 28 car bails out of an otherwise intense battle and is back again on the racetrack, still with Chatat piloting it. There's the race leader, Alex Lynn, turning right through the second portion of Portimão.
But behind him, Ollie Jarvis's pace is stellar. He's in the 35s to 38s from Alex, who will have had some traffic, I'm sure, but the gap that was 6 seconds plus is now 3.5. This is a cracking last sector of this race.
Jarvis really leaving nothing on the table here after a trying qualifying, I think it's fair to say, for the 22 crew earlier on this morning. I did suggest at the time maybe they're targeting race setup rather than being quick on single lap pace, and so it's proving there is some overlapping as the Dragon Speed car gets ahead of Mathieu Vaxivière, but that won't concern Vaxivière because they're not on the same lap. It's Sebastian Montoya finding a way through, but remaining in 5th position. Vaxivière leading Pro-Am on course for the maximum 25 points ahead of Malte Jakobsen, but only now by 0.2 of a second. So that gap's come down again as the Dane really hustles on.
Pushing hard here, Louis Delatraz. He knows championship position is up for grabs here. He needs to make up track position. And he's got the 20 car directly ahead of him with Tristan Vautier. Nat Berton is right there as well. These three cars a battle for position, and it's 6th, 7th and 8th. This, though, is the lead battle in that same class, with Panis Racing in the mix here with Job van Utrecht. He's ahead of them in the standings, the order rather, but he's in this battle and trying to keep out of the way whilst getting by two of the quickest guys on the track at the moment.
He wanted to draw level with Malte Jakobsen there, but Jakobsen clearly wasn't going to let him do that. Right over the curbs goes Job van Utrecht, but truly revved up. He was also locked up going into turns 10 and 11. Did well to arrest the speed of the car sufficiently. But after Mathieu Vaxivière rather caught Malte Jakobsen napping at the restart of this race, Jakobsen now has the crosshair firmly locked on the rear of Vaxivière's car and really on the bit of asphalt immediately in front of the Frenchman. Here comes Job van Utrecht to pick off the Malte Jakobsen car, and Jakobsen gives him space. That will lose a bit of the headache here. The danger for Malte, though, that he loses too much ground on Vaxivière in this whole situation.
The key now is, can Van Utrecht catch Vaxivière, in which case Malte Jakobsen has a bit of an advantage because he just follows through with one of the moves made.
Yep.
It's not the silliest thing to do at this stage of the race. If you've got a car behind you that's just as quick, if not a little quicker. But now we've got a real battle for the win in this class. We've got a real battle as well at the head of this field because it's down to 2.3 seconds now for the overall lead. So the lead battles, 2.3 for the overall and LMP2. Nothing at all. Round the outside. Off the road goes Job van Utrecht. Is he going to force the issue? And this is where, watch Jakobsen.
That's clever from Vaxivière. Oh, and the spin for Jakobsen. What was that contact from the cars behind? I'm not sure whether there was certainly a car off the driver's left as well, but that, unfortunately, will take the Dane out of this mixture with the potential of winning LMP2 Pro-Am. Still involved as Matthias Besch, and I wondered whether, was it Besch who made contact? The car comes from nowhere.
It was the spinning
it was
it was the 20 car that spun and took him out.
Vautier.
And I think, by the way, Racing Team Turkey have taken 2 positions in that move. I think he's up to 6th. He is.
So that was the car that I was struggling to identify, over to the right-hand side of frame, to driver's left, and it was Vautier having his own moment, and then that cleaned out Malte Jakobsen. How's your luck? Very similar to Neil Jarni in the Duquesne car.
Drops him from 2nd to 4th, 22 minutes left, and what the state of the tyres in after that little lot. Meantime, Ollie Jarvis under 2 seconds back now from Alex Lynn.
I was about to say that was really heads-up driving from Mathieu Vaxivière. He could tell Joop van Houten wanted to get through, and it was causing again Vaxivière too much of a problem. But by allowing him through at turn 13, I think he was going to be able to do that and not let Jakobsen through. Here's the GTE battle. It's the 77 ahead of the 16, but it's switched around, and therefore Julian Andlauer is now in front of Alessio Picariello. The two Proton cars, let's hope they did it without contact. Otherwise, that will really upset those at Proton competition.
So it is Andlauer, Picariello, Matteo Caroli is up to third place in the 60 car from Iron Lynx. What future awaits that young man? News stories around about where he might be heading next year. But what a cracking last 20 minutes we've had since this went back to green.
Cairoli just a bit too far away in third in the number 60 Iron Lynx car, but remember, Iron Lynx and the Proton 16 came here locked together on 61 points. And the Ryan Hardwick car that he shares with Zach Robichon and Alessio Picariello, judged to be by a smidge the championship leaders because they've got the better record of results. And we have seen titles won by the numbers of first places, second places, third places. They're still hard at it, by the way. Picariello now to the high side of Julian Andlauer. He cannot shake the Belgian, and they're almost knocking dormers at mirrors off. This could bring Cairoli into the mix. He's in the number 60 Iron Lynx car in the bright yellow.
But Andlauer's got to be careful there. There were definitely track limits, and he's had a warning. So could track limits come into this?
Yeah. Yes.
Matt Griffin will be there going, yes, it was track limits, don't give him the win.
There is Cairoli in the distance, the bright yellow Porsche. He's now 2.5 seconds away from this leading duo of Porsches, but it could very easily be a trio in the latter stages. Cairoli caught on the wrong side, though, of some quicker traffic. So Andlauer out of turn 4, down into this crucial braking area for the hairpin at 5. Headlights bursting through the dwindling light now. We are about 25 minutes away from official sunset here on the Algarve. As now through the left-hander kink at turn 6 will go Andlauer, just starting to stabilise himself a bit more in the lead of this race. I dare say that a bit too early, perhaps.
Well, 19 minutes to go in the stellar last 15 to 20 minutes. Every single class up for grabs here. Finally, the sequence of safety cars doles us a real treat. 37 ahead of 21, so that's another place recovered. Melke Jakobsen goes ahead of ex-Formula 1 driver Nelson Piquet Jr. What's next? Matthias Besch, 7.7 seconds up the road. That's a big gap at this stage of the race, but a fired-up young Dane.
And even more so now, after, through no fault of his own, he was left facing oncoming traffic at turn 13. Just a handful of minutes ago, still there in third position, unbelievably, and it's only Matthias Besch who took advantage of that to slot between he and Mathieu Vaxivière.
But Besch is now under a second back from Mathieu Vaxivière, so it's now Besch versus...
no, it's Besch in front. Besch has got ahead of Matthias Besch, of Mathieu Vaxivière, rather.
No, he's back behind again.
OK, well, that was through a split, through the Sector 2 split. Unbelievable. So, if you do take the high line into Portimão, you can be a nose in front, but clearly he wasn't sufficiently around the front of that car to then be leading into turn 12. But this is where it happened.
Oh,
there was very nearly...
That was aggressive, wasn't it?
It certainly was. And Besch then forced out into the scenery by Mathieu Vaxivière.
Yeah.
But that's why he was called as the race leader, albeit for one split of a 3-sector lap. And this one's not over yet either. The two Proton competition Porsches slightly further apart. I don't know how you can watch the race that sort of expressionless, because we are fully engaged with this. Maybe it's because It is so nerve-wracking that you just don't quite know where to go.
Probably watching some other racing entirely. At 0.9 of a second for the overall lead now. That's for the overall lead. It's 0.2 of a second for LMP2 Pro-Am. In LMP3, 4.4 seconds. And in GTE, it's 0.6 of a second. 3 of the 4 class leads are under a second with 17 minutes to go. Staggering.
Louis Delatraz might yet have a say on the order of these two cars. He's not on the lead lap, but he wants to be. And the LMP, here comes Besch again with a second attempt at it, and he's fully locked up. Vaxivière saw him coming this time and made sure he was well over to the right, but Besch looking for just the merest of openings on the inside of Portimão.
Look at the pace behind of Malte Jakobsen. He's just taken 2 seconds out of this pair. 1:35 dead for Malte Jakobsen. My apologies, it's my timing screen. It's 1:35.8, but he's catching again, and there is time at that pace to do this.
What is Louis Delatraz planning here? He's not in with the leaders in LMP2 Pro-Am, but he will certainly want to wriggle his way through if at all possible.
If there's another safety car, he may be well.
I know. And that's why he's so eager to get onto the lead lap. So remember that these leaders in Pro-Am have completed 109 laps, whereas Delatraz 108. So he is this far away from getting back to the lead lap after those huge contact between the two Pro-Ams, and that will send Vaxivière off the road. Louis Delatraz trying to take the two of them here and get back onto the lead lap, and he's going to do it.
It does it.
And here now in the middle of the track is Matthias Besch, who will take the class lead. What about the DKR car? That's not on the lead lap, is it?
That's in a battle with Delatraz. That's ridiculous.
Can we just stop talking and enjoy this without needing to worry about commentating on it? No, of course not.
Meantime, 10 seconds added to the second place car in LMP3 for exiting the pit lane with a red light. That will be 10 seconds added at the end of this race, I'm sure, so we need to look at what that gap would do. It would drop into third at the moment, but he's on the cusp that he could lose a podium.
Blue car, Matthias Besch, Nielsen Racing, leading LMP2 Pro-Am. He's 7th overall. Second in that category, Mathieu Vaxivière. Louis Delatraz has not got the lead lap back again because he's no longer in front of Matthias Besch, and also needs to be wary of Nat Berton, as you make the point, because if Berton in the DKR car gets ahead of Delatraz, he'll end up losing a position.
Yeah.
So much to change within LMP2 Pro-Am. Who thought this was a good idea, to add the bronzes into the mix and introduce a completely different category for a different podium? It's been awesome, and arguably better than the overall battle, although that is now only half a second between Alex Lynn and the United car of Ollie Jarvis.
That's what we join now. It is 0.5 of a second, and Ollie Jarvis has been carving away at this. Cracking stuff. Alex Lynn, Cadillac factory driver, driving in the ELMS for Algarve Pro Racing and going for the title. Ollie Jarvis, 2022 IMSA champion, and here racing for United Autosports. Two top quality drivers.
It's a warning flag for Mathieu Vaxivière for abusing track limits. Just a warning at this stage, but he has to be very mindful of scoring well in the points again. Second at the moment.
Jakobsen's caught them. He's caught them. He's 1.2 seconds back from Mathieu Vaxivière.
Unbelievable stuff, despite that spin. And he has put that out of his mind. That's job one. And then managed to find the necessary speed. The incident involving Tristan Vautier and Malte Jakobsen is being looked at, but it's not going to affect Jakobsen. I'm almost positive of that. He was completely the innocent party, so we will find out whether Jakobsen has got something up his sleeve here. Very tight for the lead of the race because they're in amongst a load of GT cars, and can Jarvis take this win away from Algarve Pro Racing? Jarvis looking for a way through. The 60 car that is the joint leader in the GTEs is there with Matteo Cairoli. Headlights ablaze for Jarvis to the outside line of Alex Lynn, but there's no way by there. Lynn will feed out very carefully to the outside line and allow Jarvis absolutely no space.
Absolutely magical stuff. 12 minutes to go. Taking down towards the end of the penultimate race. We've got another 4 hours of this on Sunday. If you've enjoyed this, you've got 4 more mesmerising, spellbinding hours of sports car racing here at Portimão. Every car a challenge to pass. No more so than Alex Lynn from Ollie Jarvis, who just ducks back away a little, gives room to the number 93 car, goes again.
Well, that started with Alex Lynn being in 2 minds as to whether Richard Lietz had seen him, and he was just feathering the throttle at the top of the hill, then knew that the 93 Porsche had clocked him in the mirrors and given him plenty of space. But Jarvis then was in 2 minds to get by at turn 12, and that has delayed the United Autosports car, no doubt about it.
Jakobsen up to second in LMP3 Pro-Am.
Has he done it now? Well,
he's gone past
not quite
Vasevier.
to the lead, but he has nevertheless got ahead of Mathieu Vaxivière.
4 seconds back now from Matthias Besch.
Nevertheless, to be back into the position that he was in when that collision happened with Vautier.
Sam Cox, I'm not saying anything till after this race. It has been a hugely emotional last couple of weeks for Sam and Stu Cox. Will it be a race win? Will it be a championship? Could it be both?
Well, they do need these 7 points. Here comes Ollie Jarvis late on the brakes. Now, Lynn's not going to take this lying down. He's off the road. They're both off the road coming out of turn 5. And the better run from Alex Lynn, but he was outside the track limits as he did it. Jarvis across the nose of Alex Lynn again to take the race lead. And as long as he can get the car stopped into turn 8, which United Autosports thinks he can, that is the place change. And United Autosports now lead the 4 hours of Algarve.
What a race, what a race. James Allen there talking, I'm sure, to Alex. 10 minutes to go. Cool Racing battling away with Nielsen Racing for the win. Malte Jakobsen trying to close down Matthias Besch, but it's been all about the overall lead over the last 4 or 5 minutes. And this pair, aggressive, tough, clean.
You have to wonder why so many people want to get involved in the European Le Mans Series next year. I mean, what's the attraction? What about this for an overtake? Jarvis bolted to the left-hand side of the racetrack. Then Lynn, well, they're both way off the road, and you could probably say, well, that's fair. And then they were side by side through the kink at 6, but this is where the eventual overtake took place for Ollie Jarvis. He needed to know he was clear of the front end of Alex Lynn's 25 car. It happened at turn 7 and now is in front. The question is, can United Autosports stay there? This car was nowhere in qualifying. I think that's fair to say earlier on today, but I said, well, is the focus actually the 4 hours rather than the single lap speed? And so it has proved to be.
The dominance of this Oreca in LMP2 racing is often the subject of debate. Here's the message. You want part of this? Come and do better, because this is amazing racing. Amazing racing. And by the way, clean as a whistle, not the hint of contact.
Well, no, and that's the calibre of the driver that the ELMS is attracting these days. That is a spin, though, for the 19 car of Ian Rodriguez, all on his own, as it turned out. So we still have had clean racing, certainly in recent times at least, in the last 40-odd minutes or so. A great lap on that.
Oh, that's the 7.
It's the Nielsen car,
Smoking.
Second place. Ryan Harper-Ellen. I was just about to mention Marcus Siebert's superb lap in LMP3, but that's at the top of the hill at turn 13. There are now yellow flags there as Ryan Harper-Ellen looks to try and rejoin safely, but he may be out of the race now.
I wonder if that's burned out a drive shaft or a clutch.
It was certainly a huge puff of smoke, and race control will give him ample time to try and rejoin.
Remember, he was also carrying a 10-second penalty ultimate, already through into second place. DKR already up into third. The podium has gone. It's in the gravel at turn 13.
Yeah, okay, well that...
8 minutes to go.
If it's stuck there, that is easily a place where another car could leave the road at 13 and clatter into the side of Ryan Harper-Ellen. I can see a decision coming here, and it's very, very likely to be something that we've had 4 versions of already, and will take us probably in the realms of an hour and 15 minutes behind the old safety car. But decision yet to be made, in fairness. We're still holding firm with yellow flags, 7.5 minutes to go. It would be great to continue this for as long as possible. but it's taken Ryan Harper-Ellam out of podium contention, no doubt about it. Mathieu Lehay benefiting, moving up to second for Ultimate, and Pedro Perino for DKR Engineering, their entry in LMP3 is now third.
Cracking stuff. Let's wait and see how race control decide to deal with this. Still yellow flags at turn 13. Full course yellow is coming.
Oh, that will be a first for the race.
It will. How quickly can that car be returned to a racing surface?
And I think that is crucial, to go full course yellow rather than a safety car, because we have very tight gaps anyway, and we've been working hard to, you know, get into this position for the last couple of stints. To then completely press the reset button
now
for a safety car just wasn't the done thing. So they all hit the brakes. You have to circulate at 80 kilometers per hour or 50 miles per hour, and you have a certain window to get down to that speed. Take a breath, Ollie Jarvis and Alex Lynn. Take a breath, Matthias Besch, Malte Jakobsen, Mathieu Vaxavier. What a show has been put on at the head of LMP2 and at the head of LMP2 Pro-Am. Superb stuff.
Yeah, mesmerising racing in all classes. So the key now is how quickly can they recover that Ligier safely. We have 6 minutes to go. I think we're going to get green flag racing again here, Johnny.
I agree, and this is much the fairer way of doing it, because Julien Anlao has worked incredibly hard to build himself only 1.9 seconds over Alessio Picariello. It'll be tighter than that when we go back to full speed.
Well, let's just talk about what's doable here if it goes back to green. Ollie Jarvis and Alex Lynn, they're right together.
Yeah.
It is a longer gap for Joop van Uter, who has a good margin to Jose Maria Lopez. If everybody's got it right on fuel, it'll be just a battle for the lead. In LMP2 Pro-Am, Matthias Besch is within reach, but it's a bit of an ask for Malte Jakobsen. Mathieu Vaxavier has dropped back and is in the well, he's got
15.
He is. We're going to go back to green flag racing.
25 seconds to remove full course yellow.
Really very rapid work from the marshals. Well done. It's the battle for the lead in the overall, the battle for the lead in GTE, definitely up for grabs.
15 seconds.
Who's going to be
course yellow.
Sharper on the trigger here?
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Thank you.
We get going again for the remaining 4.5 minutes. The 25 car, having slipped to second position, should not affect its chances of taking the overall team's trophy, because its nearest rival, Racing Team Turkey, who are not scoring well in LMP2 Pro-Am, well, as in they're going to get 6th place as things stand, and that's nothing in comparison to the 18 points that should be going the way of car 25, who will be second as they cross the line now. The other matter in hand is the LMP2 Teams Trophy, where Duquesne team are their nearest rivals, and they're down in 5th position, so about to score 10 points. So 77.
But right with Lopez, could be one more position to grab here.
Well, yes, true. There is that as well. Just trying to work out whether, I reckon second place is just about good enough at this stage. But yeah, Gianni with Lopez, so if that changes, it will require another recalculation. Yep. Bear with me, caller. And into the increasing darkness, we're about 9 or 8, even 8 minutes away from sunset here at the Algarve International Circuit, all designed to be as picturesque as possible. Fortunately, the rain has somewhat had its say on that.
Ollie Jarvis, the fastest middle sector of the race in the final 3 minutes of this race. Do they need the win? Do they need the win to finish this?
Not to get the overall, and I'm pretty sure not to get the team's trophy within LMP2 either. Still looking good because of the nightmare that the other nearest teams have had.
GTE not done. This head-to-head battle between these two Proton competition run Porsches. There's a P2 car in the mix. Is that going to cramp the style of the leading car? Certainly the 16 car gets the better run through the corner. Ollie Jarvis is going for home. But he's got traffic now, 2 minutes to go. Side by side between the two leaders in GTE. Picariello tries the outside. This is great stuff.
And what a way.
He's going to get it. He's got it.
I'm not sure. It's still side by side. No. Can't make it stick around the outside there of turn 15. And the much better place to be was the inside racing line. But fair play to Alessio Picariello. He's trying absolutely everything to get by. He's also carrying quite a bit more weight than the 77 car because of its success in the championship to date. We've got 90 seconds of this race still to go.
Still traffic involved. It's the LMP3 leader that could get involved in this. Pick your way by, Ollie Jarvis. Better overtake there from Alex Lynn than Ollie Jarvis, who has just been a touch more careful. It still isn't done. GTE isn't done. It's a minute to go, and we still don't know who's going to win two of these big classes here. Matthias Besch there in the LMP2 Pro-Am leading car, the AF Corsa car running third. Final lap. The gap as they cross the line, 0.558 to a second.
Right, I'm reckoning, sorry I went quiet there for a bit, I'm just doing a few bits of maths, and there is the overall team's trophy surely is now in the hands of the 25 crew, even if they finish second, which is right where they are. The crucial thing for the Le Mans Series trophy for LMP2 teams only, so not the Pro-Ams as well, is that Panis are running third and therefore scoring just enough points to be close enough. 24 adrift of the 25 car, and there's 26 available, remember, for the rest of the weekend. We are on the final lap, but yeah, we're going to get an overall teams trophy winner in the form of car 25, I believe. And we'll wait for graphics to confirm that. But that's the invitation for Le Mans next year, is it not?
I believe so.
To be winning the overall teams trophy.
It's inconceivable that the teams competing at this level will not be selected. It's absolutely great stuff.
Yeah.
This is proper sports car racing.
And
full team effort.
If we don't get as close a battle in GTE on Sunday as we've had today, then this has been a perfect way to sign off in Europe. Hang on a minute.
It's disaster for Nielsen Racing.
It's a 10 seconds to be added to the next pit stop as the race leaders come out of the final corner and will head across the line, and it's United Autosports who win for the second time this season. A highly unlikely result compared to the qualifying earlier on today, but absolute credit to Phil Hansen, to Ollie Jarvis and to Marino Sato for that result. They finished just 0.8 of a second over what I think is the overall team's trophy winners, the 25 for Algarve Pro Racing. But what about the story here, Graham, for Nielsen?
24 car will take the flag, but Matthias Besch has got a 10-second penalty to be added, and Malte Jakobsen is how many seconds behind? 8 seconds behind. It will be the 37 that is flagged as the winner here, and in GTE, the penultimate race in this decade-long history, it will come down to two Porsches. What a battle they've had, but it will be the 77 car that brings it home. Julian Andlauer at the wheel of the car, but Christian Ried will equal the record number of wins in ELMS history in GTE, and we've still got one race to go. What a race!
The 16 Proton car finishes ahead of the 60 Iron Lynx car. They're second and third, so that means that the championship is still well and truly open. However, it is advantage the 16 again. They arrived here, remember, on exactly the same points. And now we turn the spotlight to LMP3. We've already had the winners across the line. That's WTM by Rinaldi Racing. But after a season, not quite a full season, it's the 17 car that will take the championship. They came here with a huge lead and needed to finish somewhere in the top 7. They finished 4th, and their nearest rivals, the Inter-Europol competition car, unfortunately in a ball of flames to add yet further woes to the recent history in Inter-Europol competitions archives. But what a race and what a season for 17 and the Cool Racing car.
And repeat champions at Cool Racing in LMP3. That was quite something. There were moments, quite a lengthy times, I'm sure that was a tricky one for people to watch, but I hope you stuck with us, because that last 40 minutes or so, and in particular the last half hour, absolutely stellar stuff. Wonderful racing. Great stuff from Ollie Jarvis and the United Autosports team. Great pit work from them, put him back in the mix. Algarve Pro Racing got the car to the front with excellent work from Sam and Stu Cox's boys and girls in the garage, but ultimately the choice on the tyres, etc., gave it the opportunity back for Ollie Jarvis to battle through. The 17 Cool Racing crew take the championship. 24, they'll be gutted. It's a second race where it's been clawed away from them by misfortune, or misadventure in this case. They will finish the race in second place. It will be the 37 crew for Alexandra Kwani, for Melty Jakobsen and for Nico Lapierre that stand on the top step of the podium. So quite the day for Cool Racing. Nielsen Racing crossed the line to take the plaudits there, but just seconds before that happened, that 10-second penalty was dealt. Well,
what a shame we can't do all of this again on Sunday.
Hang on a minute.
Oh, hang on a minute. We absolutely can. And I have to say that the real race, the real season finale, has an awful lot to live up to, because that has been one of the best ELMS races in the last probably 5 years or so. There was so much happening. You had to wait for the real crucial part of it, and you know, 4 safety cars, 5 safety cars I think it was towards the end, or no, 4 safety cars in the full course yellow.
Yep.
That was a real staccato moment of the race, but then the reward was that final hour and 20 odd minutes.
Now confirmed as the LMP2 Pro-Am winner, I think deservedly so. I think that would have been likely the result anyway. What happened there? That was Matthias Besch just kicking the car around to make the pit lane.
Yeah. And this is a slightly bizarre scenario, but I think it has been the instruction from the start of the day that cars will head by pit lane entry and then do a U-turn and come down the wrong way of pit road. The 37 has stopped well short.
I wonder if he just wasn't sure where he needed to go.
Maybe slightly indecisive as to exactly what the procedure is
here. He may not have yet got the instruction, he's won.
That is also true, yes. And these things do tend to take a little bit of time to unwind. WTM by Rinaldi Racing come back fighting after they were making their headlines for all the wrong reasons at Spa last time out.
Disqualification and disaster last time. This time, genius pit strategy in the first hour of the race, with their 2 long stops burned before we'd got to the first 60 minutes, earned them the edge when it mattered, and they will be correctly, utterly delighted with that. 17 from Cool Racing, though, will take the title, but what a great result from a team that will have left despondent from Spa.
I can't find anybody that's going to outscore Algarve Pro Racing's 89 points in the European Le Mans Series trophy, which is the overall team's championship. So we haven't yet had a graphic to confirm that Car 25 has won that, but with now 2 wins and a second place within each category, because it's scored where you finish in each of the categories, and then those points are added through to combine everybody in the championship. It's for LMP2 at least. Yeah.
Well, LMP2 Pro-Am winners at Le Mans Algarve Pro, they've been looking for this one for quite a while. They've just been taking, at times small steps, at times larger steps. That's the GTE winning car, the 77 Porsche 911 RSR. What a cracking battle those 2 Porsches put on for us in the final 15-20 minutes.
Well, they know each other incredibly well, Julien Andelauer and Alessio Picariello, and whether it be GTE action or GT3 action, They're never far apart in terms of pace. It's just a shame that the 77 Proton car didn't have a good start to the season with a non-finish at Barcelona. They came back fighting a few months later at Le Castellet with a pole and a race win, but since then have not featured on the podium. So they arrive this weekend at Portugal on only 42 points, whereas Proton 16 and the Iron Lynx number 60 were on exactly the same points, and therefore there is a slim advantage of who took pole position. It was the 72 Aston Martin, so that doesn't affect things. So it's a 3-point advantage now for car 16 over the 60 going into the final round.
So that's not exciting at all.
No. Exactly, and virtually every possible outcome I'll have to map out now between now and Sunday evening. There's confirmation of the overall classification, at least at the provisional stage. 120 laps completed and a win for Phil Hansen, Marino Sato and Ollie Jarvis by 0.8 of a second over the team's trophy champions, again provisionally, but I reckon they have an unassailable lead with 89 points to the name of Kiffin Simpson, James Allen and Alex Lynn. Third position to Panis Racing, and we'll of course see all three of those cars on the podium very shortly. LMP2 Pro-Am won post-race by Cool Racing's number 37 for Alex Kwani, Malte Jakobsen and Nicolas Lapierre from the demoted Nielsen Racing car after that 10-second penalty was issued, but too late for them to take it at the next pit stop. Therefore, it's added to the race time and takes them away from the race win. AF Corsa finished third in the number 83 car. That's very good for the championship to finish third, whilst Racing Team Turkey could only manage a 6th place finish, although even that seemed very unlikely, the length of time that Sally Jolic was stranded in the gravel earlier in the first hour of the race. LMP3 is won by the WTM by Rinaldi Racing Crew, but the championship goes to the 17 Cool Racing trio of Adrian Schiller, Marcus Siebert and Alex Garcia. And here are the winners in this race, round 5, the 4 hours of Algarve in GTE. It's Alessio, it's not Alessio, it's Julian Andlauer in the number 77 car together with his teammates Christian Reed and Gianmarco Livorato. And the reception down at the other pit in, because these cars have come in the wrong way, where they will sit beneath the podium, is very much positive by Proton competition. They will have had split virtues, I suppose, between the 77 and the 16. But as long as both cars come back straight and ready to do battle again in qualifying tomorrow, that's all that matters.
Yeah, all sorts of storylines coming out of this one. This young man was certainly one of them. Battling run from him, taken out by someone else's incident that could well have cost him a finish. Finishes it remarkably with a win in LMP2 Pro-Am. Christian Reed behind him. Draws level with Matt Griffin on 11 race wins in GTE since this class started in the European Le Mans Series, and we've got one race to go. Well done, young man. That was a committed drive from Malte Jakobsen.
Yeah.
Yes, he needed the penalty for the 24 car to take that win, but the pace he showed up until the point where he was spun around richly deserves it.
Well, you get bad luck in one moment, because I really don't think he would have known what was happening at turn 13 when all of a sudden he's being turned round, and you think, where did that come from? We couldn't tell at first that Tristan Vautier was having his own moment a couple of car lengths further back. But then he didn't really let it affect him.
No.
He said, well, that's happened. I'll rejoin. I've still got good speed. And let's see where we end up. And it was second on the road, which turns into a win because of that 10-second penalty. I mean, tremendous effort.
We've said it before about Malte Jakobsen. I think people watching these races in this era will, in the future, think, I saw him when he was emerging as the star that he's become.
Yep.
There's Alexandre Kwani. He will have been absolutely mesmerised by that. Can you imagine being in the garage for that? What would you rather, be in the car or be in the garage? Every race driver would say, I want to be in the car.
Totally, because you're in control, whereas as a spectator, you can do very little about it. Overall classification, again, United win by 0.8 of a second from Algarve Pro Racing. Panis Racing just about keeping the championship alive, I reckon, with that third place finish ahead of Jose Maria Lopez, Neil Jarni and Jonathan Aberdeen for Cool, for Duquesne and for Inter-Europol competition. The LMP2 Pro-Am victory goes latterly the way of Cool Racing ahead of Nielsen Racing with that extra 10 seconds bolted on. And AF Corsa, good for their championship points. They score 15 as opposed to Racing Team Turkey, who only get 8 for finishing in 6th position. It's WTM by Rinaldi Racing victorious in LMP3. And that is a first win of the season, in fact, for the team from Germany. It's been quite the afternoon at the Algarve International Circuit, with the 4 hours of Algarve getting underway earlier on this afternoon, and it was a killer getaway for Kiffin Simpson ahead of a 30 or 40 car field, 39 cars directly behind the Barbadian driver, and he squeaked through turns 1, 2 and 3 safely. But then the first major twist, after just under half an hour of the race gone, the heavens opened and a number of cars, including Sally Jolic, would go skating off towards the gravel. Sally dropping those rear tyres into the gravel trap at turn 8, and that meant that that car was heavily delayed and would go a number of laps down. Meanwhile, side-by-side action for what was 3rd position at the time, and Vlad Lomko up the inside there of Manuel Maldonado. How about this for the GT battle? 5 of the 12 entered cars, all together for the opening probably 45 or 50 minutes. Ben Tuck in the red Aston Martin, slightly quicker than the 4 cars ahead of him, and he would eventually lead. However, on wet weather tyres in drying conditions, we think he rather cooked those treaded tyres and then didn't have any pace at all to fight Ryan Hardwick with, and Ryan eventually would get back ahead of the British driver in the TF Sport Aston Martin. Car Guy with a decent start to their race in the hands of Takeshi Kimura, but you focus on the Duquesne car, and then this moment at the top of the hill at turn 10 for Jonas Reed. Still can't quite get to the bottom of exactly what happened to Reed Jr., but an awful lot of damage done to the 99 prototype car, and it remains to be seen whether that will take further part in the weekend. Side-by-side action between Gianmarco Liberato and Matt Griffin, and in the end the 77 Porsche squeezed ahead of the 55 Ferrari to take that position. Then great dicing between Algarve Pro Racing and Duquesne team. This was when the 30 car was being driven by Nico Pino, and he slotted up the inside of James Allen's 25 car. James so slow because he was on wet weather tyres in severely drying conditions. Then a big moment in the race, which would take the 13 car out of championship contention. It may also have done way too much damage to the number 13 car, perhaps an oil line that broke, and oil then spewed across the hot engine bay of the 13 car. May well have finished it for the weekend. Let's hope not, but it will need to be in qualifying format tomorrow, this being a double header. We got back racing again. Neil Jarni was all of a sudden assaulted, though, by David Perel in the number 30 car. That was Gilles Duquesne's reaction to it all, and sadly it would take the number 30 car out of the contention of a race victory. Tristan Vautier had a moment at the top of the hill at turn 13 that then cleaned out Malte Jakobsen, who also was on course to potentially fight for the race victory. And then this fight that will live so long in the memory between Alex Lynn for Algarve Pro Racing and Ollie Jarvis in the number 22 United Autosports car. The reaction as United took the race lead about 15 minutes away from the checkered flag, wind the clock forward, and Ollie Jarvis did not make a further mistake. Alex Lynn, sadly, although he could match the speed of his fellow Brit, there was no opportunity to get through. And United take the win, but we reckon the 25 is very neatly placed to have taken 1 title today and maybe 2 by the end of Sunday. There are a lot of things to be done, though, between then and now.
Yeah, it's already, isn't it, an unusual weekend. It's felt weird all weekend, that the rhythm of these weekends, you're going to get used to them. This one's kind of rather thrown us.
Yes.
Here we are later into the evening than we normally would be. with a race that just had no real rhythm for quite some time and then absolutely exploded like a rocket. Absolutely amazing stuff. Twinkling lights in the tower here at Portimão, and that is the situation, the overall Drivers' Trophy, Johnny.
Yeah, and it's as I thought. So the gap is 30 points, and therefore you're not going to be able to catch the Algarve Pro Racing trio of Alex Lynn, James Allen, Kyffin Simpson. This is for the overall Drivers' Trophy rather than the LMP2 teams exclusively. But that, for me, smacks of a title already for car 25 and the chance of an automatic invitation for next year's 24 Hours of Le Mans as well. As we reel through the rest of the points, there's Nico Pino and René Binder in 4th position, ahead of Joop van Uitert, Manuel Maldonado and Tijmen van der Helm. So it'll be an overall podium first of all, and then we will work our way through the LMP2 Pro-Ams, the LMP3s and the LMGTEs to finish things off. But there will be no need to do 5 podiums. It will be the 4 in the next few moments.
It will indeed, and happy faces, as always, apart from, I'm sure, for Nielsen Racing. Rodrigo Salas not looking very happy with the way that ended for them. That was the 10-second penalty dealt right at the end. Ben Hanley as well, slightly stony-faced.
This is always a chance, isn't it, to do the sort of debrief in behind the podium. So much to discuss after 4 hours of racing. And
Melter Jacobsen there chatting to Rodrigo Salas.
Yes.
Shrugging, but I'm sure they'll be very sporting about it.
Well, I think, you know, Salas has been racing for long enough now to know that you win some, you lose some. Alex Lynn, rather straight-faced too, maybe a tad frustrated with...
He would have wanted to win.
Of course.
He'd have wanted to win. If you're going to seal a title, you want to do it from the top step if you possibly can.
Yeah.
And as I will explain, there's another good reason for that this weekend.
95 points to 75 points.
That's just 20 points.
That's just 20, yes, of course, because the 22 took the race win as well. So it's not just the 65, but it was also the 22 car doing so well as well. But as I mentioned, it's a gap of 24. So Panis are still in it, just about, but they'd have to see a nightmare for the other 2 teams at the top of the shop. Alex Lynn, James Allen, Kyffin Simpson will head into the final round, also here at the Algarve International Circuit, with a lead of 20 points over Marino Sarto, Ollie Jarvis and Phil Hansen, and then Joop van Uitert, Manuel Maldonado and Tijmen van der Helm, a full 24 back, with 26 still on offer.
Yeah. Joop van Uitert from Paris, from Mathieu Vazivière. What a mix of emotions. Some happy people, some less happy people. Mathieu Vazivière on the latter list.
So we'll get the top 3 onto the podium very shortly, and that will serve as the overall and the
LMP2's
podium. And so Joop van Uitert moving forward in the 65 car to be joined by Manuel Maldonado and Tijmen van der Helm. It is Algarve Pro Racing finishing in 2nd position for Kyffin Simpson, James Allen and Alexander Lynn. And as provisional teams trophy winners, when you compare all of the teams, it's not just LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am, it's P3 and it's GTE as well. They're all bundled together for a team's trophy, and Car 25 has, to my mind, taken that win. But it is the 2nd win of the season for United Autosports, and will they come up on the left field here to potentially take the title on Sunday? Well, they are close enough. Marino Sarto, Phil Hansen, Ollie Jarvis. Let's hear the national anthem of the USA.
After the first 3 teams, also the national anthem for the winning team, USA.
United Autosports USA take their second win of the season after a great night earlier on in the year at Motorland Aragon, that Saturday night race. I've just realised what it is. United Autosports just can't do the business on a Sunday for whatever reason. But if it's a Friday race or a Saturday night race, no question, they have a 100% record.
Absolutely. Ben Crawley from Goodyear hands out the trophies. There's probably a football joke in there somewhere, but I can't think of one right now. We'll move on from that one.
Yeah, okay. But
bronze colour trophies for the Panis Racing trio. Silver colour trophies for the 25 crew from Algarve Pro, who look disappointed.
They do. And, well, maybe they felt, you know, that they had it in the bag to take it with a race to spare. To be honest, if they still do it on Sunday, that will all be forgotten anyway.
Completely.
They don't, you know, in the archives, it will be down as them taking the title. However, you never know with United Autosports, and there has been a sense that they have been making strides over the last few races. And to now be within touch of 20 points, that is eminently more doable than the 24 that the 65 crew have as a deficit, mainly because Panis haven't taken a win so far, and they would definitely need to do that. They have had 3 podium results, though, Panis, as the champagne begins to spray. But, I mean, the big positive for United is if you can win at the same track you're going to be racing out on Sunday, and you've done it already this weekend, why can't it be repeated in 2 days' time?
Absolutely.
Qualifying tomorrow, and that's an evening affair just after 5 o'clock, and we're qualifying all the way up to pretty much the end of race time today. But what sort of routes, what sort of approach will be taken by the various teams if you do have free choice on drivers in qualifying? Of course, if you're entered into GTE and LMP2 Pro-Am, that decision is made for you. Here's the gap. It is 3 points, as I thought. Proton Competition number 16 ahead of the 60 Iron Lynx crew, with Proton Competition not out of it either. They're 12 points back in the 77
and
crew.
Castle Racing 2 can still do it. It needs the maths to come their way, the luck to come their way, but 4 cars still in with a title chance.
And to feed the drivers into the sequence as well, Alessio Picariello, Ryan Hardwick, Zach Robichon, going to be close to maximum ballast for the next 2 days as well. All of that will be redeployed depending on the previous 2 race results, so today and Spa, and where you sit in the championship. Claudio Schiavone, Matteo Cairoli, Matteo Crisoni in the 60 Iron Lynx Porsche are second, and then now out of the championship hunt, Conrad and Johnny Lawson in their number 50 Ferrari. A chance to catch up with a little bit more reaction. Here is Steph Wentworth.
Now I am joined with the winners of the LMGTE category, the number 77 Proton competition. Congratulations to all of you, but a huge congratulations to you, Christian, because you have just equaled the record for the most amount of GTE wins with 11. So how does that feel?
Actually, I didn't know, but it feels good, you know. But anyway, you know, it was such a great race, and it was really easy to do mistakes, and at the end, you know, we always had the right tires, so good calls from the engineers, and my teammates Shushu and Jamarco, he did so great job, so I'm super happy.
Well, huge congratulations to you all. Enjoy the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's got a tremendous effort, and especially from Julian Anlauer versus Alessio Picariello, but that statistic, he didn't know. Do you believe that?
No, I don't, because I told him the other day.
Well, it shows how much he listens to you, that's all I'll say.
But that was a great race. That was tremendous. A really great race. Tremendous stuff from those 2 teams.
And I think if that can't be matched on Sunday, then that's a brilliant way for European GTE racing to end. Here's the national anthem of Proton competition. On the third step of the podium, it's Claudio Schiavone, Matteo Cressoni, Matteo Cairoli in their number 60 Porsche. They're only 3 points adrift now of the championship leaders who finished second in that race. Ryan Hardwick, Zach Robuchon, Alessio Picariello, also in a Porsche, this time prepared properly by Proton Competition, although there are strong ties to the Iron Legs Porsche as well, I recognise. And it's another Proton Competition car that finishes top of the pile. Christian Ried, Gianmarco Liberato and Julian Andlauer, and an 11th GTE victory for Christian Ried. He has another chance, as does Matt Griffin, to extend that gap and have an ultimately most successful, in terms of wins, GTE record.
One race is an 8 out of the 13 years in the history of the GTE Championships in the European Le Mans Series, the Le Mans Series that came before. And one of those came in the very first year of GTE. It's been stellar stuff from Christian Ried, and still 2 more chances to add to a winning total. One here on Sunday and one in the WEC in just a couple of weeks' time.
The champagne sprays in the increasing darkness as the drone twinkles its lights high above the podium here at the Algarve International Circuit. We're a good nearly 25 minutes after official sunset now. The sun does tend to drop to the horizon very quickly, but it's a nice way to do the podium in this level of light as well, a little bit more atmospheric. The race, by the way, on Sunday is a 1 o'clock start through till 5 o'clock local, so we should be finished quite a bit earlier than tonight. But that party feeling will continue as part of the grand season finale here on the Algarve. 85 points to the AF Corsa crew, and this is in LMP2 Pro-Am, so the gap is even narrower here. It's 2 points that separate AF Corsa from Cool Racing, and Racing Team Turkey, who began the season like a house on fire, have slipped to third position now. Charlie Eastwood, Louis Delatran, Sally Jolic on 82 points. Compare that to the 85 that Perodo and Vaxivier have. Ben Hanley, Matthias Besch on 60 points, with, I'm sure, Rodrigo Sales on the next slate. There he is, also on 60 points. 7 points better off compared to Andy Merrick and Daniel Schneider in the number 21 United Autosports Pro-Am car. And as we look at the point standings within Pro-Am, a chance to catch up with drivers from that category. Here's Steph again.
Here we have the winners of the LMP2 Pro-Am category, the number 37 Cool Racing. Congratulations to all of you. Malti, let's come to you. It was a very challenging race for all of you in the conditions, but quite hard for you towards the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a really, really tough race. I mean, first of all, for Alex in the beginning, it looked like a sunny afternoon where it was going to be kind of easy compared to what we had the whole week, and then it just started raining and drying, and Nico was out there as well, and like full rain on slicks, but they managed to save the car. And then, I mean, at the end, it was a huge fight. We thought we were in a good position, but then we had the safety car, and it all came down to a proper fight at the end. And I had some contact with other cars, got hit from behind and spun, dropped down to 4th, but we had a fast car today, and we managed to get back. So thank you very much to all of the team and my 2 teammates here.
Amazing. Well, enjoy the celebrations, guys. We'll see you on Sunday for the next race. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
And here they are, heading on to the podium now. It's a 3rd place finish for AF Corsa, who will head into Sunday as the championship leaders in their 83 car. Francois Perodo, Mathieu Vaxivier, Ben Barnicoat's not been with them all season long. In the 24 Nielsen car, they may have led across the line, but they were given that post-race penalty. Rodrigo Sales, Ben Hanley and Matthias Besch. But the 3 drivers that have just been chatting to Steph Wentworth take the win. Here's the national anthem. So it's Cool Racing, top of the pile, and interesting to watch the expressions of the 3 gentlemen to their right, because I'm sure they felt that they had enough pace all weekend or all day, let's say, to have taken that race victory, but rules are rules.
Absolutely. Ultimately, there's decisions that come from race control about the standard of driving that was employed in gaining that position, and ultimately it's come out against Nielsen Racing, second race in a row. They've suffered heartbreak.
Yeah. But they will come back fighting, and thankfully, they always say what you need to counter disappointment in sport is the next event.
Absolutely.
And it's only 2 days away.
There you go. And qualifying tomorrow to come as well. Quite some afternoon. Lots more racing to come this weekend, Johnny.
Well, that's true.
World Cup. There's qualifying tomorrow, Leisure European Series racing tomorrow. And then we've got both the Michelin Le Mans Cup and ELMS Series finales, both live and free on YouTube on Sunday. Before this is the kind of thing you can expect to the party in the evening to celebrate the end of the season and to start telling tales about what's coming next.
So don't forget that normally the Michelin Le Mans Cup race takes place on a Saturday evening. It's been shifted, as it normally is in the final weekend here in Portugal, to Sunday morning, and we'll actually be on air local time 8:40 for a 9 o'clock race start for the Michelin Le Mans Cup. And on the same day, later on after lunch, it will be the finale of the European Le Mans Series, race 6, a 1 o'clock start, so we're on air 20 minutes before that. Here's the points and confirmation that Cool Racing take the title with their number 17 car. So also well done to Adrian Schiller, Marcus Siebert and Alejandro Garcia, ahead of today's winners, WTM by Rinaldi Racing on 62 points. Racing Spirit of Le Mans in third place in the championship, and still close enough to WTM to alter that. There's a real fight on for third position, though, in the title hunt.
Indeed, and great stuff. There are the points against the drivers. Schiller, Garcia and Siebert, it is that have dominated here. And they've done that with pace, with error-free racing, with great strategy, great pit work, and by staying out of trouble.
Yeah. Now, a team with real stories just across the last 2 races will be those that we are hearing from next. WTM come back from disappointment at Spa, but again down to rules. Let's hear them talking to Steph.
Here we have the LMP3 winners, the number 12 WTM by Rinaldi Racing. Congratulations to all 3 of you. Leo, we did hear from you earlier. Oscar, you just finished the race for the team. Huge congratulations, really.
Thank you so much. Very happy with the result. Yeah, a bit shocking, no? After a very hard race, very strange with the weather changing all the time. But yeah, finally a win for us. It's been an ups and downs season, but happy to get the first win for the team, and well-deserved. Great drive from my teammates and great work from the whole team.
Congratulations. We will see you on Sunday for the next race.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Torsten Kratz on the left as well, and amazingly it is a first win, as Steph mentioned, as Oscar Tunja mentioned, for the season. And if they can do it on Friday, then they could very easily do it on Sunday as well, and the final portion of the season will look very healthy indeed for WTM. So very much in the nighttime hours now, a final national anthem, this time of Germany. So the 17 crew from Cool Racing just missed out on the podium. They finished 4th, but that gave them enough points to take the title. And they're probably celebrating somewhere behind the pit buildings and into the paddock. They don't want to party too hard tonight because there's more qualifying and a race to happen on Sunday. But already the celebrations can begin ahead of the proper presentation here on Sunday night.
Another great race in LMP3. Strategy had a part to play in it. Luck had a part to play in it. And for the 13 crew, got to say massive commiserations to them. That's a horrible way to finish a race. that could have seen you in title contention at the end of it.
Something about Inter-Europol competition, the season finale and the Algarve International Circuit that just does not fit together happily. And well, there's still a race to go, but I do fear that possibly too much damage has been done to that 13 car for it to be in contention for the following 2 days of the meeting. Let's hope not. Let's hope they've got a few spares up their sleeve, but that's potentially 2 very late nights. Even if they don't reach qualifying, there might be force majeure to allow them to take part in the race, but it will be in vain because they will no longer be able to take the title. It's a victory and a first one of the season for WTM by Rinaldi Racing, and well done to Torsten Kratz together with his teammates Leo Weiss and Oscar Tuño. A second place finish for Ultimate, Eric Crier and the LaHaye brothers Mathieu and Jean-Baptiste. Third position going the way of another Duquesne, car number 4 of Alexander Bukansov, James Winslow and Pedro Perino. Well, it feels like we've had a full race weekend already, and this is only Friday. So there's plenty more action to come from the European Le Mans Series. Qualifying tomorrow, local time, due to start at 5:15, and that will be probably the most part of 90 minutes worth of qualifying. That will be all after 2 races from the Ligier European Series and the Michelin Le Mans Cup qualifying that happens shortly after 3 p.m. on Saturday. And then on Sunday, we have a Le Mans Cup race in the morning and the finale of the European Le Mans Series for 2023 to look forward to after lunch. We'll be on air for that at 12:40 local. Thanks so much to Steph Wentworth, to Graham Goodwin, from me, Johnny Palmer. We're off for a night's sleep, but we'll see you tomorrow.